Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Oh, baby. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's that day. It might not be this way for you, but it's this way for me. That's right. It's Christmas 2.0. In fact, I like this better than Christmas, especially this type of year when the Seattle Seahawks have multiple picks through the early part of the NFL draft. And the NFL draft is where franchises go to soar, is where franchises go to find the Lombardi pieces to put the trophy together. Will our Seahawks do that? Will they begin that process today with this draft? Will they find that old-timey magic, to steal the words of one great Hall of Famer, Dave Niehaus? That old 2011-2012 magic that saw you finding diamonds right and left and right and left. Never ending, you could say. We thought they would draft forever great. Little did we know that was going to be the best of it, but today is a day of renewal, hopefully. A day that I am in excitement for this team, excitement for what they might be able to do. And again, not just for today, but throughout this whole draft. So come with me, be optimistic today, even you naysayers, even you frowners. I know where you are. I hear your voice out there. You've been loud. But today, we will hopefully be optimistic. There are some doomsday scenarios. I'm not going to lie. You guys know them already. We're not going to speak that devil's name. But I am bubbling with excitement, so enamored by all of the possibilities of our Seahawks today and what they could accomplish. I hope you are too. I hope you're ready to ride large and in charge today. See us kill this draft. I know many people they've done bad recently. They've been doing mildly better recently. Some of the bigger mistakes that they've made have been in that, maybe 15, 16, 17, 18 period. But the last couple of years, it's not been a quick reversal turn to greatness, but it's been getting better. The sparks of life have been showing themselves. And indeed, there are even rumors maybe that you see John Schneider this year having a little bit more control maybe than he has had in prior drafts, to get the guys the scouting departments have signed off on, that he likes, that everybody likes in totality, with maybe the exception of a coach or two. But I hope you guys, again, ride with me all day on this. We're going to be going deep on this stream. I'm going to be doing my mock draft here for you guys, my mock draft 3.0, the final mock draft here before the Hawks Nest, before this draft begins. You guys can all laugh at my picks. We're also going to be, of course, going throughout this whole first round, all the draft tomorrow, all the draft on Saturday. So I imagine we're going to be pushing out a lot of content to you guys. I'm going to be going live with Brendan on a breakdown session. We'll probably be just quick and fast and fierce here after we get done streaming tonight. So we've got a lot jam-packed for you guys. I'm ready to roll. I'm jacked to the nines. I got the caffeine going. I've hit the quad grande. I got the pot going. I hope you guys are going with me here, because I'm going to be hyped today. This is going to be the first draft in 3 years where I'm not crying crocodile tears, okay? First draft in 3 years where I get to be truly jacked to the nines about the pick we get. Maybe they're not something, maybe they are something, but at least I'll get to be excited on day one. At least that's what I'm hoping to believe is going to be the case. We'll see. I mean, they could do anything. Let's face it. They could do anything. God knows. We'll see how they play it out. For now, though, let me give you, before I get over into the chat, we've got some big-time donos coming into play. So let me acknowledge those really quickly. Randall starting us off hot with the $50 donation. Thank you, Randall. You are always awesome, brother. I know you're just as hyped, if not more so for me on than me. We love this time of year. This is when, like I said, when I say it's Christmas for me, this is Christmas for me. What's in the present? I don't know. I'm going to unwrap it slowly just to enjoy it. Like, it's that type of thing. So I know you're with me on this, Randall. Thank you for the $50 dono. He says, having a great day. We're going to have a great draft. This is for all your hard work the next few days and always. Let's effing go. Go Hawks. Let's effing go. Let's go effing go at NFL. You got a pass last year. You got a little bit of Seahawks aren't in it. We get a breathe little sigh of relief. Rams, Tampa Bay, San Francisco, even though we beat your ass twice last year too. You had your respite. You had your moment in the sun while it was shining. But the clouds are coming. The Pacific Northwest clouds are coming. And they begin today with this draft, with this first pick tonight. And I love that energy, Randall. I love what you're bringing to the room. Let's go. Robert, my brother, my blood. It's always good to see you in the chat too, man. I know you're just hyped up. Thank you for the $20, brother. He says, happy birthday, Christmas, Father's Day to you, bro. Let's go. Let's effing go, Rob. Let's effing go. Oh, my God, man. You put a big smile on my face with that one. Thank you so much, brother. Love knowing my brothers. It's always nice when you got your brother in the chat. You always feel a little bit better on the streams when that's going along. So let's get to my mock, folks. I will get over to you guys in the chat. Ryan Ball, good to see you. Tristan Miles, Tony, Tobias. Hell yeah, Tobias in the house from Europe. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Here's my final mock. Again, you may mock it. You may laugh at it. You may sneer. But it is still going to be my final mock here of the session. I'm going to try to explain a few of these picks fairly quickly to you guys because I do want to get over to you guys in the chat. This experience tonight's not going to be about me yakking as much as about us being able to interact here and go through this whole process together. I'm going to do as well as I can to stay pretty close to what's on live with the chat. I won't be backed up tonight, so this is going to be a little unusual in this chat over the next couple of days, where what you're going to see me do is stay more on point at the head of the chat as opposed to getting a little bit deeper and stuff. This will, of course, annoy some people because I'm no doubt going to miss comments, as we're going to get, no doubt, a lot of people into here as we get going, as we get cooking along. So bear with me on that aspect of things. But here's my mock 3.0, Brandon TheSeahawksNest 3.0 via the PFF mock simulator. But obviously I manualed all these picks. Of course, no shocker here at the top, other than until we get to pick number 3. And again, I'm going to try to explain some of these because I did try to put quite a bit of thought into this and also do some research on what teams are being connected to whom. First up, Trevon Walker going to the Jacksonville Jaguars, no brainer. This is a Trent Baalke type pick. He's a guy that wants upside, physicality. He wants length and size and things and measurables like that. So he's not going to be as driven to Aiden Hutchinson, who he probably likes Aiden. He's probably just enamored by Trayvon Walker. Detroit goes for the local kid. He played Michigan just down the road. This is a natural first selection for them that gets them a win with the fan base and also a very safe player to be picking at this position with some star potential. Number 3, you've got Derek Stingley Jr., who has suddenly kind of vaulted back up the boards after he was slipping and sliding post his pro day where he put up really good marks and looked really good. And this is some of the research I've been doing is that the Texans like Stingley quite a bit. They are, of course, picking a little bit later in this first round, which maybe factors into this decision, as some people will say, well, they're going to go with Ikem Iwanu. Well, you're going to see in a minute why I don't think that they necessarily go this direction, because Ahmad Green and Stingley are certainly separators here at the corner position. If you look at the tackles, though, Ekawanu, Evan Neal, Charles Cross, those guys are in your next contingent of group. So as you'll see in a second here, the Texans are doing this thinking we're going to get one of those 3 linemen later on, but we don't know if we can get a guy of the caliber of Stingley later on. After that, I've got the Jets going with Ahmad Gardner. So this is Saleh looking at the situation. They signed DJ Reed. They packaged this with DJ Reed on the other side. The defense starts to come together a little bit more. Guy's just a pure fit for what Saleh is going to ask him to do on the outside. I think Saleh is going to see a lot of Richard Sherman in his game. After that, we got the Giants, who are happy to pluck Ikawanu at this point. They can't believe their luck and him sliding to 5 to them. Number 6, and this certainly could be a pick that's traded out. I did no trades. Trades are going to obviously mess up the mock draft to a degree, no doubt about it, but I don't like necessarily trying to predict the trades because they're so hard to, it's almost an impossibility, you could say. So I put Kenny Pickett as the guy that they go with here. Wouldn't shock me if it was Malik Willis either. Just making some connections of what I've heard and read about. Giants, again, can't believe their luck having in here in the first 10 picks 2 players that they probably didn't think they were going to be able to land in tandem. They come away with Kayvon Thibodeau at number 7, so a couple of guys to help out their front 4 on both their front line on both sides, both offensive line and defensive line. Here at number 8, I've got the Falcons taking Malik Willis. A little bit of a shocker there, maybe. At number 9, Seattle's feeling fairly lucky about their situation at this point, as Evan Neal has had supposedly some issues coming up with his medical evaluations. I don't understand this one. Kid who's been playing since his freshman year of college, but we're hearing reports that some medical evaluations have him dropping out of the first round on quite a few teams' boards. I think Seattle would feel too good about what they're getting here as far as a tackle. And of course, they took a tackle at one time out of Alabama by the name of James Carpenter, ended up moving him to guard, but nonetheless, they have shown a willingness to pull this trigger in this particular realm before. After this, we've got the Jets going with Jamison Williams. So they paired Ahmad Gardner with Jamison Williams in their first round. Number 11, Kyle Hamilton going to Washington. This has been on a few of my mocks now. It just feels kind of like a natural fit, though I am hearing talk that maybe Kyle Hamilton slides out of the first round. So if you wanted to slide out Kyle Hamilton and put in Daxton Hill here, that also, as shocking as that might be for some, wouldn't completely blow me away. Number 12, we got Andrew Booth. Vikings always like cornerbacks, just their thing. He's a very good one, probably the next one after, depending on your flavor, between McDuffie and Gordon after that. Booth probably goes a little deeper than this, but this is just where I saw this particular mock kind of going. Texans feel very good about the fact they're getting Cross after they passed on Ikawanu and Evan Neal at the start, so they walk away with their 2 first-round picks, Stingley and Cross, which is a pretty good combo for them. The Ravens go with Penning, fits sort of their profile to me for what they'll look for in an offensive lineman. Jermaine Johnson goes to 15 in the Eagles. So they're happy with that. The Saints, Jordan Davis. 17, I've got Devin Lloyd with the Chargers in the middle. Helps them out. They've gone to the edge rush now and taken care of that. So now I think they would like to get Jordan Davis, but him being picked the pick before them, they have to take Devin Lloyd. My cat just nearly fell. Number 18, I've got the teammates going back-to-back. That's right, the Ohio State tandem, Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave, going back-to-back in this draft. 18 to the Eagles after they went with pass rusher and Jermaine Johnson first, and then 19, Chris Olave to the Saints. Number 20, I've got Desmond Ridder going to the Steelers. Steelers are definitely a team that feels like they can compete, so getting a very pro-ready quarterback at this stage of things has got to appeal to them, I think, to some level. And we've got the warming up here, folks. Warming up. We got the New England Patriots going Zion Johnson, guard. This is a team, they've done this in the past with the first round, at the back end of the first round, going with a very safe lineman. Number 22, Boy Mafe going to the Packers. They've lost, of course, one of the Smith brothers there to Minnesota, so they need to get some help there on the edge. 23, I've got Trent McDuffie going to the Cardinals, who, of course, have taken a Washington State cornerback before. They've taken actually a couple of Washington State defensive backs high in recent history. Why not go back to that well one more time? Dallas Cowboys, I fit them up with Treylon Burks in this mock draft. I just think that you certainly look at Gallup's situation coming off the torn ACL and having traded Amari Cooper. There's a need here, and the Cowboys have kind of a love affair going back for years with the wide receiver position and being picked high in the draft. So we'll see if they go that direction of things. Number 25, I've got Devontae Wyatt going to the Buffalo Bills. This is, again, pair him up with Ed Oliver there. You give him a nice little NASCAR-type combo on late down, / let him rotate in there a little bit with Ed Oliver. I know that they kind of have this already fit there with Oliver as it stands, but I just like the fact that you bring him in here with a little bit of rotational depth. They like to throw a lot of bodies at you there in Buffalo. They're more about stacking the depth than they are the frontline guys per se, as well as I think they're going to have to figure out something with Ed Oliver from a contract situation here pretty soon, which may open this door a little bit more as well. Sam Howell going to the Tennessee Titans. This might be a little bit of a reach here on this one. Indeed, I think really at the end of the day, we're probably most likely to see only 3 quarterbacks taken in this first round. But I'm going with my gut on this one, folks. I was going with my gut in my research on this, just looking at it. There was no runaway guy here that made a ton of sense for Tennessee as they stood at this position and pick. I don't think they're completely sold on Tannehill after his poor performance in the playoff game. While he's fine, he's also a guy that definitely has his limitations. Howell's a very young guy, by the way. They could bring him in here and still ride with Tannehill for another year, but if they are out at that point, they've got some insurance, not to mention the fact they're not going to probably be picking high enough into the future to go get their quarterback if Tannehill turns out to be for them just not the guy. Kyler Gordon, this is another one that's just, I'm hearing in too many places at this point that Kyler Gordon's going to go in the first round. This is why I have vaulted him up here into this place. Just, you're hearing it this often. It's probably going to happen. I don't know if it's necessarily going to happen here with Tampa Bay, but I am placing him here with Tampa Bay. I do see him going at the back end of the first round somewhere. Green Bay Packers, I've got going with Tyler Linderbaum. They have done picking them Iowa linemen in the past. They've gone to the Iowa linemen in the past, a guy like Brian Bulaga. So they've been to this territory before. It just looks like a Green Bay Packer offensive lineman, at least recent historically speaking, what they've kind of looked like. He'd fit in very well with there. Of course, they lost Corey Linsley a couple of, 2 years ago there to the Chargers. So maybe a little bit of a need there for them as well. Kyer Elam goes to Kansas City here as they try to buttress up their defense. Then we've got them going to the offensive side of the ball, and George Pickens. I think his upside is going to tantalize Andy Reid, and this would just be, to me, a quintessential Andy Reid type pick to go for Pickens when nobody had him necessarily in the first round, but he knows receivers, he knows what's a good one is, and I think he's going to recognize it in Pickens at the very end of the first round. Looking at their wide receiver core right now, even though they did get Marquez Valdez-Scantling and Hardman still there, it is a little light as it stands, and if they wade into the deep trenches of the second round, I don't know if they're going to have as good a wide receiver to pick from there at that point. 31, Lewis Kine, safety going to the Bengals. Now, he's, to me, more of a strong safety, so that's why he fits there paired up with their Jesse Bates, who's more of a free. So you've got a nice little pairing between the two of them at that point. And then 32, I've got the Detroit Lions taking Kenyon Green because he likes to chew on kneecaps, and that's what they like. So they end up going back to their trenches in the first round, the Detroit Lions doing this particular draft as well. So again, not expecting this to be a super highly accurate draft. I'll put up like 17, 18. I think I can get 16 to 17 on this, maybe 12 to 11, and just keep going down. But I feel pretty good about this. So I'm hopeful. I'm fairly close on the mark on this particular draft. We'll see how it plays out. See what you guys think on this one. We've got about an hour and a half here before we're going to be going. Before we're going to be up and running here. So we'll be figuring out very quickly. I would expect our Seahawks to be picking probably somewhere in the neighborhood of about, if they pick and don't trade back, of course. But they should be picking about 6 o'clock, I would say, a little after 6 maybe. NFL definitely likes to elongate this first round, so strap on in, even though you think, well, it's the first 9 picks. We'll definitely have done something by that point, right? Maybe. As well as, guys, I do have, of course, the handy dandy ESPN pick soundbite deal here. So when we do get a player picked, or when we're acknowledged in the chat, we've got a certainty on one. We're going to be going like this. And that means it's time to announce a pick. So let's get over to you guys in the chat. Thanks for jumping on in here today. Again, I hope you guys are just hyped. I hope you're hyped. There's such a beautiful potential future ahead of us if they can get these drafts right. As I said earlier on as we led into this draft, you can misspend money. You can put money on Sidney Rice, whose body's kind of broken down by the time you get him. You can go trade and spend money on a Percy Harvin and still go get to the Super Bowl even when he doesn't basically play that whole year. But you really can't miss in the draft. Not when you're a rebuilding team, not when you're trying to get to a different state. And we'll see if they can do it. This is going to be key. This is why this is so monumental. This is why I'm so hyped. People go, well, the draft's overhyped. The draft's overhyped. For some teams. For some. Maybe for the Buffalo Bills in this draft, it's overhyped. But for our Seattle Seahawks, who's picking 3 times in about, the top 40 picks, those are good players you're going to get. Good possible players. If they do it right. Benelli, I want to trade back and grab Linderbaum. I think he's going to be in the Hall, I could see it, man. It's early to put the Hall on him necessarily, but he's a very safe player. And when one of those upper level areas of players that we've talked about as being good star potential and a pretty safe floor as far as he's going to come in and start and be a solid player right from the shoot. Tobias says, finally, waited a whole year for this. We back at it again. Say hello to Orange and the Black Cat for me. Please, may the gods be with us tonight. I've got the kitty back there. I've also got some Meowana, okay? And this is not anything narcotic based. This is catnip. So we've tried in the last 2 years. 1 year we tried to kiss the black cat, did not bring luck. Last year I tried to kiss and pet the orange cat, did not luck. So this year we're going to try a new strategy, which is giving the cat some Meowana behind me on the cat tree. So she's going crazy back there, and then she can be in that same hype state that we're all in that moment. So that's the goal and how I'm playing it tonight. New strats tonight on this approach. I'm trying to alter a little bit of this way this energy's gone in recent history. Jordan Kraft, good to see you on in here, man. Clivic says the name Linderbaum gets me thinking about lip balm. Well, he covers you like lip balm. I don't know. We'd have to figure out something. It does remind me of lip balm as well. Life and Sports Talk. Life and Sports Talk says Jermaine Johnson, anyone? I wouldn't be mad at Jermaine Johnson at that pick. I think he's in a cluster of guys there. If you're selecting there, I would not be mad. Would not be mad. Jordan says it's Matt Corral time. Brandon, get ready to cry. All right, man. It's possible. It's possible. God help me, please no. Please, God, no. No. Marty, trade back and let's effing go. Load up in the second and third round. Let's go. Let's do it. I love it. That's the best opening strat, in my opinion, too. If you're talking about best case scenario number one, that would be it. Jace, you hurt your ankle again, man? Ice that thing up. Take care of it. Oh, Megan, thanks. Megan celebrating 4 months as a member of the channel. Thank you, Megan. Very kind of you. She says, greeting 12s. Wear the Largent jersey of power. Well, I got mine. I'm rocking my Largent jersey of power. I'm bringing all the powers of the universe to bear today in the hopes that we can somehow make this happen. U2K says quarterback Willis or Jordan Davis. Okay. Life in Sports Talk with Jake says a quarterback would be the worst pick. It would make me not super happy. Yeah. Yeah. Agreed. Clivic says, I've seen a mock draft that's taken Jermaine Johnson now. I don't know if Stingley or Cross is going to be gone now. I think there's a wide variance of opinion here on what's going on right now when it comes to the top of the draft. I've also heard that the Texans, if they didn't take Stingley, might take Jermaine Johnson ahead of Kayvon Thibodeau, and that they like him better than Thibodeau. So, I mean, this is still, I think, a very fluid situation. I also think this year is going to bring about a lot more trades than we've seen in recent NFL draft history, where it's been pretty stagnant in recent years. Not a lot of moves up, not a lot of moves down. But this year it'll be a little bit, I think, different because there's a wide variance of opinion on the teams, I think, on these players at the top end of this draft. Jose says, I'm nervous. Jose, I'm nervous with you, buddy. Okay, I'm nervous, excited, but there's definitely a nervous of like, I've been beaten before. I've been hit with that bad pick club before. I got the bruises and scars to prove it. I'm definitely nervous, but I keep coming back to I can't help believe there's just no way they can mess this up. There's no way they can get this wrong. There's no way that this could be. There's a way, but they got to work hard to get to that spot, whereas before it wasn't hard to maybe mess up the back end of a first round or the top end of a second. King Bomber wants Stingley. All right. Rob says, hell yeah, draft, baby. Oh, thank you, Jose, for reminding me that. If you like what you're hearing today, please, too, just do this for me at the top when you're in here. If you're listening on replay, however you're catching this right now, please do smack, hit, demolish, destroy, eviscerate, disembowel the like button for me, if you could. It does help this channel out. I know it's a lot to ask. You got to grab that mouse and move it up that inch and then do the little one-click thing. We're all tired. I get it. But if you could do that for me, it helps me out considerably, helps this channel grow, helps us keep riding. I'm hoping we can push. It might be a little aggressive here in the next 3 or 4 days. I'm hoping we can get up and over, getting real close to that 8,000 mark on the subscribers. We're just rounding. Let's see where we at right now. We're starting out the stream at 69, or yeah. So we're at 6,900, 69,6,911. So I'm hoping we can get up well over 7 here over the next couple of days in these with these drafts. So if you're not subscribed to, please get subscribed. Help us get on up here. The goal is to eventually, hopefully, push and get close up to maybe near 10,000 here before the start of the year, if we can do it. Terrell Outlaw, go Hawks from Bremerton. Go Hawks, Terrell. Little drip, positive vibes, positive life, positive outcomes. Let's go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Little Drip says, let's effing go. Respect the grind. No grind today, man. Nothing but enjoyment and happiness. And I love this. This is what I do. This is what I'm made for. Days like this. King Bomber, Stingley is 99% the best player available at our pick. Not taking him would be the equivalent of drafting Trevor Penning. Well, what happens when you don't take him and then you do take Trevor Penning? Does that sort of double it, King? Does that... I don't disagree with you either. He's the best player available. Take the best player on the board. I've harped on this now for years. Stop getting cute. Stop reaching for need. Grab the best guy that's sitting on your board. And Stingley is to me, if the Frank injury checks out, if the foot injury checks out, all day, every day. Ryan Ball says, I wish I could donate $500 to Brandon, but I can't. He deserves it. Ryan, man, you're watching. That's all I ask for. If you can donate, great. But if you can't, just watch. Hit that like button. That's all I need. That's all I need. You be chilling here with me. Go Cyan. Honestly, wouldn't mind if we got Derek Stingley. I think Stingley's the guy that makes a ton of sense. And Wiz, he hate me. I made a call to the Wild and said, please come subscribe here, and you answered that call. You are a gentleman and a scholar, sir. I appreciate you. I really do. Stingley is the guy that in a lot of the charts has slid down. If he is not taken by the Texans, I do believe that he ends up falling to us at 9. So that's the thing. If he gets past the Texans, he is likely to be sitting there. Jermaine Johnson, Stingley, two of the most likely guys to be sitting at that spot of these top-end guys that we're talking about. I mean, of course, say nothing of a Devin Lloyd or a Linderbaum, of course. But that I could see that happening if the Texans aren't going to pull the trigger on him at that spot. Seahawks Network's in the house. What's up, Seahawks Network? What's up, Brandon? I'm doing my own draft stream as well. I should make it to your stream after I end mine. Good luck. Great luck to you too, man. Awesome to hear you're running the stream. It brings a smile to my face. I hear we got all of our Seahawks people on YouTube rolling right now, and that's a beautiful thing. Everyone needs to be live when you got a channel like that. If you get a Seahawks channel, be live today. This is a day to be live. It's a day to get it going. Nolan R. Vance with a $5 donation. Thank you, Nolan. Appreciate you, brother. Says, the list of first-round trash the Seahawks picked over the past 7 to 8 years can't stop me from believing they can get this one right. I love your faith, Nolan. I love your faith because it would be easy at this moment. It would be so easy at this moment to get so pessimistic, to be so utterly determined in your mindset that they will fail no matter what. That not only have they lost the magic touch, there's no magic within them at all anymore. I say there still is. I still say there is that possibility, and I still say there is a damn difference between picking at 27 in the back end of the draft, between picking number 34 for the first round in the back of the draft, then first picking number 9. I think there's a wild difference. I think there's a wild difference even at 15, first picking in that area. And I think a lot of their drafting mishaps and problems have stemmed from the fact that those particular drafts weren't particularly strong in the tier 2 groupings. So the player you were getting at that point at 26 versus the guy at 9 was significantly different. Significantly different. Even this draft's different from those drafts in that way. But I'm going to have the faith tonight, man. Nolan, I'm going to have the faith. I appreciate the donation. I love your faith is reborn tonight, even though you know you've looked at it, you've analytically studied as much. Man, this hasn't been good. It's not a great track record recently. It's not been awesome. Literally, you made the trade for Jamal Adams, and one of the things that Schneider said at the time was, well, we haven't done all that well at the back end of the first round. Maybe we just deal those picks away. Maybe we just move on from those ones. Go Hawks 2022 is celebrating 11 months as a Ring of Honor Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that. Go Hawks. He says, get the jersey out because here we go. Carol Aces, the 2022 draft. I love it, man. I love it. Well, that's why I got my jersey out. Large and jersey only comes out for special moments when we're needing to draw upon the energy and power of the GOAT. I don't care if you like Randy Moss. I don't care if you like Jerry Rice. There's only one wide receiver GOAT in my book, and he's called Steve. And his jersey brings about beneficial success to our Seahawks when you wear it. So if you have a large jersey right now, get it out of that. Get it out of that locker room. Get it out of that closet. Put it on, and let's ride. As Megan says with her $5 donation, and thank you, Megan. She says, so excited, but feeling a little nervous about the draft. Hoping the power of Largent and the wisdom of Paul Allen guides us to draft success. Well said, Megan. Very well said. I'm riding with you, and I'm hopeful with you. We need Paul tonight. We need Steve tonight. We need both of them. I call upon them both. Paul Third with a $2 donation says, Evan Neal. Hey, if Evan Neal falls to us at that point, I'm meat and potatoes happy, right? It's not dessert. It's nothing with any frosting on it. There's no chocolate there. It's just going to fill you up and nourish you. And that's just what Evan Neal would do if he happened to be the pick for us sitting there at number 9. Go Zion says, if Neal falls to us, that would be a phenomenal pick. And it's only just again about where I saw I read as much. I spent a couple hours last night trying to really peel into the first round on this mock to try to get it as relatively close to being right as I can. There's nothing more that I'd love to be able to do and see like I nailed 30 of 32 picks. But I'm not going to do that, of course. But I did want to try to get it right. What I read on Neil is there's a couple guys in this first round. Neil, Devin Lloyd's also getting into this list, unfortunately, where I've heard that there's some teams that don't have the cleanest medical evaluations on these two particular players. And medical evaluations in the past can push guys down. It has before. WK Football Shorts says, I hate penning, laughing out loud. Yeah, I'm not a penning guy. I'm really not a penning guy. Penning, Corral, and Isaiah Spiller are the three players in this draft that I'm not going to say I have. Hate would be way too strong a word. These kids are college prospects. How dare I say something like that? I can't say that word. Just maybe I don't appreciate their game at the same level others do. You know, maybe it's that. That's the best. Maybe that's the diplomatic way to put it. King Bomber says there's scenarios where all three tackles and all three edges and sauce are gone. Yeah, there is. Yep. But then I think in that scenario, King Bomber, I do think Stingley is then there at that pick for us. I think that brings about Stingley to you. Tristan Miles says, why the hell do people keep suggesting we take Stingley? Tristan, he's far and away, if not the number one cornerback in this draft, the number two. If he came out his freshman year and was allowed to do so, he would have been probably the number one overall pick in the draft. He tested phenomenally at his pro day, putting to doubts and laying to rest any issues that people had with maybe some of his lingering stuff going on with his foot. He plays man and zone coverage really well. He can do them both, was asked to do both at LSU. Seattle's going to be doing more pressure-based looks, which is probably going to require their corners to play a little more often in man. They're not going to play predominantly man now, but I would expect them to play a little bit more man than they have in the past. So having a guy that has those skills when you have really only one other guy in the cornerback room right now and Trey Brown that can do it may be helpful. So that would be why people are suggesting it. B-Russ, let's go. I'm beyond hype for this thing. Let's see if John works some actual magic this year. Let's see it. Let's see it. Marty's also not a big fan of Stingley. He says Hawks will not draft Stingley at 9 because they aren't that effing stupid. I guarantee this. We shall see. We shall see. It will be interesting. Okay, on to the Hawks. I'm not going to get behind the chat today here too much. So again, I'll be staying pretty close to the front end of the chat on this, folks. Tobias Larson says, where's Drake London in this mock? I know you hate him, B. I just don't. I didn't have him set up. I probably should have had him set up to go somewhere else, but I couldn't kind of find the fit. Packers were one that maybe made some sense but then Treylon Burks, I think that they would lean maybe a little more to him than Drake. But that could just as easily have been Drake London. You could flip out Treylon there and put in Drake, and I wouldn't be surprised. So he's a guy that I just had fallen because I think that there's teams that wonder if he's just only going to be an inside guy and that he won't be able to necessarily get the separation on the outside. A lot are trying to make the comparison between him and Mike Evans, but if you look at the metrics between him and Mike Evans, Evans has him beat, including longer arms, which just has been able to allow Evans to be able to carry the ability from college he had of high pointing a high amount of his catches and winning contested catch situations, whereas I don't think that Drake has that same thing to him. He's tall, he's relatively long, but Evans is freakishly long. Easy Money, what's up, Easy Money? Good to see you. WK Football Shorts, Gardner. I would take Gardner if he was there. I'm not anti-Gardner. What time does the draft start, says Deader? It'll be 1 hour from now. 1 hour. Jazz, which broadcast am I watching? I was going to try to, it's hard to watch and do this at the same time, so I was going to try to watch the NFL Live deal if I can do it, if they don't make me go through a lot of litany of hoops to do it. So we'll probably try. We'll try to figure it out if I can get it on live. Let me know if you guys know an easy spot where it's streaming live, or I'll do my stupid sign-in thing. It's just a pain. It's just a pain. Alexander, hoping we can lay down a nice foundation this year. I think we ought to put all our eggs into the CJ Stroud basket next year. I'm just down for holding off for a quarterback, Alexander. Well said. I'm not sure yet on CJ Stroud. I need to watch a little more of his tape, but waiting next year on a quarterback is not the worst of ways to go. Brian Kennicott, arguably the most important draft for the Seahawks in 10 years. Actually, no, it isn't arguable. Really well said. Very well said. Hold on one sec, folks. Leaning down to this microphone. Yeah, well said. This is the most important draft that you've had since Russell Wilson draft is the one in 2012, so exactly 10 years. Let's go back to that time period. You didn't have a quarterback at that time. You had Tavares Jackson. You had just put a lot of money towards Matt Flynn. You had Sidney Rice here, which you weren't sure if he was quite fit in. Robert Gallery wasn't exactly looking great. Coach Carroll at that point, remember, it arrived at a point where he had yet to have a winning season in the NFL, going back to the Jets and the Patriots before this current gig with the Seahawks. And while they had killed the draft the previous year, really in a good way, with getting a couple of really top-end guys, including building the blocks of the Legion of Boom at that time, they had to find the quarterback. They had to round out the rest of this team. They had to get in a position of being truly a playoff contender. And once they got to 2012, that was the year you did it. That was almost as much as anything alone. That vaulted you forward with some of the other stuff that you had done, of course. But that was really, to me, the strike point, the match strike point for the blaze that we got to see. So yeah, they've got to do it again this year. You missing this draft, and you're setting yourself back. You're now in a rebuilding period. They might be saying they're trying to be competitive next year, but you're really rebuilding. And if you miss the rebuild out the gate here, if you try to marry yourself to a quarterback too early here, which then precludes you from getting a quarterback next year because you're trying to make this guy work, you've got to do this right. As I said, you can misspend the money, but when you're a rebuilding team in the draft, you can't fail there. You have to hit there. You absolutely have to. Missing will just which means years of us not being competitive at that point. But again, I think they're going to do something right here. Mr. Isaac 560 says, "Who do I want them to draft? Oh, you were saying Bomber. Sorry. Sam Dog the Infamous is in the house, man. What's up, Sam Dog? Good to see you in the house. Sam Dog runs an awesome, along with Seahawks Network, Sam Dog, Seahawks Jose Rodriguez. All three of those guys run a great Seahawks YouTube channels on their side of things. So please do sub up to those guys, all longtime subscribers and a couple of mods in there on the channel. I hope you're doing well tonight, Sam. I'm hyped. I think it's going to be a great night. And you're live as well. It's good to hear. I love it. I love it. My peeps are all live. And that, like I said, that brings a smile to my face. Mr. Isaac 560, Ikawana would be great. Doubtful he'll be there. Yeah, I don't think he lasts to 9. That would be awesome if he did, though. Sam says, I think Sauce doesn't fall to us. No, I don't think so either. I think Sauce definitely is picked up in the front edge, too. Jay says, do I put on a signed Lynch jersey and the Christmas Seahawks hat for luck? Man, I don't know. I just don't, that Lynch thing's a collector's item, so don't mess it up. Since I got my Largent in the back there, and then I got this as the wearable jersey, so I can't put on that hallowed thing behind me. That's got to stay in the glass. Corey Olsen says, I want Jordan Davis so bad, bro. I get it, man. He's got a lot of people in that infatuated point of like, man, what he could be, the level of destruction he could bring to a football field. He's a little bit like the DK Metcalf of defensive tackles, where it's like nobody is built like that. Nobody's got that size speed combination. Nobody plays with the heart he plays with having that size and speed. Those big guys usually tend to be a little, oh, you get him, man. You get him, I'm gonna get my breath. He's a guy that, look, I know he plays rotational snaps, but he's on the field. He's all out. He's going full bore. And I wouldn't want to block him. Ryan Ball says, I want the Hawks to draft Kaepernick. Pete's take, Seahawks should trade for Tua. No Tua. No Tua Tagovailoa. Jamal Goli says, I would love Derek Stingley. Not only would be a great pick, but great on my Madden team. He would be fun. You'd be playing Madden on defense and just playing outside corner, which nobody ever does, right? Everybody's either a lineman or a linebacker or a safety. You're out there playing Stingley out there, locking people down. We got Dion 2.0. We got prime time. Christian Valor, when was the last time we picked in the top 10? It has been now, I believe, 12 years. So 2010, you took Russell Okung at number 7. So 12 long years. It's been 12 hard years. Waiting, hoping. And now we are back here. So yeah, it's been a long time. JCA Dog, thank you for the donation, the $5 donation. Very kind of you, man, or woman, either one. I don't know which gender. But thank you, dog. I appreciate you. Very kind of you. Jonathan Dela Cruz with a $2 donation says, we need a handsome quarterback. Ritter is not that handsome. Yeah, Ritter's not, he's physically gifted. He's one of those guys, God bless him. He's, probably 22 and he looks 45. I don't know. Some of those guys are like that. He's definitely got a wizened face. It's very wizened, very much so. Oh, we're getting closer. We're inside an hour, folks. Can you feel it? It's coming. Mark Thurston says, I've never been so excited for a draft. I don't know if I have either, Mark. I've been pretty hyped. I don't know. When I was a kid, I'd get pretty ridiculously hyped for Seahawks drafts. I had no business getting as hyped for those drafts back then as I would. Not for where we were at, especially when I'm talking the 90s. But I would nonetheless. There's just something about it for me. It's nostalgic. It's, that's why I go to my little ESPN sound when this thing goes off. It's like, to me, it just registers as basically an extra holiday here. I love it. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez, can you mention the stream we did? Oh, yeah, Jose. I did go over to Jose's channel over on Monday. We had a long 3-hour stream there over on Seahawks Jose's channel. So if you get a chance, go over there, check out the stream. And, of course, please do sub up to his channel. Had a good time over there. We had some lively debate and discussion regarding our Hawks and this upcoming draft. So, hell yeah. Thank you for having me over there, Jose. Marty F. and Williams says, I'm going to wear the Largent jersey. Good. It's required. It's required wearing at this point. Mark Carbicorn. What's up, Mark? He says, I want Thibodeau, and yes, I have my jersey on. It may be cheap, but like the man wearing it, it is great luck. Laughing my ass off. It don't matter if you're wearing the expensive jersey. I don't need gold trim here. I just need that 8 and that 0 and that LARGENT on the back, and we are money. All right? That's all I need. That's all I'm requiring. If you got that, we're rolling. Chronos 109, thoughts on us having Shaquem Griffin calling our 3rd round selection? I mean, it's pretty cool, I guess. I do dig the former players calling the draft picks like that. I do. It does seem weird that you have to fly this guy in so he can walk out on the podium and be Seahawks draft, hand the card over, get back out, get on the plane. You almost go, man, can we just have him maybe Skype this one in a little bit or something? But I'm cool with it. I dig it. Mr. Isaac says, go Hawks, baby. Go Hawks. Luke Hulsman says, I think we're going to trade out of 9. I honestly believe Jordan Davis is going to be a Seahawk. I think he is an immediate game changer. We need a legitimate push up front. He would get me excited, Luke. I'd get excited by Jordan. It's really for a guy like me that tends to be very picky in the players I'll like and not like. I'm pretty excited by a pretty large cavalcade of potential players here that we could get in this first round. There's a lot of guys that legitimately I'm like, he could help your team out. That guy could really help you. That guy's got star potential to his game on top of being a good player out the gate. I'm seeing this in guy after guy after guy after guy. So it's definitely Jordan Davis. Hey, cool. Certainly would like to trade back at that point to pick him rather than 9. I also wonder, I think if there's not maybe a couple teams in that early teen territory who might put a little more value on him at that point, just to a degree with it. Megan coming with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate you. Double donos today, Megan. Thank you. Says, so excited, but feeling a little nervous about the draft, hoping the power of Largent and the wisdom of Paul Allen guides us to draft. Oh, I already read that. Jesus. Sorry, my bad. Furlack 22 has been a member for 2 months, and he says, go Hawks, baby. Well, thank you for your membership for 2 months on the channel. If you guys are looking for being a member, by the way, right now, just instantaneous return on your membership. I just posted my draft guide to tonight's draft and the next 3 days of draft. 31,000 words I put from pen to paper or keyboard to mouse to click in the guide on these players. So if you're looking for a little bit of a little guide to guide you through the process, if you become a member now, you can access the community board where you can get a link to that draft guide and be able to see what my thoughts are on these players being picked, where I see them being put. Live in Sports Talk with Jake says, please no Baker. Please. I'd rather just tank with Geno or Eason. Ha. Drew Lock could make it competitive. Yeah, I'm good with just waiting on a quarterback. There's not been a scenario I've seen yet really placed forward that makes me happy with any of the quarterbacks we end up here, whether it be picking at 9, whether it be trading back up into the first round, whether it be just picking a second round quarterback where we stand. Let's just wait. Let's just hold off. There's no rush here. Yeah, there's no rush. Brian Meyer says, number 9, Jermaine Johnson. Number 40, Bernard Raymond. Number 41, Travis Jones. 3rd round, Troy Anderson. Ooh, I like your draft. I like it. I think Troy goes in the 2nd, but I like it. Mr. Isaac, I hope the Broncos go 0-17 this year too. Nothing would make me happier. B. Russ, worst case scenario tonight, we don't trade down and pick Penning at 9 and then trade a 4th for Baker Mayfield. Well, worst case scenario for me, B. Russ, would be selecting Matt Corral at number 9. That would be worst case scenario. Penning is not far off of that, I'll tell you that. But that's for me, my particular that's my particular dear God no. Mark says Baker couldn't get OBJ the ball. For that reason alone, I don't want that guy. I don't want him either. And I think to just add on top of your point there, Mark, not just OBJ, he had also one of the best offensive lines, if not the best offensive lines in football during his time there, and still couldn't be anything but a little bit better than marginally good at his best. I'm really not a guy that understands why Baker, it's to me almost as much as draft pedigree and the Oklahoma thing that guides him through more than really what he truly is. Tobias Larson says, please don't pick Jermaine. He's going to be 24 years old by the time the season starts. I can't handle more old prospects. It's a good point, Tobias. And you're, of course, referencing LJ Collier, who came in at 24 years of age out the gate. And when you get an older prospect, there's less of a chance or an opportunity there that you're going to get a guy that is ready to hit the ground running. That is for sure. That is for sure. Mr. Isaac says, look up Will Levis. Draft him next year. Mr. Isaac, I've actually watched a decent amount of tape of Will Levis, and he's my quarterback 1 as it stands right now. I have him ahead of CJ Stroud and ahead of Bryce Young, and if we've got to lose for Levis, which I'm going to probably be putting those shirts together here pretty soon for my channel. So that's going to be my channels. That's going to be my shirts this whole year that I'm going to be rocking. Lose for Levis, or I've got to find something maybe less negative. Let it happen for Levis. Just let it happen for Levis. But I'm all aboard, man. All aboard, Levis. Choo-choo. Here we go. You don't need to sign me up on him, man. He's awesome. Will Bigham says, let's go from Spokane. Well, Will, you must be just down the road from me, man. So let's go. Let's go from down the road in Spokane. JCS, a dog, do you remember where you were the night Wilson was drafted? Good question. I do believe I was watching the draft, but I cannot remember exactly where I was. I remember liking the pick. There was two things with the selection I thought. Number one, I didn't have his top end where he's been. Obviously, I'm not going to sit here. I was the prophet on the hill, and I saw Diane Wilson in college in Wisconsin throw, and I said of ye, he shall be the next of wizards. I did not necessarily enter that territory with Mr. Russ, but I did think he was going to be at least a guy that could walk in the door and be really pro ready really quickly. And I liked the elements of his game with his mobility and arm strength combined that he brought both to bear. And there was it was right at the beginning of those analytic stats on quarterbacks coming out, and it was the projected analytic stats. And off of the final year Russell Wilson had at Wisconsin, he had the highest projection at that time of any quarterback that they had evaluated. I'm not just talking about third round quarterback, of any quarterback. And I thought that as you guys know, I'm an embracer of analytics, partly for this reason, is these kind of stories that you'll walk away from, coming away from when you do pay attention to that data rather than just wantonly throwing it away for no reason. And that data said, and they couldn't, it was funny because those analytic guys at the time couldn't make heads or tails of it. They were like, we don't know why the numbers came out this high for him. We don't really understand why, but those are the numbers. That's the formula. And if it kicks out these numbers for Russ, then that's what he's going to be. But I did like the pick, good value at that time of the round, and I thought that he would come in, and I really did think, whether I thought he was going to be a star or not, I thought he could certainly come in and push Matt Flynn and Tavares Jackson, because I did not like the Matt Flynn signing when they had it. I would have loved to have had a YouTube channel when they signed Matt Flynn, because I would have taken a blowtorch to them at that time. That was an awful signing. Tim, DB11 says, go Hawks, New Jersey in the house. Jersey. I got Jersey up in the house, yeah? Why did you Boston accent, huh? Or Jersey. I got to go do my Sopranos. Coming up in there. Oh, I bet you love that, by the way. But what's up, Jersey? Good to have you in the house. Megan says, let's go Hawks from northern New South Wales, Australia. We got Australia in the house. We got Europe in the house. Where's my South America contingent? Where's my Brazilian? Where's my Puerto Ricans? I know you're in there. I know you're out there. Where you at? We need to power everybody tonight. I need all my 12s from all my places in the globe. River Brown says Stingley played in way harder conference than Sauce. He did. It's why you've got to factor that into his evaluation. And there were players in that harder conference for the last 2 years that did not want any part of testing him either, which is part of why maybe some of his interception number, pass breakup numbers have gone down during that time. Kid just wasn't being thrown at very often. Go Sion, I agree with you. I do think Jermaine Johnson's good. He's a little bit of an older prospect. That does have to factor in a little bit, but boy, he's a good player. Jason Tudor says, I'm weirdly calm, but I'm sure that by the end of our pick comes around, I'm going to be 90% the way to barfing out of stress. Well, yeah, I'm real confident right now. I'm relatively calm right now. It's 4:14. Check in with me in 2 hours. I'm going to probably be here on the edge of my seat. I'm going to be probably doing the, blow into the bag that they have people do in the airplane when they start freaking out, panic attack stuff. I'm going to be probably doing that. I should have probably had a little paper bag here somewhere near, because no doubt. Megan says, need more Pike Place roast, Starbucks coffee, B&12s. Been up since 3 a.m. Oh, I'm gonna be lit on coffee all night long here. So I'm gonna be turned up. It's gonna be basically 3 straight days of mainlining coffee. Megan Triumph says, I'll take Ritter, quarterback understudy. He's my quarterback number 1, that's for sure. I just like getting the rest of the parts of the team in place before you decide to go that route of things. Donnie Clark, I'll be happy with Jermaine Johnson, Trevor Penning, and Desmond Ritter. I gave up on Matt Corral. You finally talked me out of it. Well, I'm glad I brought you over to the light side, to the bright side, to the right side. But we'll see, man. They may have that guy on their marks yet. You never know. You never know. Sector 7 with a $2 donation says, lose for Levis, lie for Levis, love for Levis It's all of the above, Spectre 7. That's right. It is all of the above. You got to go through the process for him. That's all it is. And as long as you end up landing on him next year, that's our quarterback of the future. That's our Super Bowl future winning quarterback right there. He's just waiting for another year in Kentucky. Okay? He's just out there in the fields of Kentucky for another year, and then he's going to make his way up into the Pacific Northwest. You better believe it. Thank you for the $2 donation, though, Spectre 7. Very kind of you. Luke Hulsman, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome, brother. Appreciate you. DJ Owen says, if we can't draft Sauce, then trade the pick. I like that approach. MSR Rook, do you think the Seahawks lied to Diggs when he was talking to them about re-signing? He said he wouldn't have re-signed if the Hawks were rebuilding. Maybe he's lying, but some things just don't add up. I think he's trying to put a good face on the organization that just paid him. So I wouldn't expect him to sign them the contract and be like, man, we need to do more to fill this in around. This ain't good enough. I would expect him to be kind of a good soldier, at his most good soldierly, right at the point that he just signed a contract extension like he did, especially not knowing what necessarily MSR Rook, his market was going to be out there should he have gone to free agency, and would he have been paid at the same mark that the Seahawks paid him? Maybe, maybe not. We don't really know. But I don't think they lied to him necessarily. I think that he's just saying and doing the right things in regards to this. Jason Tudor says, if we took Davis, then how does that fit with Puna? I think it's less impactful of Puna and more impactful of Brian Monet, probably more than anybody else. But if it was going to impact Puna, I think Puna's long-term, and we get a nice little subscriber train going here. I love it. Travis, thank you for subscribing. Blitz 2K5, thank you for becoming a member. Go over there and check your community post, Blitz 2K5, and look on the community board there, and you'll see a recent post of me that's got the link back to the draft guide. Ethan says, I'll be here for the first date. Well, whenever you could be here, Ethan. It's always good to have a presence in here. So I don't know that Puna's long here. They tried him at 3-tech last year, and I don't think it was as much a success as they were hoping for. I think they can save a little bit of money this year if they decide to still cut off him if they wanted to, or trade him. I think he's still kind of part of the plans, but I don't think he's a foundational piece in the way they view him at this point. Go Zion, want the Hawks to draft Derek Stingley or Neal or Jermaine Johnson. All those would be wonderful picks. Mark Thurston, Sam Williams, one of my favorite guys, Mark, in this draft. I'll put it up here. I'll be posting this a bunch, but I've got 20 must-have players in this draft. You'll look over here on my left side of my shoulder here. You'll see these 20 players' names. And what you'll notice in that, Mark, one of those 20 players on there is one Mr. I call him Mr. Sam Williams. That's you better put a Mr. on the front of that. That's a Mr. Williams to you. And he is a good player. Really fun. Some of the funnest tape to watch of any of the pass rushing prospects in this draft. And this draft is loaded to bear with pass rushing prospects. So wonderful player. Wonderful player. But you could probably get him in the second round. Probably don't have to go first round for that one. Raj Ho says Matt Corral equals Rodgers. Maybe Seattle takes him in round 2. Boy, I don't see Rodgers there. I do not see a Rodgers myself. But it's possible. There's definitely a connection to Corral through the Kiffin family tree. Pete coached under Lane's father, Monty, and then Lane Kiffin, the current head coach of Ole Miss, coached under Coach Carroll. So there's certainly going to be some inside information there. There's going to be some, hey, wink, 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 nudge, nudge, know what I mean, Why don't you draft him, coach? Why don't you draft him, coach? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Grug says Corral is nowhere near Rodgers. That's a very good way to put it. Ethan says, last night I removed my Russell Wilson poster and moved his jersey to the back of the closet. New era of Seahawks football begins now. It does. And you've got to put out with the old to bring in the new, man. I've had to do the same. I had to take my Let Russ Cook jersey, my Let Russ Cook shirt, one of my more favorite shirts. I had to put it deep in the back of that closet. I had to put it back behind that suit that I never wear. Someday. Mega Triumph, I'll take a Trent McDuffie cornerback because it depends on where he is in the draft. Who knows on Trent, man? He's got the T-Rex arms are going to be very impactful on his positioning. Not his play on the field, but the T-Rex arms will be a big driver about where he goes. Mark Thurston says, I still can't look at my jersey, my Wilson jersey yet. Too soon, too soon. Corey Lalone says, new era in Seahawks football won't begin till Pete Carroll is gone. Well, you may be not wrong on that. You may be not wrong on that. Kyle Mulkey, you see Ritter's note to GMs? I didn't. It was like, if you draft me, I'm going to rip your heart out for the next 15 years. River Brown, are you located in Washington, Hawks Nest? I am indeed. I am, though, River Brown on the eastern side of the state. So I'm over in the Spokane area. But I did grow up over on the west side. I was a west side boy growing up. Now I'm a island boy. River Brown, are we going to wait here for 7 hours? Well, we're going to discuss and talk for 7 hours. But that's the nature of this beast as far as my channel is concerned. I go long, I go hard. Diego Ramirez, we got one of our people from South America. Yay! Wait, Argentina's in South America. Diego says, hi, I'm from Argentina. How much time for the draft? 1 hour. We are 40 minutes away, Diego. 40 mere minutes away. David, I like Sam Howell II. Would love to move back and get Linderbaum. I'm all over Linderbaum. He's awesome. He's awesome. Jeffrey Nicholson says, Matt Corral's super trash. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not. He's got talent, but I'm just not a fan. Tim says, where does Devontae Wyatt go? My mock draft, I had Devontae Wyatt going to Buffalo, though as I re-looked at him, I don't know if that would necessarily be the place, but I think he goes probably in the 20s of the first round. That's the likely spot, I would say. MSR Rex, I already read that one. MJ Daniels says, at home watching the experts on ESPN talk about how short Wilson was and what was Seattle thinking. There certainly was a few. I'll give John Gruden, who has certainly felt his share of fanning flames the last couple of years, was one of the guys actually really hyped on Wilson and a believer of Wilson. And he pushed back quite a bit. You can go back and watch the old clip on YouTube of him really going after Kiper in that draft for how much Kiper was dinging Wilson for being of short stature. Remember Gruden? There's an inch difference between Drew Brees and Russell Wilson. There's an inch. That's all there is. Let me tell you something, Mel. Landon says, super stoked for the draft. I'm sure you will lose your voice after your 4th-day stream. Oh, it's going to be insane. Yeah, I'll be going probably, we'll do at least 7, 8 hours tonight, depending on how far the chat wants to go with this. You guys want to ride? I'm riding. And then I got Brendan after that, and then we're back tomorrow, and then I'm over on Brendan's channel after tomorrow's draft, and then back at it the next day. It's gonna be live. It's gonna be lit. It's gonna be freaking awesome, is what it's gonna be. Jeffrey says, watch the Seahawks give away all 8 draft picks. Do you know the sad face I'd be carrying on this channel if they did that? New phone, new disc says, I work in Spokane, live in CDA, Idaho, Coeur d'Alene. Nice. Coeur d'Alene's beautiful. Oh my God, it's like Emerald Wonderland out there. Jordan says, you think we could trade DK during the draft? I don't think it would happen. Trade with DK would have to be built upon you also having the team being able to negotiate with DK to give him a new deal. So that would probably mean it's not going to be one of those happens in the moment kind of scenarios. It would have to have a little bit of a lead up and build up to it before it would occur. Unless they've been in negotiations far before this period. But I don't think so. I think we would have heard something more about this. Baz Gordon says, I'm wearing my Cortez Kennedy jersey tonight. That's a good Largent equivalent. If you're putting on a Hall of Fame jersey, that's a Seahawks Hall of Fame jersey gets it done tonight, okay? I'm not going to be picky. All I want is a Seahawks Hall of Fame jersey on you. That's all I want. Devin Steele says, what is your job other than writing books you won't tell us about? My normal day job, I guess you could say, is doing online marketing, IT work. It's kind of varied and all over the place. I got a variety of just private clients that I work with to grow their business online or help them with IT stuff that they have going on. All that. It's kind of I'm a jack of all trades guy rather than a master of none, so to speak. So there's not one particular area I lock in on. I've just got a decent amount of clients I've kind of built up over the years that ride with me. Diego Ramirez says, Argentina! I had to do it in that voice, Diego. Flag, we got to figure out a slogan. We have to figure out a slogan also for tanking for Dorian Robinson out of UCLA. Robinson. Boy, Robinson doesn't have, that's almost like orange as far as trying to find something to rhyme with. What rhymes with Robinson? Robinson. I don't know. That's a tough one, man. We'll have to go off Dorian. We'll have to go off the Dorian side of his name. I don't know. I'll think of one. Corey, if Russ had played on the East Coast, Mia would have screamed, "Fire Pete." Instead, they cheered and pushed the trade every day. They did. They were definitely, the media behind this definitely wanted to see this happen. They did. You could hear them in quite a large amount of force. Megan with the $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, what do you think the GOAT would think about all the jersey love, B? I think it put a smile on his face and he'd nod, kind of like he'd do that wise nod an only older guy can do. And he'd say, he wouldn't have to say the Go Hawks like we do. Just the power of his play is enough. So he could just say, Go Hawks. Go Hawks. He's got the little bit of Oklahoma accent. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. So it's like, Go Hawks. Maybe like that resounding type of Go Hawks. That'd be like that. I'd love it. That's my dream scenario, is to be able to eventually interview Largent if I could pull it off, Megan. That's the dream for this channel at some point. I'm not a man of big dreams. I just want to talk with a Hall of Famer for a good half hour. Tuna Cat with a $1 donation. Thank you, Tuna Cat. Very kind tonight, folks. I appreciate all the donos. And you too, Tuna Cat. I hope you're having a good one. Charles Riley's in the house. It ain't complete until Charles has walked in the door. Look out. Make some room. Make some room. The man's in the house. $10 donation. Thank you, Randall. Or Charles. Jesus, let me get your name right. Brando. The heat is on. The heat is on. Do, 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 do. The heat is on. Gotta admit, I didn't feel it till this morning, but it's lit right now. By the way, is there a lucky time to give the felines their cannabis product? I've got to do it just before we're set to. I'm going to do it a couple picks before our draft. We've got to let the catnip has got to set in prior to the beginning of the pick. That energy has already got to start tornadoing within this room and then carrying out into the rest of existence. So we will do it just a couple picks prior to our Seahawks being up on the board. But you could better believe it. This one back here who's sleeping right now over my left shoulder, who's showing no signs of life, who you might think right now, is she dead? Is he just keep cat corpses in his house? Is that what I'm watching right now? No, she's alive. And you will see that once I get that meowana out. Okay. That stuff's not to be messed around with. Jose Victor Rodriguez Elizondo. Hawks all the way. Hawks all the way. How long are the rounds in the first? The first round, they're going to make about 3.5 hours. So it's going to be long. It's going to be a long first round. They go to commercial. That's why I like watching. It's kind of not the funnest because it's just a bunch of commercial breaks. We don't need commercial breaks. We need talk and discussion. Consumer 114, rumor is if Jets fail with offer for Debo, they're going to offer the same for DK. Wonder what the offer would be. And again, if you're going to make the move for DK, then you're planning on paying him at that point. That's normally how these kind of trades are going to go. If you're going to give up that kind of draft capital, you're not going to risk him coming up and being a free agent next year and you having to franchise him or have him in disconnect, not willing to even play potentially by that point. But I could still see it being possible. I'm not saying it's like there's no way it's possible. Brian Kennecott says, wearing my autographed Largent jersey, repping the Hawks in Raleigh. Yeah, I like it. Repping the Hawks in Raleigh. That's very phonetic. It rolls right off the tongue. I love it, Brian. We got a lot of Largent. All this Largent love we're bringing tonight, folks. We're bringing the power of a successful draft to bear. This is on you guys in the good way tonight, in the right way. We as a fandom, as a force, are all saying in one voice, get this right. Whitey Wise says, love draft night. It's like football Christmas. I pulled an old TV out of the garage to watch it on. If they draft Desmond Ridder at 9 and ruin this draft, I'm throwing it out the door. Donnie Clark, hailing in from Walla Walla. What's up, Walla Walla Donnie? Good to see you in the house. James Black says, live, laugh, leave us. I do like that almost a little bit more. Live, laugh, lose, leave us. I think we'd do it it'd be just like one scroll on the front of a shirt. And if we don't draft the quarterback tonight, it's happening. It's happening. Jordan Kraus is our future quarterback and savior, Matt Corral. You're not gaslighting me, Jordan. You're not going to do it. And yeah, the memes are going to be amazing. Oh my God. Please no. No. Consumer 114, Seattle will know through Devo's offer through the agent, because I think what you're saying to consumers, he's the same agent for DK Metcalf. So the Seattle will seriously think about it. It's interesting to think what the draft compensation we're talking about here is. I'd imagine it'd be like a first and a second round pick is probably what the Jets are offering. And I would imagine that it's probably the Seahawks pick, not their other one. But we don't know for sure. We just haven't heard anything on it. Why do I says I really good with trading down if JS gets good value? I'm way down on Jermaine Johnson and Penning at 9. I would be happier with Lloyd than those two at 9. Yeah, Lloyd's a safer prospect than those two. He just is. No doubt about it. Go Hawks 2022. You're live with Brendan tonight or tomorrow night? How late is it late? Brendan's committing to staying late. I told him that I go, Brendan, this is going to be my Christmas tonight. We're going late. So I said, I'm down to do a stream with you post the draft wrap up, but it might go up into being pretty late. And he's like, he was game. Brendan's like, I'm down, dog. Let's roll. I'm going to be here all night, is what he said. I'm going to be here all night. I was like, damn, Brendan. All right, let's go. Let's go. So we're going to be doing a breakdown. It probably won't be a very long breakdown. I imagine Brendan, like me, is going to be pretty tired at that point. But I would still like to get his thoughts. It'd be good to bounce it off of him and where he's at as far as how this first round kind of breaks down at that point. And we are within a half hour, folks. A mere half hour to Seahawks renewal, to the beginning of a new phase, to the beginning of the light at the end of the tunnel, to the beginning of being able to see that light. Mr. Isaac says, what is it about DeMarvin Leal that you keyed in on? It is a really tremendous, lazy way of going about scouting guys where you get a guy at a given university and you end up comparing him to another player that played at that same university. It's just like, I don't know why just feels sometimes completely lazy, but he's got the Marcus Bennett body where not quite a defensive end, not quite a defensive tackle, but not as much in the tweener element of things as people would lead you to believe, in my opinion. I do believe he's going to be able to be effective if you ask him to rush the passer from the edge from time to time, like Michael was, right? Michael, even at his best, was not a wrecking force off of the edge. He was good when you needed him to be off the edge in both elements, by the way, in run stopping and as a pass rusher. And I believe Leal does both of those elements kind of in an equally well fashion. Then you can also kick him to the inside. You can move him into 3-4 defensive end. You can move him into 3-tech defensive tackle. He's a guy that's not set into one position, but has that flexibility. And having a guy like a Michael Bennett type that I can move around my defensive line, understanding how hard it has been to find a true good 3-tech to pass rush out of, trying to find a Devontae Wyatt type that's a 3-down guy has been really tough. And moving guys into the inside who really don't know how to do it, like Rasheem Green or LJ Collier, hasn't really worked as a strategy either. This would be getting a guy who knows how to operate from the defensive tackle position as a pass rusher and can do so well. He's quick enough to give you problems in the inside. He's strong enough to give the tackles on the edge issues as a bull rusher, and he's got some rip moves, swim moves, and stuff to him too. But just something about the way he moved on the film that jumped out to me too. Even beyond these kind of specific things, there was just something in the feeling on the game watching him I really liked. I'll admit though that I've got to dip him into more of a second round. Late second round area and where I'd probably put him. Katasak asks, what was the list of the guys on the right side? So this list of guys, I did a stream a couple weeks ago. I've just kind of kept this list. And I did a list just after I've looked in this prospect on my big board I ended up looking at. I was really wanting to get to like 250. I only got up to 220 prospects in this draft that I've looked at that I've seen. On most of them on those, I've watched multiple games, highlights, Senior Bowl. I've tried to dive into a lot of tape on all these guys. And walking away from that, I had kind of a list of 20 guys that I liked. That I just said, these are just kind of my guys. These are just guys that wherever you get them in this draft, there'll be some variance on where you'll get them in this draft. But these are guys that if you get Josh Paschal in the third round, that's awesome. You get Linderbaum in the first round, that's awesome. Just guys I would be really ecstatic to walk away from. Just guys who I think are going to be really good players at the next level. And so I kind of had that. I just kind of kept that list. Wanted to have in the back pocket here as we go into the draft a little bit. See if, God forbid, we might actually select one of them. And I do think one of them will be taken by our Hawks. Clivic says, Brandon, have you had a thought on becoming a TV analyst or TV commentator? I forgot what they've called for the Seahawks. Would be nice to have one of my favorite YouTubers to do that as well. Hey man, I'm going to keep working for it. I think Rabel's got a while to do it. I'm going to keep doing my, I'm going to do my play-by-play stuff next year. We're going to be streaming during all the games and keep adding on to it. If somebody came calling Cliffic and they wanted me to do something for them, or they wanted me to go on, radio, television, whatever, I'm open for business in every way, shape, or form. But I'm also still a little YouTuber over here, and I don't have any professional experience, so that probably would preclude me from being able to be offered one of those gigs. But if they ever come calling, you have my word that I will step forward. No doubt about it. Landon Edwards says, if we draft Matt Corral, I'm getting a Super Bowl 2023 tat on my butt cheek. God, no. Marty, you don't trade a generational freak wide receiver like DK. Do people even watch football? I'm annoyed today. It's been one of those off seasons where even the sacred goats have been moved on from, and that opens the door for everybody at that point, Marty. If Russell can go, if Bobby can go, then why can't DK too? I see why people can kind of think that way. I can see the logic behind where people are operating from, Marty, and you've got to at least appreciate people in understanding if I'm in a rebuilding mode, then be in a rebuilding mode. If I have a great player right now who's great right now, that he may not be great tomorrow when I'm really looking to at the next point myself be competitive and ready to roll. So maybe it then logically then makes sense to move on from that guy. I've countered this as well, though. I sit in the same realm as you do on this, Marty. I don't want to move from DK. While I can appreciate the intellectual reasoning that goes into somebody taking that stance, I still land in the place of saying, no, he is a generational talent. He is a guy 24 years old. Even 2 years from now, when you are competitive, when you are a team that, God forbid, maybe is pushing for Super Bowls, he's only at 26, 27 years old, still only just heading into his prime, really, still just at least in the middle of his prime. He could still be a good player for you at that time and a good player for you right now. So I share your feelings on this, but I do feel like I'm a little understanding of what those people that land in that realm of things, because I don't think that they're doing so. The place I harp on is those people who have the emotional conclusions they'll come to. I emotionally feel this way, so it must be that. But I don't think the people that are necessarily saying maybe we got to move from DK have arrived in that same manner. Christian, Seattle doesn't need to draft a quarterback so quick. Wait till next year. Christian Alexander, I agree with you, 100%. Just wait it out. Get the offensive line right, and then go get the quarterback. Don't get it backwards. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it turned around. Okay. Callie Tangerine says on Twitter, folks keep posting the infamous pic of Russ and his ex-wife. Oh, the one where she's going. Well, the picture never doesn't. The picture is never not funny. Let's face that. You see the picture and it always makes you smile a little bit. But yeah, I'm sure that's when Russell, if he could get Google to delete that picture off, he would probably pay that price. TP1 filler consumer, but Rustin. Oh, sorry. Luxie says my only Seahawks jersey is Sean Springs. Does that work? It will have to work, Luxie. It'll have to work. Anything helps. Anything helps. If you got a jersey, get that jersey on. It helps. It will help tonight. Our front office needs this power, right? They obviously don't have enough mojo on their own. They need a little bit of our mojo tonight. Let's give them a little bit of our mojo. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Niners think Russ went to a harder division. He's going to struggle, laughing out loud. He is. I think many of us believe so. No, I don't know if he's a struggle, but I don't know if he's going to necessarily run away with that division like some people were thinking either. MJ Daniels says, I think they trade number 9 into the teens for more picks later in the draft. They love doing that, but I will not try and predict what they will do. I'm always wrong. Well, they're Mavericks, right? They play it loose and fast, and they don't tend to be able to allow you to predict what they're going to do. Young Bido Game says, what a great day. What a great day. Good to see you, Young Bido Game. Mark Death07 says, feeling better by the day about potentially taking Stingley at 9, but if Neal is there, we can't pass up on that big guy. You can't do it, Mark, for Death. You can't. He can play left. He can play right. The kid started from day one freshman year. How hard is it, even for a 5-star lineman, be it a 5-star lineman, 5-star receiver, to come into Alabama and start as a freshman day one? How good do you already have to be out the box to get that done? And then do nothing but be an Iron Man for the position and play 46-odd games for them and play well. Yeah, he's a guy that I think, as I say, he's meat and potatoes, but sometimes you need meat and potatoes. Sometimes after a long, hard work day up in the sun, after you've been dripping that sweat, you need a little bit of meat and potatoes. Well, that is Evan Neal. That is Evan Neal. Jordan Kraft says, Brandon, I know you want Matt Corral. It's going to be epic. I do not want Matt Corral, and it's not going to be epic. It will be a failure. It will be a psychological, financial, and franchise failure of catastrophic proportions. Benelli says, just got home from work. Might have to throw on my Easley jersey. That's right. Let's get them Hall of Famers up in the house. Let's do it. Let's get this energy rolling here, you know? Let's go. Infidel, I can't wait for Russell Wilson. Says, go Hawks instead of let's ride. Oh, you know it's happening. You know it's happening at some point. He'll be tired after some game, thinking about, man, I wish I was just back in Seattle. We just didn't throw the ball right. God, I wonder what Seattle's doing right now. They're doing really well. They're looking good. This is a tougher team. Yeah, we just couldn't execute and just, blah, blah, blah. But go Hawk. Let's ride. Let's ride. JCA Dog says, got to see Largen's whole career. I got to see most of it. Admittedly, the first couple of years I was a little too young, but most of it I definitely caught. GP1, Den Wilson, going to go 7-10 next season, and we're going to have a top 10 pick next draft to get any quarterback we damn well want. I love it, GP1. Yes, that would be amazing. Chewable Orb. What's up, Chewable Orb? Seen some of my OG names in the chat. Love it. Flag Sabbath up in here. Yeah, Josh Pascal flag. I like him too. Travis Jones, Josh Pascal. You're getting some dogs on your defensive line. You're getting one of those two guys. Charles says, I'm liking the crawl. Will that be updated with the picks? It will be, Charles. Yep. I will be going as soon as we get a pick coming in. So when we get a pick, I'll set you guys up. When we get a pick coming in the draft, you're going to hear this little notation. When we've got a certainty on a pick, you're going to hear this thing right here. Here we go. All right. Now that means that we got a pick in the draft, and then I'm going to try to update the board. So I will try to stay fast, loose, and free with my updates. These fingers are very quick on the type keys, so we should be able to keep it going fast and good. Chewable, I agree with you. They do need more picks, and if they can trade back into that 15 range, that's not a bad range to trade back into. Megan says, if you went to TVB, which I would hope one day will happen, you'd have to watch Rab's Holy Catfish. Rab's Holy Catfish. Yeah, I do have to get. I would need a catchphrase, Megan. That's for sure. I need to come up with a catchphrase. Every great broadcaster's got his own catchphrase. Dave Niehaus was the grand salami. Put on the red bed mustard, Grandma. It's grand salami time. Lord Google, my last mock, Charles Cross, Tyler Smith, like it. Travis Jones, love it. Nick Bonito, love it. All those are great players, man. All those are great players. Tyler Cross, Tyler gives you, Tyler and Cross, that gives you your bookend tackles for the future. Travis Jones gives you your zero tech and probably outside of Jordan Davis, the best zero tech in this draft. And Nick Bonito's a guy that's very slept upon as far as those upper edge rushers. People will talk about Ebiketie or Kingsley and Ngabari, but you don't hear as much about Bonito. But he should be right there with those guys at the top end of the second round, probably, in the way people view him. And we're getting close. 15 minutes out, folks. 15 minutes out. PhiXS says, bro, imagine covering DK. I would crap my pants. I would too. I would just be running full sprint the other way at the snap just to try to, as I am running for him step for step before we're even close. So the only thing I can do is hope I can get like a 15-yard head start. And then he still blows by me. Carlito Bergante, Bernardo Galano Mene. Are you doing, Bergante? Hola. Hola, Carlito. ¿Cómo se llama? Carlito? Dígame. Bash Gordon, DK can't go. He's going to be the second best wide receiver in Seahawks history. That's right. That's damn right. You damn right, Bash. Crazy Loner says, is it me or who gets pissed off at Pete's draft clues? That tells me they have already made up their mind on who to draft, no matter instead of best player available or letting the board come to them. I'm annoyed by it as well, Crazy Loner. There's more Seahawks fans that find it cute and endearing than I do. For the reasons that you spoke of. You should never have decided in advance who you're taking. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. And the clues are too vague anyway to be anything. So I just go, I'm good. Sports Fan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Sports Fan. Says, thank you for your draft coverage over the past months. I hope they reward your hard work with a good pick. Praying for Neal, Cross, Stingley, or Kayvon Thibodeau. Well, you picked some great names in there, Sports Fan, because those are four of the names that would definitely get me as hyped up as any name that we could pick at number 9. As I've said, I don't have a sacred calf here. I don't have some guy that's just my guy that's got to be this. You've got a good collection of guys who I know are really talented players that are going to be really good NFL players for almost any team that they could go to. And those four guys you mentioned all fit in that category for me and looking at them and viewing them. So I appreciate that, man. I love this draft period and going through it and the scouting and the evaluation and the building the draft board and putting these guys all in the right places you enter this draft. It's been exciting to do it. It gets funner and funner every year because I get to put more and more time into it because we got more and more people that are, enjoying the process as much as I seemingly do with this. As I say, when it's Christmas 2.0 for me, it's truly Christmas 2.0. I love this time of year because you can do so much with a great draft. The Saints were falling off a couple of years ago, 2018 or so. And they're falling off, and Breeze is getting old, and he looks like he can barely push a ball past 7 yards up the football field. And boy, do they need some help. And they go out there in a draft, and they have one of those drafts that's like Seattle in 2011 or like Seattle in 2012. And they hit on almost all the players from Kamara to Williams to Humphrey. And they reinvigorated that roster in one offseason with just that draft. Because they certainly didn't have the money to spend at that time, right? This team that's in the negative side of the category every single offseason that we arrive at. But it was that draft that helped buy them then a couple more years of being competitive there on Drew Brees' last run and Peyton's last run through there. You can do it. One draft can get that done. One draft can do that. It is not an overstatement. This is why you should get hyped for this type of period, especially when you have a team that's picking top 10 with 2 very high second-round picks in a draft, by the way, whose strength just happens to be the Tier 2 grouping. We're looking good. 10 minutes out, folks. 10 minutes out. And Nicole Springer, you have subscribed. Madam, I appreciate you for doing so. Very kind of you to do that. Appreciate you. We're on the road here. If we can do it, if we can go hard here over the next couple of days, I'm hoping we can push somewhere in the neighborhood of getting close up into that past 7,000 and push hard up into 8,000. King Prodigy says, Max Borghi, you are a Seahawk. He might be. Poor man's Christian McCaffrey. TP says, I'm wearing the same jersey I wore to the Beastquake Saints game for good luck. Action green to Tupu, baby. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, that fits the mark. Crazy Loner says they actually thought LJ Collier was worth a first-round pick. I don't trust those guys, to be honest. Well, they've got to earn trust, man. Trust is earned, right? Not given, but earned. And though they had good drafts back 10 years ago, we are a far cry from that. And they've got to earn that trust back from all of us. Fox S says, I wonder if the NFL would allow one team to trade for every single first-round pick in the NFL. It would be an event for them. They love events, so I don't see why they wouldn't allow it to happen. But I also think that there's no way it would ever happen. There's just no way. TB says, trade 9 and a fifth to Eagles for 15 and 18. Get an offensive tackle in Linderbaum. Love it. 5XS says, Corral's better than Tom Brady. People are trying to, already getting gaslit. I ain't taking the bait. I'm not getting gaslit, folks. You ain't doing it to me on the Corral stuff. You ain't doing it. I'm not taking the hook. They may be dangling there in the water right next to my eye right here. I'm not taking it. 99 Eclipse. Thank you for subscribing. You too, Nicole, again. Appreciate both of you for subscribing to the channel. Oh, Brian Kennicott. Thank you for becoming a member. Sorry for mispronouncing your last name there, but thank you for becoming a member. And again, please go to your community post there. I just posted up the second post you see down is the draft guide that I put out for our Seahawks here. So if you go there, just click that link. You can see it. 31,000 words on this draft. A lot of information in there. A lot of information. Julian Poli says, what's going to probably be available, I like Jermaine Johnson. I think he's going to be a star. He's got star potential. There's no doubt about that. Jubal says, is there any doubt Pete is lobbying to take Drake Jackson at 40 or 41? Well, and I always wonder with the USC connection, if he's got people that are still not necessarily on the coaching staff, but up in the upper regions of USC that give him inside information on some of those guys coming out. I will give Pete some credit in this respect. He's not gone to the USC pipeline very often in their history here. And the recent time that they did was Rasheem Green, which hasn't exactly paid out for them as far as going to that particular well. So, he had a chance at one point, right, to remember the Earl Thomas draft. He could have got a safety that year that was coming out of USC that he had recruited and brought to USC that was a guy that was highly rated. And he passed on him. And it was like, whoa, Pete's passed on his own guy. It's like so what I guess I'm saying is he doesn't have as much necessarily natural USC is my joint. And if any guy comes out, I'm going to want to hype him up to my team thing necessarily. But he would fit for what Pete's looking for in the position. He is your traditional defensive end looking kind of body. And the ghost move is legit. His ghost move where he starts out high and then dips himself right as the tackle's setting up his hands. So as soon as he feels the tackle's hands coming up like in slow motion, he's got that like the Flash type ability to kind of just tuck himself up underneath it. Q, thank you for subscribing. We got a little subscriber train going here. I appreciate it. So Q, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome. Appreciate you. And Della Key, thank you for subscribing, Dell. You're awesome as well. B. Russ with the $5 donation says, with Schneider maybe more in charge of the draft, do you think they have Pete just locked in a closet somewhere? He's probably screaming, pick a linebacker. I'm picturing it. I just drew to mind with me, B. Russ. I'm picturing him in a closet, and one of those closets that opens like this, right? Like it opens at the middle. You know what I mean? And he's trying, and they put like a baseball bat on the other side so it can't push. And so you got him. All you got is Pete on the other side. Come on, John. This isn't funny, John. This isn't funny, John. And he's just banging up against it, barely pushing, but it keeps coming up against the baseball bat, so he can't push it. And come on, let me out, John. And John's over there like, no, you said this year I'd let it happen. You said this year it was mine. You said this year you realized you'd been too arrogant. What about being too arrogant, Pete? And Pete's like, that was just media talk. I'm telling you. John, let me out of here. That's me. You know what we say to me is just lies. Come on now. Let me out of here, John. Come on. I'm not messing around. This isn't funny. And John's like, you will be let out in 3 days when we will then allow you out. I'll feed you your food under the shelf. Just keep your hands on the shelf. I'll feed it under. This isn't funny, John. That's how I see it in my mind, B. Russ. I hope so. I know I've had a lot of instincts in regards to this, that when we look at our recent travails in drafting history and where it's gone problematic and where they've taken guys like an LJ Collier, like, what are they doing with that pick? I feel like a lot of it can be backtracked over to Pete to a large degree. Not wholly, but probably to a large degree with the amount of control that he swung in regards to this drafting process. Zero says, yes, Brandon, you the boss. Thank you. Zal Zero says Matt Corral is a bust, low arm talent, and just wants to run instead of throw. I don't like him at all. Me either, Zal. But what's happening is there's some people in the chat. It's become a meme on the channel now because I've been banging on Corral for so long now. There's some people that are, I think, almost silently hoping that the Seahawks draft him, even though they don't necessarily like him either, just to know how much it's going to burn my britches. And it will do that indeed. That one's going to be a tough sell for yours truly on me on that one. But your assessment is on point for me too. I think he's got a strong arm inside of 15 yards, but then it starts to flutter away very quickly outside of that territory. Borgie at 9. D-Man W, does a Bosworth jersey count? I'll allow it. If that's all you got. I mean, it's not great, though, because that's definitely a draft miss. You're bringing some bad juju draft energy with the Bosworth thing to a degree. You know, it's not wholly no, but it's like, I don't know on that one. That's on the line. The best quarterback is Sam Howell than Riddler. I like the Riddler. We're going to call him the Riddler from now on. They're both good. Sam's a really young quarterback too. I think he's the youngest of all the guys in this draft, which you've got to give him a little bit of potential more upside there to his game, being that he is so young. Pearl Haggard says, my own branded merch is a Hawks backpack. I'll wear it for this evening for the cause. Go Hawks. Thank you, Pearl. I appreciate you doing that. Very kind of you. You're helping the cause. You are doing, for sure. Flag Sabbath says, at the very least, Neal will be an amazing guard. He's got a great bottom end to me, Flag, as far as if you do have to put him out of guard and he can't make it a tackle, but I think he's going to make it a tackle. Right tackle, bare minimum, but I still think he'll be, I mean, he was the SEC at left tackle for 46 straight games, basically. He's held up against the toughest of tough competition that can be provided across from at the college level. I think he'll do fine. I think he's just gotten a little bit picked apart. Zal Zero says, are you going to tag team with Brendan Nelson? We're going to be doing our own separate streams on the live shows on this, but we're going to be teaming up tonight and tomorrow night, and then probably Sunday. So we'll be on my channel tonight after I do my coverage. Could be 10, could be 11, could be around 12. We'll see how late this goes. But then, yeah, we will be doing our collabs for sure. Fish says, Kenny Pickett's the best player for our scheme. Yeah, maybe. And we're 3 minutes away from the draft, folks. This is just about to begin. I get hyped. Strap in. How long until the first pick? 3 minutes till the first pick. We need a Jalen Reagor type draft. Ryan Ball says, I don't know why, but the only jersey I have ever bought was Anthony Simmons. Hey, Anthony was looking like he might be a star for a minute or two there. That was the one question I get a chance to ask Chad Brown. I would have asked him was about Anthony Simmons and why he didn't pan out better, because he flashed for a good hot minute. Pearl says, unpopular opinion, but I'm still hoping we get Kaepernick outside of the draft. Well, that may be an unpopular opinion, Pearl, but there are a few people out there that are on board with that. I'm not myself, but I have to acknowledge there's been more than a few Seahawks fans that have wanted to see it. More than a few. Randall says, gonna be at my T-balls you're going to the T-ball practice, Randall, 5:30 to 6:30. Can't believe I'll have my earbuds in listening to Big Brother Brandon. Hell yeah, Randall. Hell yeah. Well, you'll still be back in time for our pick, so it's all good. I know that was a tough decision you were turning over, though. MSR Rick says, Corbin Smith must be on drugs. For some reason, he thinks if the Hawks take a quarterback, it'll be Howell. Corbin must really like Howell because I've seen nobody talking about the Hawks taking him. I've not necessarily seen any connection to Howell and the Seahawks either. Though, again, you do wonder with some of these reporters that are so kind of connected to the team. If not, they've got maybe some insider knowledge on it. There is a contingent of people that like Howell a lot, and I don't hate Howell. I don't have the same kind of like fervor I have for Corral as I would for Howell. And the fact that he is young is the part you got to bear in there. I think he's like 21 years old, so he's still a very young guy. And they may see that there's still a lot of upside with Howell as a player. But I haven't seen that connection. HB says, do you think Pete and John's thought process is pick the guy who didn't think he would go in the first as some sort of way to keep him motivated to prove he's worth it, or are they just being too cute? I leaned the more too cute status on this, HB. When you took Thomas and Okung, those guys were going to go around the selections. You took them, so you didn't get cute there. You just did the right thing, and then it paid off with good players. Bruce Irvin, though at the time it was looked at as a a confusing pick, a guy that should have gone in the second round, if not a little bit later. In retrospect, they were getting a guy with a high floor of pass rush instantaneously. Was he ever going to be a 15-sack guy or 13-sack guy? No, which is part of the reason people threw so much shade at that particular pick. But he had some productivity to his game and right from the jump, which you normally with young players have to wait. So when they've picked in the high part of the first round, they've done pretty well with not getting too cute. I do think, though, when they've gotten to the deeper trenches of the second round and deep into the first round, I think part of the problem is that you're starting to have to talk yourself into guys. You're starting to have to overlook things you don't want to overlook because you're just not picking from the same sort of talent base. Big Mac with a $5 donation. Thank you, Big Mac, and very good to see you in the chat. It says, ninth round pick. The Seahawks pick somebody, ninth pick. The Seahawks pick somebody nobody knows. Laughing out loud. It's a possibility. The joke I've made on this is that they do a Nick Bonito selection. We're like, Nick Bonito at 9? What? But I don't think they're going to do it this year, Big Mac. I don't. I've got faith this year. I've got faith that it's not going to get that wonky, that weird. Cali Tangerine, are we sure Pete is not just posting a pic of his lunch? Maybe. I mean, you get older, you get a little confused at times. Niners stink. Yep, Marquise Blair is still a Seattle Seahawk. He is. Zal Zero says, I want Thibodeau to fall because he's from Oregon and they get snubbed often. I'm on board with Thibodeau. I don't think he lasts to where we're going to be picking, but I am on board with him. You better believe that. Sports fan says, I'd be cool with Jackson at 72, but not in the second. I'd prefer to wait on it as well. I think even deep into the second round, if you want to trade back into the second, pick up a third rounder, I would be more in favor of doing that as well because I do think there's other pass rushers that are going to go ahead of him in this draft. Crazy Owner says, I kind of cringed when I heard John laud the fact they reached when they drafted Bruce. Like, that's something you should hang your career on. Yeah, I can see where they look at that as like, see, this is a time people laughed at us and we were right. And I think that's one of those places of nuance of gray where it's like, it's a little right, but it's a little also wrong. And I think there's a little bit of both those things going on there. Bruce didn't have the top end that you're going to normally be wanting to have when you're picking that high, but Seattle was in a position to compete and they needed pass rush that could come in from the jump and be productive for them and give them something. And yeah. Sorry, I'm just getting my thing set here. We got this draft to start officially here, folks. All right, so I'm gonna stay a little bit live here on the chat. If you have a question to ask in the chat, I will try to catch it. Anyone can know how I can watch the draft? Yeah, if anybody's got a way to watch this draft, it's easy where I don't have to sign it. I'm gonna have to sign in myself here in a second, but we're going to stay kind of current I'm going to stay kind of on the stream here live because I want to react to what's happening live. So if I do miss your comment, I'm sorry on that. Again, we're going to be going very late tonight. So if I do miss your question, that's part of why I'm going to go late is I'm anticipating that, there's going to be a need there to catch back on questions that get through. So bear with me. We are starting now. We are going. I'm going to see if I can get this popped up. Michael Pontialski says, rumors are going around. Seattle's trying to trade down. Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't shock me in the least. So if they go that route, that makes a lot of sense. All right, so we are on the board here. We're watching. We're expecting this first pick to be Trayvon Walker. Saying the draft's not started yet, but it should have started. We're at 5 o'clock, so definitely should have begun. Definitely should have started. So we'll keep an eye on what you guys got here. I'm going to keep on with the chat rather than try to watch this because I think I'll end up overlooking you guys in the chat and what you're discussing here. Cooper says, why are we so desperate to trade down? Are we scared of drafting good players? I just think that there's a lot of value in this draft, Cool Breeze, of guys in tier 2. And when you've got this many, good potential picks there in tier 2, It's just a little bit harder to pull that particular trigger, you know? It just is. Because you need more on this team. We're not like we were in the last couple of years. You could make an argument at times we're a couple players away. Just get a couple of certain players at certain positions and you're going to be good. But the problem with that is that, you know, it hasn't worked out that way exactly for us. Just hasn't. Let's see if I can sign in here. We're going to try this. Okay, got it. Got it. But it's acknowledgement of this is a different spot, this roster, than recent years. You're needing more players. You need left tackle. You need a right tackle. You need potentially a running back, depending on where Chris Carson's at as far as his situation goes. You need a linebacker. You need another pass rusher, a zero tech, maybe another cornerback, maybe another receiver if you can find it. I mean, that's probably being a little bit... that's probably being a little bit greedy at this point because there's only so much you're going to be able to do even with the multiple picks that we have. But nonetheless, he's trying to add more guys. Understandable. Orbit, should Debo join Russ in Denver? I don't see why. I don't see how that would make a lot of sense for that to go down like that. Not to me. So I'm expecting Walker to be the guy here. Yeah, no need to spam on the chat, folks. We got 200 people in the chat, so spamming is really rough because you push a bunch of people's comments down if you do it on that. I'm going to try to get to everybody's, but... That's right. Matt Corral does think he's getting drafted in the first. He's in the green room tonight. I forgot about that. That's true. Are we ready for disappointment, says Dom? No. I'm a positive. I'm being positive tonight. I'm living in positivity. Trying to go to the thing and let's go. This draft coverage is tough. They're still figuring out how to stream stuff online. Like you try to click to stream it and it's like, yeah, not exactly working. So the Jaguar pick's going to need to come in. I'm kind of surprised that they haven't pulled the trigger. It's always weird when they don't know who they're picking or they're expecting somebody to vault up this late in the hour, but I guess they are. Nick Guerrero says, how long have you had your YouTube channel and how long did it take you putting out videos till you started getting people subscribing? I've been doing this now, 3 years and 2 months. I've been doing a YouTube channel. How long did it take to start getting, it's a hard road at first. You're grinding through, you're not getting a lot at first. So I got to admit the first probably 6 to 9 months, you're really kind of wedging through there and just grinding through. You got to be consistent with it. But then, I had a little bit of a viral video that came out, not super viral, but viral enough. And that helped start to kind of push things for me a bit. So, and it's just not one to do the stream on that at all. It's just not one to do it all there on that. Pick is in. The pick is in. Here we go. Here we go. I'm starting to get nervous. I'm officially starting to get nervous. Officially. Chloe says, sorry, Brandon, I'm going to go to Hulu and watch the live draft from there. I'll come back to see your reaction after they choose that player. Sounds good, man. No worries. I understand. I understand. This thing just does not want to go. Ice Cube's calling the pick. That's funny. Yeah. Hell yeah. Trayvon Walker. Mother effers. When am I going to bring the pick sound back? Oh, yeah, we got to bring him up, right? Well, we got to wait till the pick's in. We got to make sure we got the pick in here. Hold on. I need the confirmation. I can't get my TV thing to come up for me here. Is it Walker? Jason Truder says this pre-draft show is straight up cringe. Just dropped the pick already. Oh, are they being cringy already? They just started. They got to cringe, Jason. Remember, folks, they elongate this first round. It's the way they go about it with this. There's no way around it. That's their thing with it. I don't know why, but yeah. Can we get a clock check to Sing Streams, please? Well, I don't have it on live right now, so I'm trying to get this thing to come up live. And watch now. It's not coming up for me, which this stream stuff sometimes is a little wonky. It says it's supposed to be letting me stream, but it's like thinking about it. I'm watching the draft cast, so it says the pick's in, but I'm not sure. I'll try to sync this up if I can. It's letting me into look stream, but it keeps putting me in the wrong place. Go now. The Jags are going to take all 10 minutes. You know they are. They're hoping some team miracle trades up for some which I never quite understand that again. I just don't. If you got the pick and you've been knowing for months if there's going to be a trade or not. Nothing. I understand the picks after this point, but the first one, nobody's let you know at this point. And supposedly it's Walker. And I understand, who does the Hawks Nest think we're drafting at number 9? I think it's probably Stingley, Cross, or Neal as your 3 likely. But I do think the most likely Niners is they trade back. Michael, Hilltopper House's Jaguars like Jarrett Guadatarano. So ABC's deal is definitely broken. That stuff's definitely busted. Supposedly it's Walker. It feels like they've been past 10 minutes here on this. I don't know. Feels like it's been just a little bit past 10 minutes here on the pick, and they're still not putting it through. Xander Sky says, I like KT, Malik, or Sauce. I'm with Sauce. I like both those guys. Malik, I'm a little bit out on, but he's got his fair share. Tom, any news with the Hawks so far? The rumors that I've heard in the chat off of it, what we're hitting is a little bit of them trying to trade back at this point. We'll see. Flag Sabbath says, if the Lions have another good draft, I'm going to be lobbying for Brad Holmes to be the next general manager. Well, they got to win some games still first before I'm going to. It's 15 minutes per pick. All right. Well, someone tells me Mel Kiper's hair's moved. Not a lot happening here, at least on the board here. I don't know if they're just not updating it on this one or what, but all it's saying is the pick is in. Interesting. Pick is in. I don't get it. So the pick's in, but I guess ESPN's just not updating their board. I'm going to go to NFL.com. Obviously, ESPN's crapping the bed this year on this. See if their draft cast is any better. All right. Yeah, see, they're still just showing pick is in stuff. Like, they're not... They're going to get behind the picks on this is what's going to happen because they want to do the show so much and they want to get so much commercials in. So it's going to be this painful thing. The NFL keeps pulling this as far as they can every year of how much they can get away with. Walker's the pick. They got Walker, says Tobias. All right, well, we're going to call that a confirmation. We knew this was going to happen anyway. So here we go. The very first pick of the NFL draft is on the board. With the first selection in the NFL 2022 draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars take one Trayvon Walker, Georgia defensive tackle. Well, no shocker here, folks. We've been predicting this was going to happen. Trayvon Walker is the pick. We'll update the scroll underneath. Here we go, here we go. Oh, the porn's showing up. Look out. Look out. E. Wheeler says, yeah, ESPN takes a few minutes after the pick is in before they reveal it. All right. I'm going to rely on you guys a little bit with this, but yep, get a pick that we saw. I had this in my mock draft. It's going to shock a lot of folks, of course, but again, this comes down to Trent Baalke. He's the man running the show there. This is, of course, the same guy that was running the show in San Francisco, where they went for guys like Aldon Smith, who was not a certain thing coming out. But from Trent Baalke's standpoint, he certainly looks at that type of guy as a success story. In how he looks at this is what happens when you go more for the measurables and the size on a guy, because that stuff's going to translate better than the guy that's already topped out at the college level for what he's going to be. And I think that they probably saw that here for right or wrong in Trayvon Walker. An interesting pick, one that I scratched my head on a little bit with this one. The guy had a 10% pass rush win rate in college, though admittedly he was asked a lot of times to basically be a 5-tech and set the edge and not always attack coming downhill. Still, this is you're going for measurables. You're going for his special athleticism that he brings to the table. A lot of boom to this, a lot of bust to this potential pick. And Baalke's going to do a lot as far as his legacy, as far as people in the way they look at him with this type of selection. When you had a guy like Hutchinson on the board, who was a little more safer, and to me, who's a safer guy that has still a lot of potential to him. A lot of people are putting on Hutchinson that he's the safe guy with sort of a limited amount of upside. And I just think that that's not really the case with him. To me, I see something that's a little bit, I I see a guy who's got some potential. He had the 1.55 split. He's got elite athleticism for the position. I forget, Ryan Kerrigan is what some of the people I've seen put out there as far as their comparison for him, and I just feel like he's better than what Ryan Kerrigan's going to be, or what Ryan Kerrigan was, in my opinion. And yeah, I think Hutchinson's going to be our next pick. Flag Sabbath says 13% pass rush win rate. No, thank you. 10%, I think, Flag. I mean, they may be putting up 13% on the screen. Maybe it isn't like that, but I'd read it was as low as 10 in the stats that I was looking at. But yeah, I mean, it's, and I showed a couple weeks ago on the stream, you can look at pass rush win rate on a college level, and it does extrapolate to the NFL level. You're going to get nearly kind of what you got at the college level at the NFL level from a guy, especially who's had a lot of snaps where it's not a sample size of data, but you're actually having a lot to build off of. And that's the case with Walker. So you're really hoping he's going to find some extra new gear of game to his play when he gets to the next level. But I will give him that he is truly an elite athlete. You know, he's not just an okay athlete. He's next level elite. That's for sure. Robert says, I got Hutchinson in as the second pick. We got Hutch. Is it Hutch? Lions got Hutchinson. That's what we're hearing here. Let's see. The pick is in, so see if it's updated through. Allen and Trayvon will form a very interesting duo, Charles. You're right. I mean, that will be interesting. Corey says, I bet Hutch is breathing a sigh of relief. He's not on the Jags. Probably feeling a little bit better about it. Probably a little bit. He's going to Detroit, so it's not like that's not a far cry from kind of where he was, right? Like, well, I'm not going to Jacksonville, but I guess I'm going to this other thing. Hutchinson to Detroit. We got it. Is it in? Yes, it is. All right, here we go, folks. With the number 2 selection in the NFL draft, the Detroit Lions, looking for something, anything for a savior, have drafted a defensive end out of the University of Michigan, Aiden Hutchinson. Again, no shocker to anybody out there. We all saw this one kind of coming with our picks and where we saw this was going. So this makes a lot of sense. Very fine selection by the Detroit Lions. Don't overthink this. You know, don't think past it. Just get the guy that you need. Get the guy that's going to help you out, especially when you got a local kid like him with his talent. I mean, I know that probably shouldn't factor into it all, but in this case, being that it's Detroit, I think it does maybe a little bit. Good on them. Good on them in the respect of this kind of pick. Very smart. He comes in there. They've sure loaded up defensive line heavy in recent years there. I'd like to see them develop a little more with their offensive line into their second round pick. But he fits into that mold of what they're going to need to do there and what they're going to want to do. He should flourish really well there. I believe they've got those two brothers there, right? One of them was from Notre Dame. So they've got a couple of pass rushing brothers in there. They got Levi Owuzik, the University of Washington defensive tackle from last year, is in the house there. So they're starting to build up a fairly decent defensive line. Is it going to put Aaron Rodgers under duress? I guess we're going to have to see on that point, aren't we? But still good to see nonetheless from them. Smart pick on their part. Now it starts to get interesting. Now we start to get into places where it's a little less predictable on what's going to be happening here as far as the next selection goes. So here we go. I'm getting excited. Oh, Nelly. Okay, here we go. Brian Meyer says Ekawanu next. Texans probably getting we got Ekawanu's getting some love. Stingley's getting some love. Ricardo Edmondson says, I'm not surprised to win number 1 overall. He has a chance to be awesome. He does. I mean, you can't doubt. I mean, I think these RS scores, they're called RAS scores, which are basically an athletic metric score to just, break things down to a bottom level type situation of things. And he had as high a RAS score as we've seen coming out of school in quite a bit of time. No doubt about it. So it's not to be overstated there. So I'm trying to get my stupid stream thing to go right because it's being stupid. See if this will allow me in. Let me in. Let me in. It's Stingley, says Kale. DJ says, who do you think is going number 1 overall tonight? I thought it was Trayvon Walker. It's Stingley, says Fish. Imagine it's Stingley. All right, I got my stupid thing to come up now. Okay. So if you're going along with me on the NFL Network, I'm watching right now where they've got the Michigan picture of Hutchinson, it looks like. And him in a high school jersey, if you're wanting to sync up, that's where I am right now. So we did get that up finally. Dang, that was a fight. That was a battle. That was a battle. Hutch looking happy. You should look happy. It's good. Good job, kid. Well done. Good on you. Good on you. Stingley to the Texans. Why do I? Quick. Who has a black cat, circle of salt, knife blessed by an unbaptized baby? When can get TK down to us if done right? We can get Thibodeau down. Maybe, man. Maybe. All right, so we got the next pick. Looks like it's in here for Houston. I'm seeing some Stingley being placed here. They haven't announced it yet on the. They're too busy talking about Stingley on the show here. Tobias, you hit the nail on the head, Brando. Is it Stingley? Robert says the NFL YouTube channel has a decent live stream chain. I got the NFL one up. I finally fought to get it up, so I'll keep it on. But thanks, Rob. That was going to be my next spot if I couldn't get this to go. Paul Third, thank you for the $2 donation, Paul. Appreciate you. Says trust the Jags to F up the first pick. Well, and I was really out on them getting Walker for a long time, Paul, and then I had forgotten about Balky being there. And once I was reminded of that, I was like, oh yeah, then that's definitely going to be the pick. With Balky there, and he's a guy that goes for those long, big guys that are super athletic and fast. He's all over it. No doubt about it. Daniel says, Brandon, can you tell people to wait for you to please read it? Yeah, if you're in the chat, I'm gonna try to get to all the comments in the chat. Just bear with me for a second. If I get a little bit behind, I'm gonna stay. It's gonna be a little bit differently today, also though, because I am gonna be a little bit on just the live reaction, Daniel, which is gonna cause some people to want to repost because I'm trying to stay more on the live side of things as this is going down. Derek Stingley looks like it's going to be the pick. Here we go. With the third pick in the NFL draft. The Houston Texans, now led by Lovie Smith of the old Chicago Bears, Tampa Bay 2 defense, is bringing Derek Stingley into the house. LSU cornerback. Shades of Dion. How about that? Well, we got our first little bit of surprise here for some. Surprise for some, I say. Surprise for some, but not yours truly. Why? 3 picks. 3 picks, I've hit them right out the park. I'm 3 for 3 out the gate, and I'm going to tell you, folks, it feels good. It feels real good. Real good. All right, so it's playing out so far like I thought it would play out. Interesting pick by the Texans here with Lovie Smith. I would maybe have thought he'd go for more of a pass rusher here. Offensive line, Ikem Ikwanu. Interesting selection. Rob, I don't think Sauce still gets to us at this point. In my mock, I had Sauce going in this next selection. I think he goes to the Jets here. I'm not positive on that, but that's. Corey Pitts says Stingley. They crazy over the Sauce, the F. Let me explain this pick for you guys that are wondering why Stingley over Sauce. Stingley's got more of man ability to him than Sauce does. Sauce has got to go to a zone-based scheme. And the Texans last year ran as much cover one man as any team in the entire NFL. So he's going to the scheme that needs this skill set. They don't need necessarily the zone-based guy. So it makes sense from Houston's standpoint why they make this selection. I love Gardner, but Gardner is got to be playing in a scheme that's mainly zone-based. B-Ross says, I can feel Thibodeau falling come back home to the Pacific Northwest. Corey says, I'm getting excited. Hell yeah, it's coming, folks. We're coming. Corey says, like, God, I swear if we get another safety, I'm done. Flag says, oh man, I'm a Seahawks fan through and through. I lived in Mount Vernon for a decade or so. Hey, Mount Vernon is beautiful. JT says, been a Lions fan since Billy Sims. They're the most disappointing team in professional sports. Hey, they got this pick right, and I love the Penny Sewell pick last year, JT. You got two of the more safer, better prospects in the draft in back-to-back years. You're talking about how can a franchise start to turn itself around? St. Brown and where you got him in the draft last year and the diamond that he's going to turn into being, I think, an upper-level slot guy. You're getting on the right path. There was a lot to be done there when Campbell walked in the door. There was a lot that needed to go right. And look, there's no guarantees here. But I do think that they're showing signs of life. And Aaron Rodgers is not going to play forever. And the Bears aren't in a great spot. The Vikings are kind of in an in-between ground of things. There's no reason if a few more things don't break in the Lions' favor here in the next year or two if they can't get themselves in a position to compete in that division. Green Kid said Seahawks ain't getting anything good this draft. That's going to be hard to do with Green Kid when they've got the 9th overall selection. I think they'll get something. Brian Meyer says, hot take, Hamilton at 4. I'm going to still go with Sauce myself. I'm going saucy. Brock Purdy. Tom, no quarterback at all. If I want one, I want Willis over Pickett, more upside. Yeah, way more upside. Obi-Wan says, if we're moving to man, is that a problem for Sauce? There's a little difference on this one, Obi-Wan. The Texans run the most man-based principles basically about in the league. We're going to be implementing some man-based principles into our scheme. So if you're asking Sauce to run man occasionally, that's okay. If you're asking him to run it a predominant amount of the time, that's where you're probably not getting the most out of his skill set. And the Vic Fangio scheme does have, in its base tenets, a heavy predilection towards running a lot of zone-based coverage on the back end. So he still would fit here. Still would fit here. Paul Third with the $5 donation. Thank you, Paul. He says, Balky always out to prove he is smarter than everyone else. Dunninger-Kruger effect. Dumb people to stupid to know they aren't smart. Effect. Dumb people don't know they're stupid to know they aren't smart. It's true. It's true. If you've run across a few people, you've gone, boy, that person's intellectually challenged. It's very rare that you've also said, and they're aware of it too. It is many people that are dumb tend to think that they're actually incredibly smart. I've definitely seen that. I got to look up that Dunninger-Kruger. I've heard it before, but I haven't looked in as much on it. So it looks like the pick is in for the New York Jets. Let's see what they do here. It's going to be interesting. It is going to be interesting. I'm getting some sauce here. We'll see. Corey says, bet the Seahawks pick a linebacker with 9. Corey, Devin Lloyd's a possibility, man. Corey, he is a possibility. Paul says, don't think Jets taking Sauce is a sure thing. Yeah, it's not a sure thing for sure. I'm doing definitely, I didn't have as much insider connection knowledge to that one. Like Thibodeau here could make a lot of sense too. Jordan Kraft says Stingley did not look thrilled. I always wonder about that when guys get picked to go to franchises. It's like, I don't want to, damn it. Ugh, I got to go to Jacksonville. Well, they're going to pay me millions of dollars, I guess. Tobias says Sauce is gone. Why do I says part of Dunning-Kruger is dumb people are too dumb to know they're dumb. It's true. Yeah, that makes sense. Like I said, it does. You walk through life, you see it all the time. It's like, this person, I mean, how do they even make it through a day? All right, the pick is in. Goodell is walking to the podium. He's about to announce the pick. Let's see where it goes. Let's see where it goes. Oh, Lordy, here we go. the fourth selection in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Jets, the long-suffering New York Jets, select Ahmad Sauce Gardner, Cincinnati cornerback. Oh, he's a good one. And look at this. Look at this. Somebody's 4 for 4 in their mock. Well, how about that? Well, how about see that? Well, a great pick by the New York Jets. Again, I'd put this one together as much as I was putting the Saleh-Sherman connection together, of course. And Saleh coached here with Seattle with Richard Sherman, right? Then he went to New York. And then he brought Richard Sherman into New York to help him layer down and lock down that San Francisco 49er backfield to help kind of lead the way for them there. I had wondered if this was not going to then lead him to be gravitating towards Ahmad Gardner, who I have said very long in this process is Richard Sherman with 4.4 speed. And what I mean by that is not, oh, this is a guy that's 6'3" with long arms and long strides and he looks like Richard Sherman. This is not a lazy comparison, but actually one that goes beyond just the physical traits that they bring to the stage. He is very, very well built and understood how to operate within the cover 3 scheme specifically. Cincinnati ran a lot of it. So he can do that drop and bail coverage stuff all day long, do it fluidly. He keeps his eyes on the quarterback. He's very aware in his zone. He drives much better than he should for a guy his size when he's coming out of the break and he's got to pull the trigger and come forward. He does it so fast for a guy his size. He is long as hell. It's just like with Richard where it's hard to get the ball up over all that length. Even when you got separation, you have to get a little bit of extra separation to get it up over that length. He presses the sideline as well as any cornerback in this draft as far as getting receivers to just run themselves out of bounds, again, by his size. I think this is going to be a great pick for the New York Jets. He's going to fit really well with what they've got out of DJ Reed on the other side. Smart on them to pick this kind of selection. This opens the door up for them to now be able to go, I believe, with an offensive. I believe it's going to be a receiver with their next pick. So far, I like. They're none of the first 4 picks, even with the Jaguars pick with Walker. You're going for upside. It's a bulky pick, but whatever. It's still one that you can go, okay, I can see it here. I can get it. Spectre7 with a $2 donation. Thank you for this. Spectre7 says, if you get 9 out of 9, let me know and I'll donate 5. Sounds good, man. If I get 9 out of 9, I'm going to go get a lotto ticket at that point. You know what I mean? I'm getting a lotto ticket at that point because something's working good in my favor, but these weren't probably the hardest to see. The Stingley connection was coming down the track in the 25th hour here leading up to the draft where that was starting to be put more and more into motion. Mr. Kane says, laughing my ass off. B. Kane is killing the draft. I'm doing pretty good so far. Joshua Sweet, the first pick you are going to miss is the Seahawks. Laughing out loud. Remember Creed? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And that is possible. That is very possible. Maxwell says it's 2 years today since I've been a subscriber here. Oh, thank you, Maxwell. Appreciate one of my OGs. All good picks so far. That's right. That's right, Big Country. All these are good picks. Solid picks to the team, no reaches. Everything makes a lot of sense. Drafts become more like this in recent years where there's less of these crazy, wild reaches. I think analytics and just taking in more data has helped it as a process to get more refined. Wicked Garden says, just waste Sauce Gardner. I don't know if they're going to waste him. Remember, if you're getting the guy in that coach in Saleh who understands very intricately how to utilize a big cornerback like Sauce. He's going to apply that Richard Sherman mold to him. And if I was a Jets fan, I would operate with a little bit of confidence here in that Saleh is going to get this part right. They may not get the offense right. They may not be productive enough offensively to put this team into a position to push for the playoffs. But defensively, that's the one place I might give Saleh a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, especially when it comes to top end talent. Delikey says, would I reach for Linderbaum? No, because I just feel like even if you're only going to get a 3rd round pick to trade back to 15, still go and do that because Linderbaum will be there at 15. You're competing against yourself by taking Linderbaum at 9. There's no threat of a team to do that. Delikey says outside of Gardner, everyone is staying close to home. Yeah, that's right. Stingley, Yami says, oh, Yami, what's up, man? Says, with Stingley going, there might be a good tackle dropping now. Agreed. There's a good chance now that you're getting one. No, not a good chance. You're going to probably have one of those top 3 tackles available to you at number 9 at this point. Good point. Cliffick, Daniel Jones is for sure staying with the Giants this season, so no quarterback for New York as of right now. Though they didn't pick up the 5th-year option on him. So it was leaked out today that they did not pick up the 5th-year option on Daniel Jones. I don't think a quarterback's likely to be a pick here, but possible. Possible. All right, we got the selection is in. Goodell is walking to the podium. Some young 14-year-old trying to hype up the crowd. He's like, okay, maybe 2. That's too hype. Okay, just calm down now. Goodell's got to talk. He's smiling way too much. The kid at the podium is smiling way too much here. Way too much. All right, let's see here what we got. Let's see what we got. Looks like this. All right. Here we go. With the 5th pick in the 2022 draft, the New York Giants select Kayvon Thibodeau, Oregon defensive end. Was this my first miss on this one? Okay, so this is technically my first miss, though I did have Thibodeau going to New York in my mock draft. So if they take Ikem Akawanu with their next pick, I'll still look hella money here. We'll still be in really good shape here as far as my mock, because then it'll be just a minor miss. So I got the team right to the player. I just got the pick a little bit off on that one. That's not bad. It's not bad. So a lot of the talk of him falling has been way overstated. He's going to be happy going to New York for his brand. No Thibodeau. Joe DBZ says Jets going to be a real cool contender soon. They have a fantastic coach. I think they've got a lot of places in place to get there, Joe. With them, it's going to really depend on where Wilson is going to develop to as a quarterback, I think, and whether the playmakers on the outside are going to be enough to make it happen there. But I like what he's doing. I like the players they're bringing in. And getting Carl Lawson back this year, who they lost all season last year, could help as well. Interesting. Mr. Kane says that still counts, Brando. All right, I'm going to take it as a win then. I'm going to take it as a win, Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother. I'm going to take that. B-Russ says, oh, no, we got a shot at Ekawanu and Neal, though, y'all. Trade back if neither is there. Well, now's where Carolina can start to dip us a little bit here on really surprising us, because they could go a variety of ways. How long between the picks, Delikey? About 15 minutes. About 15 minutes. One second, I'm going to turn my coffee on here. Man, that kid's hyped for Thibodeau. I love it, man. I love his energy. I love that. He's like, woo! They just got his kid next to Goodell just going, woo! 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 Let's go! Woo! Goodell's like, okay, that was one too many bumps of cocaine in the back. Chewable Orb says, I think Thibodeau getting paid and then retiring early. It's possible, man. It's possible. He'll be an interesting guy to watch throughout the course of his career, but he has freakish traits that nobody has quite the same traits as he has in this draft from a freakish element side of things. But the questions about motor, questions about maybe some of the bend there to his game. There's been comparisons to Jadeveon Clowney, and as far as trying to draw, sort of the sort of mirroring the fact, with JD, you've got a little bit of maybe struggle on bend at times, that he's in that same camp. Freakish physically, but missing that, explosive, yes, but maybe missing a little bit of that bend there that you want. Still, to me, this guy is going to be a good player at the NFL level. Is he going to get to a 15, 16 sack territory? Maybe, maybe not, but he should be a 10 to 12 sack guy, and pretty quickly at that? Yeah, I think so. Yami says, I'm all in on Cross. Now let's go. Let's go. We do need them to take Pickett. Please let this be Pickett. Please let this be Pickett. Be Pickett, 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 Pickett. Come on, Carolina. You know you want him. You know you want baby hands. You know you love them baby hands in the South. You know you Southerners love them baby hands. It's gone back. It goes back to the antebellum era. Okay, it goes all the way back to that. You love your little baby hands so you can wear gloves because you guys are very prim and proper down there about that type of stuff. Get yourself some Pickett action. Get yourself some hot and heavy Pickett action. Do it. Do it. Do it. Orbit plays, should Debo join Russ in Denver? I don't know why Denver would make that move and they can't make. No, Orbit. Whoever trades for Debo's got to pay Debo. Denver's not in a position to have the money to be able to pull that off at the moment. They're not sitting on some huge amount of cap space. So they couldn't afford to pull that if they wanted to. There's no way. And we're getting close here, folks. We're getting very close to the Seattle Seahawks pick here. We're moving nervously close here. No trade so far, which speaks again to some of the recent reticence that there's been in trading. Maybe we just sit on this pick and we take it. Maybe we just sit on this pick and take it. Here we go. Here we go. George Harmon, baby hands. Carolina loves baby hands. Nolan Arvance, there's a Largent 80 jersey in the draft crowd. Good vibes in the house. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We are in force and we are everywhere today. Everywhere. Charles Riley, the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. It says, Brando, at Tobias Larson and I are calling for a cat cannabis treat. I think you guys are right. Let's do it. All right, so we've got Given A, Meowiwana. Okay. I give this now to the cat gods in the hopes that this will drive the Seattle Seahawks pick to being an awesome one. You can see right there, we're good to go. Okay. She's laying down right now. She has no idea what's about to come her way. Okay. We've done what we can do, Charles. She's going to take a second, but she'll get there. She'll get there. She's just waking up now because she was fully nap mode. And now she's going to be like, what's this? What is this? John Roy says Davis Wyatt would also be good in the second round. I don't think any of those guys are going to last second round, John. Those are both first round guys. They're both first round guys. Oh, Sector 7, I haven't had this much fun in a Hawks Nest stream in a minute. Hell yeah, man. Steve Goodkin, love the passion. I'm with it, man. This is my favorite time of year. I love my team. Obit says I have 3 streams going, and this one's my fave. Hell yeah, Obit. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. So we got Wigard says, give me Icky, Neal, or Jordan Davis. Hey, all 3 are good. Can't go wrong with either. Can't go wrong with either. The cat is chomping now. Yeah, she likes to eat it. So she's going to definitely, she's going to be in the chew mode. YDY says, I'll be upset with Sticky at 9 and getting Penning. Yeah, I will be too. Me as well. Joe Lopez says, do we pick at 9 or do we pass? I still think they're going to take a trade one way or another. They may not be getting him back what they'd like to be getting as far as assets. They might have to move back a little farther than they'd like, but I do think that they do move back just by their nature of the way they go about it. She's not going nuts. She's just kind of chilling, isn't she? I don't know if I put enough there. We need to put a little more. She seems kind of chill today. She's not as hyped as us. Jeffrey says, I'm effing ready. Let's go. Now you say, I did just give my cat herbs. I herb my cat up all the time. Yanni says, the last time this was this much fun was the drunk stream. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. But you know I'm hyped today, man. I'm so hyped right now. John Wee says animal abuse. Is it Ekawanu? Oh, shoot. It is. Goodness, here we go. With the 6th selection in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Ike Ekawanu, offensive tackle out of NC State. My mock draft board takes another hit. I did have Icky taken here in the first 8 picks, so relatively close on that, but I was hoping here for the quarterback to come up and be selected, which indeed has not happened quite yet. So now we've got Icky going, which we foresaw. We've got Charles Cross. We've got two of the top 3 tackles still on the board here with these 3 picks. Tackle is a potential need here for the Giants with this selection. They, of course, went with edge rush here out the gate, and they've talked about trying to get Daniel Jones some more help. I would anticipate that this pick is probably going to be Neal at this point. Probably going to be Neal. But we'll see how they play this out. It's a great pick for the Carolina Panthers. They needed offensive line help. Ike Ekawanu is the nastiest lineman in this draft. Mean. He wants to hurt you. He wants to do damage. He arrives with bad intentions when he does arrive. He is that freakish component more than any other lineman, even a Trevor Penning, in my opinion. Because unlike Penning, who's a little bit of the fake tough guy stuff, this is a real tough guy. This is a real guy that's legitimately a bad mofo on the football field. And I think that he's going to help Carolina come into that division and do what they're going to want to do, which is look like doing more of trying. We're going to run the ball a little bit more. We're going to play defense. We're going to go a little bit different from where some of those other teams in this division have gone, which is more offensive heavy. But he had the most also impressive blocks on his highlight film, I think, of any other lineman in this draft. Great as they're showing all the highlights here. Great at the second level. Great in pass protection. Excellent in the run game. That's where he really makes his money, in my opinion. But just a guy that you don't want to be in front of him when he's coming downhill at you. You just don't. You just don't. He's mean. He's real mean. But this does set the stage now. Not a surprise now at the top of this draft with any of the players that have been taken as far as the might have been a bit of a different as far as where we saw them taken, but we did see them being taken here in these first 6 picks. We're not getting any magical dropper. We're not getting any Thibodeau drop, any sauce drop. If Neal goes here too, it gets dicey again. It opens up that door a little bit more to then trading back, because then really, truly none of the prime guys necessarily got in through there. This is depending on where you view Jermaine Johnson and whatnot. Yami says, I'm honestly hyped for almost everything except Johnson. Well, he is he's growing more and more of a possible pick here. Mike Thon says, Hawks are trading their pick 100%. Not for sale, says Malik Willis. It's possible. It's possible. Chewable says, Willis, Johnson, Davis, or trade back. I'd trade back personally. That'd be my preference here. So I would anticipate Neal's going to be off the board. Cross wouldn't make me sad, though. If you just took Cross there where they're at, that wouldn't be horrible either. And it looks like the Giants' pick is indeed in. Charles says, Tobias, you're so far ahead of my stream with the picks. You watching ESPN on cable? He's got the European stream, Charles. You know, they let the European people get the folks that information first for some reason. We have to wait in the States for a few minutes, I guess. I don't know why. Orbit, would you guys want Denver at Rams to be the season opener? Sure. That'd be cool. That'd work. Drew Locks Hose says Seahawks never brought in Willis. You would have thought that they would have if they were interested in him too. We're getting close, Megan. We're getting close. Falcons are getting a wide receiver? I would think. That's who I had him mocked in my draft. I had him going with, I had him actually taking Malik Willis as a shocker, but I would have gone receiver if not with Malik Willis there with that pick with Atlanta. So I think Garrett Wilson makes a ton of sense here for them. Very safe wide receiver pick. Ridley's going to be out a year. You lost Julio Jones last year. You only really got Pitts. Justin Gage signed as a free agent with Tampa Bay this offseason. They are very light at their wide receiver position as it stands right now. Giants fans looking happy on draft day. What dimension am I in? Giants fans are happy after the first two picks. They're smiling and clapping. What universe am I in here? What alternative world have I entered? The selection is in. Selection is in. All right, here we go. With the 7th selection in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select tackle Evan Neal out of Alabama. Woo! Boy, Giants are doing great so far in this draft. Hard not to like what they're doing here out the gate on this. Evan Neal, great prospect. A safe lineman in this draft. There's a bit of a varied opinion on whether or not he's got the true star potential to his game, but he is all of 6'7.5" as far as height-wise, and he moves like a guy that's like 6'3". Started in Alabama from day one, basically, in his freshman year. Absolutely, and that's not easy to do. Again, you got guys in Alabama that have been 5-star prospects that'll be going into their junior, senior years. He beat them out. To start ahead of them. A guy that might, maybe you got some questions about him being that star potential. Maybe you say, I liked some of these other tackles in the last few years more than this guy as far as his talent level goes. But still, absolutely grade A, first-round tackle who should be an upper-level player for them at that position as we move forward. They pair him there now with, I believe, Andrew Thomas, so they're going to probably move Evan Neal to the right side. That means he'll be their right tackle. So they might have two of the better tackles then in that division at this point. At least combination of tackles in that NFC East. Like him, though. It's a good pick for the Giants. Smart pick by the Giants. Raining Taco says, in the Hawks take Hamilton, trying to move Adams closer to the line in a 3-4 hybrid, and the Hawks and the Nest explodes in confusion and sadness. I can't say that, Raining Tacos, because Hamilton's my number 3 guy in this draft. So he might be 3 or 4 as far as my overall rating on him. So I won't get there on it. I like him too much. But it would be indicative of where you're seeing Jamal Adams in his future with the team, no doubt about that. Keldon says they need that longer delay so they dump out of stage slaps and F-bombs. Makes sense. Makes a little bit of sense. Paul Third with the $2 donation. Thank you, Paul. Says, I'm worried about Willis. He's dog crap. Don't be worried, Paul, like Drew Lock-Hose said above. We didn't bring him in for a visit. If we were really that interested in him as a quarterback, would we not be at least feigning some more interest? You'd want to have him in the building at least prior to selecting him, I would think, unless they're just that sold on him being, what Russell Wilson is, I guess. But I would be very surprised to see Malik Willis as the pick, quite frankly. It doesn't add up to me. Kyle says, apparently we are going to trade down with the Eagles and they take Pickett. Maybe that's the one upside here is that of a quarterback not being taken is that when Seattle arrives at 9, especially if the Falcons go receiver here, is that now you do get the team hungry for the top quarterback in this draft, the team that can go to their fan base and say, see, we got the best quarterback in the 2022 draft. Isn't that some reason for optimism from y'all? And maybe you can talk a team into doing that at that point. That makes sense. And that'd be cool. George Harmon says, has anybody ever missed their pick because of the time ran out? George, it's happened one time. The Minnesota Vikings about 10 years ago had their pick run out, and then the team right behind them ran their pick up there as quickly as they could, and they finally got their pick in, but they ended up going too far beyond the time in that given draft. But that's the only time I think it's happened in NFL history. And the Atlanta Falcons pick is in, which means our Seattle Seahawks are officially right now on the board. We are live at the moment. Might be traded, but we are technically live on the board. Strap in. Hold on your butt cheeks, because it's going to be a rugged ride here, okay? It's going to be a rough one. It's going to be a rough one, folks. Here we go. Here we go. Joe Strew says trade down for Linderbaum. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. You able to be good? Take Johnson, please. Falcons got Drake London. Looks like London and Falcons. Okay. Nolan Arvance with $2 donation. Twice Vikings did it. 2 drafts in a row. What'd the Vikings do? I'm behind on this. What'd the Vikings do? Thank you for the $2 donation, Nolan. What'd the Vikings do, though? Oh, Kansas City jumped Minnesota. So they've traded in the first round to move up ahead of them. Oh, okay. Ice. I was going to draft 2020 in Vegas, but got canceled due to COVID. I'm a 12th man. Greetings from Veracruz, Mexico. Enjoy your content. Go Seahawks and believe. Hey, I believe, Ice. And I'm sorry to hear that your trip got canceled. That would have been cool to come see this in Vegas. It looks like a pretty live event there right now. Like, it's packed and people are looking like they're enjoying themselves. So that would have been fun, but it's tough to hear, man. Tough break on that one. All right, we got the next pick, it looks like, coming in here. I'm going to get this out. With the 8th selection in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons take Drake London, wide receiver out of USC. Well, this guy is absolutely probably the best contested catcher in this entire draft on the wide receiver position. He's drawn some comparisons to a guy like Mike Evans, not quite for me. He's definitely like a lesser Mike Evans. But he goes as the first wide receiver off the board, which is kind of surprising because I think there was some varied opinion from NFL franchises about where they saw this guy and where his fit was. But now's not the time to talk about Drake London. Now's the time to talk about Seattle Seahawks being on the clock. And no spoilers, please. Keep the selections out until we've got the pick actually, and I can announce it if you guys can. We've got Charles Cross. I know King Bomber says no Cross, please. Cross is on the board. This would be your third in that top 3 of the tackles that would be available. He's a guy, I didn't have Neal here going, but if you went Cross instead of Neal to our Seahawks, as I had Neal going to the Seahawks here, if that was going to be the pick, would not shock me in the least if they went with Cross. I know some aren't big on him, but that makes some sense. Trading back here makes a lot of sense. Okay, folks. All right, just don't mess this up now, Seattle. John, I'm speaking to you, man. Do the right thing. Don't listen to Pete. Pete's in your ear right now. Just tell him to shut up. You run this thing. Listen to your scouts. Trust your scouts. Trust your evaluation process. Do this right. Don't overthink this one, Johnny. Don't overthink this one. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. It's going to be wild, folks. Here we go. I'm trying to use the force, man. We got the catnip going. We got the large jerseys on. We've done everything we can. Now it's in God's hands. It's in God's hands. And I don't mean John Schneider. Pick is in, says Tobias. So it does not look like we are trading this. Does not look like we're trading this. No spoilers now. No spoilers in the chat. Hold off. Let's see how this goes. Oh, Lordy. Whoo. Okay. It's number 9. They can't mess this up, right? There's no way you can mess up number 9. You have to work to mess up number 9. You have to try hard to mess up number 9. There's no way. Charles Riley, the $5 donation to bring a little bit of good juju into the room, says, come on, Orange Cat. I, along with Tobias Larson from Sweden, trust your wisdom. Do you hear that? We trust your wisdom. We trust in you. We need you to do good for us here, okay? Come on. She said it's going to be good. I don't know. She said it's going to be good. Come on, Seattle. Come on, Seattle. Come on, Seattle. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Do the right thing. Do the right thing. Okay. I'm seeing some good news. Seeing some good news. I think this might be right. I'm seeing some stuff in the draft here. Okay. Barry says, let's go. Trade down. Thank you for 10 months as a member, Barry. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Goodness gracious. You guys must be ahead if you already got the pick in, because it's still showing as we're on the clock and we haven't selected yet. And definitely tackle makes a lot of sense. You've not addressed it in this off season at all. You know, you've done anything. All you've done is you got a center who last year spent his whole year last year as a backup to a rookie. So that's been the centerpiece of your, off season as far as looking at the offensive line, which is in desperate need of help. So if this is Cross, it's a good selection. It's not going to get maybe some of you excited to some of the other players, but make no mistake about it. It still is a good selection and would be the right selection. He is in that top 3 quartet. Is quartet 3 or 4? I guess quartet's probably 4 or something. But he's in the top 3 trio of the best tackles in this draft. And then you go to Penning, and it's a far drop off to Penning. It's a far drop off then to Bernard Raymond. So he's worth being selected here in the upper half of the first round. And you're not making the selection top 5 at this point. You're making it at 9. JCA Dog says Cross can't run block. Well, he wasn't asked to do a lot of run blocking, but does that mean he can't do it? He played in more of a spread scheme, but, it's something that people say about Abraham Lucas that he can't run block. And it's like, well, he actually did a good job of run blocking kind of for the first time last year when he was asked to do it. He's just not often asked to do it. Hawks pick is in. Or plays Rashad Penny or Chris Carson. Rashad Penny. Zion Johnson's probably a little high to be grabbing him here, Grandizer, but if they did that, he's a safe pick. Where's Megan? I think Megan's watching the live coverage. Jacob says, who's the Panthers take? So they took offensive Ike Makawanu. That's who they took. Palms are sweating. Jose Garcia says Cross. I don't know if some of you maybe have seen Cross in there or not. We'll see. Ivan Cadix's pick is in. Of course, the Seahawks, they wait as long as they can in the commercial break. Get away from your commercial break. Get us back. Get us live. We'll do it live. Megan says Jody's in the front row center in the war room. Good. Good. That's something. Weston Corbett says, let's go. All right, here we go. Pick is in, number 5. Here we go. Pick is in, number 9. Come on, don't break my heart again this year, please. You've done it 3 years in a row. You killed me 3 years in a row. Don't do it to me this year. Just do the right thing. Do the right thing. Spike Lee this joint. Okay? Spike Lee this joint. Do the right thing. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Come on, man. Come on. Bring her home. Just bring her into the garage. Come on, you can do it. Johnny's on the phone talking. I don't know if that's Johnny or a scout. Somebody's on the phone talking. All right. All right, then we got confirmation just about here. Just about. They are milking it, Chuck. Dear God. The cow's udder has no more milk left. You know what I mean? The nipples are raw. Let's go. Get the pick. Goodell is coming to the podium, folks. The pick is in. All right, here we go. All right. With the ninth selection in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Charles Cross, left tackle, Mississippi State. All right, we're going to have some divided opinion here, folks. You may be a little bit down on this pick, but this pick is not a failure. This pick is not in the L.J. Collier place. This pick is not in where the Jordan Brooks pick was for what you were doing at that time, or even the Dwayne Eskridge pick last year. This is a different horse of another color. Charles Cross deserves to be up there mentioned in the top tackles in this draft. He deserves to be much higher above Trevor Penning or Bernard Raymond. And you may not like this pick, but here's the problem with this is that you've been driven a little bit to this pick by the fact that you needed to make this selection. You had to address the left tackle position one way or another. Dwayne Brown is older than dirt. Fisher, out there also in free agency, gets basically nobody excited. This was going to be driven to doing it here, and you could not wait into the second round. You can wait into the second round for a pass rusher. You could wait in the second round for a wide receiver or a linebacker, but you were not going to be able to wait into the second round to go get your left tackle of the future. Is this Walter Jones reborn new? No, you're not getting Walter Jones. But are you getting a really upper-level left tackle, and he should be pretty close to being that from day one? Yes. The questions about his run blocking are, to me, a little bit over talked about. I spoke about the fact that he plays in the spread system, the air raid system, right? So a lot of what he's doing is in just pass sets over and over and over again, not doing a lot of run block. But because he's not being asked to do it, does not mean he can't do it. It just means that it's not fundamentally an approach the offense is taking to attack. So before we throw him under the bus saying he absolutely can't run block, let's see him not do it. And really, if you're talking about left tackles, quite frankly, the first and foremost skill set I need from my left tackle is an ability to pass block. I need him to control that blindside edge and not lose it. And that is what this guy is going to give you from day one over there. An ability to pass protect over there and not get overwhelmed. He is technically further along than Ikem Akawanu. He is technically further even more along than Evan Neal out of Alabama, who still has had even more starts at 46 starts there at Alabama. Yes, he's technically in a better position, which being better technically means he's going to be closer and quicker to arriving to starting and arriving at an upper-level starter much faster than a guy that might not have that in his bag necessarily. I understand if this doesn't blow you away as a pick. I understand if you wanted to see something more exciting. This is a little bit like the Evan Neal, where it is a little bit of a meat and potatoes type pick, but it is a move of necessity. You do need this sustenance. You do need this nourishment. Your offensive line has been one of the worst groups in the last few years by quite a wide margin. You've not spent money on the position, and you've not put very much draft capital in the position. That's got to start somewhere. I have been hammering over and over again that you got to get this offensive line right before you go get that quarterback. You cannot do it the other way around. Well, now they're starting to put the places in peace to then eventually go get that quarterback. Now you start to be able to say, okay, well, we've got our left tackle here, and Lewis will slide eventually to right guard, and we'll start to figure out maybe we'll get a right tackle in this draft or another center in this draft, and now you're starting to put that together. And once you put an offensive line together, now you're putting that quarterback in a position to succeed from day one. And if the defensive adjustments that they're talking about making can start to take hold, now we're moving the team back around into a place to be competitive once more. It all kind of goes together, right? Not one thing is going to win the day. Turning yourself magically defense is not going to win the day. You know, getting just a great franchise quarterback in itself is not going to win the day. There's a lot of work to be done here. Not one pick, not one move was going to do it. But if they couldn't trade back, if there just wasn't a move to be made with that, if they maybe saw Cross as highly as I think that they're probably going to tell us they saw him, to me it's a move that makes a lot of sense. Let's see what you guys think in the chat on this one. But I love this pick. I think this is a smart pick. Can't be mad at it. Can't be mad at it. And as Ryan Ball says, it wasn't corral. So I'm super happy by that aspect of things. Woo! Good pick, Seahawks. Smart pick. Good job. In Utero says Cross is athletic as hell. He is. He can move for a big man. And that's not a reach, folks. This is a good pick. Well slotted. He should be a top 10 pick in this draft. I like it. Always compete. He can duel the speedy guys. He can. And you can get caught up in the run blocking, but the left tackle, you need to handle those twitchy edge guys, those explosive guys who there's just not a lot of guys at the left tackle position that are built to take those guys on and handle those speedy rushers, and he can do it. It's the foremost skill set you should want at a left tackle. I like the pick quite a bit. Finally, after 4 years, it's only taken 4 years for me, folks, to get here, but I finally get to be happy by a first pick after 4 years. All right, we got another selection in. The Jets have just drafted. With the 10th selection in the NFL 2022 draft, the New York Jets select Garrett Wilson, Ohio State wide receiver. So our second wide receiver goes off the board to the Jets. No shocker there. They set themselves up in prime position to do so. Remember, I did kind of predict this in my mock draft, though I had Jamison Williams. I had the Jets, initially taking Ahmad Gardner and then coming back with wide receiver at number 10. They did go with wide receiver here, though they went with a different receiver than I had plucked or put in place. But still, good selection by them. Makes a lot of sense for what we thought they might do there. Oh, we got a couple donations here on the chat. Michael with the $5 donation. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you and salute you, sir. Says, what if John locked draft room door on Pete? That's the only logical explanation for drafting a good offensive line player. I think he did. I think he was like, Pete, they want to talk to you about something in the other room. He's like, what? Who wants to talk to me? There's just some John Schmidt. He's in the other room. He wants to talk to you. Pete walked out. Then they looped the war room footage from an hour ago, locked him out, and then John just conducted the first round. And Pete's over there just banging on the door like, this ain't funny, man. This ain't funny. And John's just screaming back at him like, you promised me this. You promised me this. So, that's the only explanation I think for it as well. We'll see what kind of shenanigans they have to pull to get him out of the room during the second and third round tomorrow. Jeff Shelkey says, thank God they didn't do something crazy. No, they didn't. And thank you for the donation, Michael. I appreciate you. Barry Sotoro with a $2 donation says, can we assume Dwayne Brown will not be back? Yes, we can. I don't think that you're looking at Charles Cross as a guy that you would slide over to the right side. You indeed like him at the left side. That's a good spot for him to be in. That's his right spot. That's his natural spot. You've had problems with moving players out of their natural position in recent history. I don't think that they'll do that here. I think that they're very worried about Dwayne with his age and injury history and bringing him back at this point. So I just think that this definitely is indicative that Dwayne's not coming back. JDM says, Russ be like, oh, now y'all invest in the O-line. You know he is. You know Russ just rolled his eyes with this pick. You know he did. And we have the Saints trading up, it looks like, to number 11. Could the Saints be going for their quarterback of the future here with Malik Willis on the board? Interesting. Charles Riley with a $10 donation. Thank you, Charles, for all the donos. He says, Orange Cat is mature enough to look beyond the glitz and glamour. At the end of the day, Orange Cat knows we're here because we had a bad team last year. Long-term investing is the Orange Cat's thing. It is. She's a calm, patient investor too, right, Charles? She's not going to get hyped like me even when I put the catnip. Look at her. She's back asleep after I put the catnip in there. Completely as if I didn't put anything down. She's like, whatever, catnip. That's what she's basically doing there. But yeah, she's a smart one. She's moving in on 10 years old, so there isn't a lot that gets her kitten out anymore. Woo! We got Cross. Let's go, Brando. We got Cross, Greg. It's a good pick. It's a great pick. I love it. Orbit Play says, Jets be like, who needs Debo? We got Williams. I guess they're going Garrett. Mr. Kane says the force works. It works. It worked this year. The power of the large in jersey is working so far. Now I'm not going to be able to take this thing off for the next 3 days and I have to smell myself for 3 constant days. Great, because I can't wash it. So, all right. Well, that's the power of the large in jersey for you, I guess. Always Compete says it's not flashy, but solid, maybe even foundational. Well said, man. That's what it is. It's not going to win you any, no one's going to go, Seahawks won this draft because they took Charles Cross, but it will help you win football games. It makes the offensive line better. It gets you a young building block piece for that offensive line at the most important position of the offensive line because not all offensive line positions are equal or weighted equally. The left tackle position is by far the most important position. Blindside rushers are guys that they call them blindside, being the quarterback can't see them coming. He can't adjust. He can't move around. He can't swing out of the way of those guys late because he's not normally going to be able to see them when they've broken free. So you need a guy on that side that can lock it down, who can keep that guy from putting your quarterback under duress. And that's what this guy's going to be able to do. Yep, Saints just traded up. Burke Choppa says, Cross gaining so much followers on Instagram. Nice. Alexander Wheeler, can Charles Cross move in his own running scheme? Yeah, he is tremendously athletic. Tremendously athletic in space. So he absolutely should be able to do it. Tobias says, we can wave Tyler Linderbaum goodbye now. It's sad. It is. I do hear some people saying that he might drop all the way through the first round. I don't know if I buy it, but there is talk that he might make it into the second round. But yeah, it's probably likely at this point that we're not going to land the Lins. Chuck Seeger says, Pat McCaffrey's roll, 120,000 deep, laughing out loud. It's like chaos over there. James Black says, Cross is only 21 too. Great point. It's been one of the things I've harped on in this draft process is when you look at these prospects now, when you're factoring in where you're evaluating a guy, factor in age as well. If you have a guy that's 21 versus being 23, 24 years old, then we're going to have more older prospects in this draft versus other drafts because the extra year that was allotted due to COVID, factor that in. A kid that's 20, 21 years old is going to have more upside to be tapping into. There's still more left to develop. Whereas a guy at 24, the die is cast. It is what it is. There's not going to be a whole lot more on top of that you're going to get going forward. Joe Mon says, we still have Stone Forsythe. Ha. He'll be our swing tackle. Brian Myers says, swing spot here, so look for a trade, or Washington takes Hamilton. They could. John Reese says, Fortner would be a good pick for the center in later rounds. He would. There's some later round centers in this that aren't bad, too. There's about 4 or 5 guys that are pretty good. Juergens, Cole Strange, Zach Tom. Chris Smith says, so is Stone just a dump, or is he a 10-year backup dude? Probably more likely a 10-year backup dude. I just don't think they wanted to ride with him as their only option. You want to get competition out there, and you want to also get depth. Both of those things have been sorely lacking as far as the Seahawks offensive line in recent history. It's not just been the front line guys. It's that when the front line go out, you also have nothing at the backup position. So now they're starting to build both up, and that's something that I can get behind. Because when your offensive line's rolling, when it's creating holes in the running game, when it's pass protecting, everything else flows right on the offensive side of the ball. Jacob Kessinger with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jacob. Says, time to drink in celebration now, Brando. We can have a fun drunk stream instead of a sad one. Oh, you know it, Jacob. I'm going to try to, I got to save the drinking thing because I got to still do tomorrow. I got to do tonight with Brendan. I got to do tomorrow's stream and then on Sunday. But one of these days, if not tomorrow, probably Sunday, I'll be popping a beer and we'll be having a beer as we finish this up on that day. So no doubt about it. We'll be having a fun drinking stream, especially if the rest of this draft can go like this, which would be amazing. Thank you for the $5 donation. But yeah, Jacob, I will. I just can't do it tonight because I got to get up tomorrow and roll. Tom says, but Seattle can get that quarterback next year, fill out the team, get him young and hungry. Absolutely. Joe Mon says, how many picks do we have tomorrow? 3, Joe. 3 in total. Always compete. Do you know how our 4 or 5 round picks changed? We traded for somebody on one side and then somebody else on the other. I forget how it went. But there was a trade that occurred. God, what was that trade? I'm not recalling it for some reason. Why is Tony Gonzalez announcing the Saints pick? That don't make any sense. That makes no sense. Dom H, is our night complete? Can't see us making any moves upwards given how many gaps we have. Well, Dom H, there is the rumor that we might trade up for Desmond Ridder. So don't Don't go to bed quite yet. don't turn off your TV set quite yet. A lot of people talking the podium here. Jesus. Will Valdez, we're not out of the woods yet. They could still do something stupid like trade back up into the first round for one of these quarterbacks. I really hope they're looking at the 2023 draft for their next quarterback. I agree. That would be the smart thing. That would be the good thing. That would be the right way. Will. Michael Ponikowski, Cross will be elite. Screenshot this. I agree with you, man. I'm with it. Alexander says the Saints traded a second and a third next year along with 15. Jeez. That's a lot to give up to move up 4 spots. Weird that John Schneider didn't trade back. He must have just really liked Charles Cross at that point. Because that's a hell of a haul if Seattle could have gotten something like that. All right, the pick is in, folks. The pick is in. With the 11th selection in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Chris Olave. Well, look at this, folks. So if you'll notice on my little mock draft board here, I had Chris Olave going in the first round, and I had him going to the New Orleans Saints. So another player that I connected correctly to the right team. I just didn't get on the right pick. But I had Olave. And also notice this, folks. Look where I knocked off. Luckily, I knocked this one out of the park. I had Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave going back-to-back, which they just did in this draft. I had them going back-to-back selections. I had Garrett going ahead of Chris Olave, and I had Olave going to the Saints. Not bad. I'm not doing too bad on this mock. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I'm not doing too bad. I'm not doing too bad. Barry Sotoro with a $5 donation. Thank you, Barry. Very kind of you. So they were talking about Amazon Primetime Thursday Night Football. Oh, geez. That's what they're yapping about up there? God, okay. They're going to try to make Thursday Night Football a thing, one way or another. I mean, it's cool, but a lot of people would just be as much happy if they just stayed on Sundays. Luke Helsman says, I'm telling you, not trading down and missing on Jordan Davis is not it. Jordan Davis will be Vince Wilfork 2.0, except with Terminator skills. Well, Luke, it would have been nice if you would have been able to address your left tackle position prior to coming into this draft, wouldn't it? I mean, that's kind of the answer there, is that if you had done that, that would have maybe have freed you up for going after a guy like Jordan Davis. But the Seahawks came into this draft with a gaping wide open, gaping wound of a hole on this football team as far as the tackle position is concerned. And not just left tackle, but right tackle too. You were going to need to address it somewhere, and you were going to need to get guys that could walk onto the football field and start instantaneously for this football team, which when you start getting the second, third round, that's not really going to happen. So I'm with you. I love Jordan Davis. He absolutely could turn into Vince Wilfork, if not more so, an even better player beyond that. He's got the potential there. But I do think the Seahawks kind of boxed themselves in a little bit, where there's a great tackle that's fell to you then at the top of the first, in the top 10 picks, and it is an absolute desperate need. Lions just traded up too. Lions just traded up, it looks like, from 32 to 12. Ooh, the draft's getting wild now. The draft is getting a little bit wild now. Draft's getting a little bit wild. All right, so they've moved up. Interesting by the Lions. This has got to be a quarterback. It's got to be Malik. Malik's going to the ankle biters, or the knee biter ankle biters. He's going to the knee biters. 12 to 32 for the Lions. Wow. Brandon Garola. Where do I think Willis will go? I think Willis goes here to the Lions. I think Willis is the pick. I would be surprised to see Lions trading up for Pickett here. That'd be a shocker. That is a big trade. They had to give up quite a bit to move up here. So it's got to be a quarterback. It absolutely has to be. Yeah, Corey, who do I think Detroit's targeting? It's got to be Malik. To move up from 32 to 12 means they probably give up a future. Jesus, did they give up a future first-round pick to do that? Boy, that's ballsy by Detroit to pull that off if they did that. Somebody put in the chat what the details of the trade are if you can, because they're obviously in the NFL coverage, they can't get their head out of their butts to put up the right information. They want to show you the quarterback pressure rate for Detroit last year. Show me what's the trade of what it is to trade. What did it cost them to trade up? Show me the details. Joe Lopez says, I don't think anybody wanted to trade with John. Maybe not. Oh, here we go. So Detroit receives the 12th and the second round pick. Wow. Wow. Detroit didn't have to give up that much to make that happen. They flopped second round picks with the Vikings, which is a difference of about 12 picks in the second round, and they picked up an extra third rounder. I like that deal by Detroit. They're only giving up basically a third round pick basically at that point to move up from 32 to 12. Detroit's making moves. Make a few moves. A mill here, a mill there. And the pick is in. See what they do. Let's see what they do. And yeah, they didn't give up a second. They swapped second round picks with the Vikings to do it, according to the charts that they just showed. So here we go. The pick is in. With the 12th selection in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions take with the 12th selection Jamison Williams out of the University of Alabama, wide receiver. Wow. Shocker. Shocking. But again, I think because the cost was not that much to move up, they're only giving up a third round pick and then flopping the 2 seconds. It wasn't that much for Detroit to come up and go get the guy that they may have as their number one wide receiver in this whole draft. Take out the ACL, they may have him put up at that spot. Daniel W. says, Lions got a steal in the trade. Didn't give up much. Yeah, I don't think so either. I think the people that were reporting initially they giving up a second and a third, it wasn't. They're flopping Minnesota second. Minnesota's middle of the second round. They're up at the upper end of the second round. And then they're giving them a third round pick. But I don't think that those are, for moving up 20 spaces in the first round. In the past, teams like Atlanta that had done that to move up for Julio Jones had to give up a future first to pull that off. So that's amazing value from Detroit to pull that type of situation in the way they did. King Bomber, I agree. Detroit stole that from Minnesota. That's a steal of a deal. I don't know. What is Minnesota doing there? I guess Minnesota's just in the camp of where I am with this draft, where they said tier 2 is where it's at in this draft, not tier 1. And if there's any way we can pick up an extra pick into tier 2, even if we got to go 20 picks back, I'd be pissed if this was Seattle. If John Schneider had moved from 9 to like 30 just to pick up an extra third round pick and flop second round positioning, I'd be pissed. Jeff Shelkey says Lions get the best wide receiver in the draft. Yeah, they might have just gotten that for. I like the trade. Detroit's doing some smart things. They're doing some smart things. No doubt about it. Interesting. King Bomber says, dude, Vikings are being Seattle. For real. I know, man. This is a Seattle move to do something like that where you're like, ugh. You just went 20 picks back to give this team the best receiver in the draft? King Bombers, Detroit's winning this draft. They're doing good. One of the better teams in the draft so far. Houston M says, that's a wild deal for 2 teams in the same division. Good point. Normally you don't see 2 teams in the same division make this kind of trade. And yeah, this is a head scratcher. I didn't see that coming either, Corey. That's wild. That is wild. Sector 7 with a $2 donation says, not quite, 9 out of 9, but not bad at all. Good job, man. Wow. Yeah, I'm not doing too bad. So far, all of my first round guys have gone. So I went a little bit too quarterback heavy, but I had Jameson Williams going inside the first 10 picks. So I was only 3 off on that. But I'm doing pretty good overall. The board's getting a little squishy now. Just a little squishy. But it's hanging in there, Spectre. It's hanging in there. I'll put mine up against anybody else's. Yami says the Lions trade is so good for us to take the quarterback we want early in the second. It's a good point. This does close the door on a quarterback now being taken by Detroit at the top of the second round. As I don't see Minnesota doing that. Even if you go, well, they're not in on Kirk Cousins. Maybe not, but they just drafted the kid out of Texas A&M last year, Kellen Mond. So they kind of have their quarterback of the future. Orbit plays, nice row. Isaac Fisher, imagine if we get Ebiketie in the second after getting Cross. I would be in heaven. That'd be a good pick, Isaac. That'd be a solid start to this draft. What if you got Cross, Ebiketie, and Abraham Lucas? What if we got our 2 bookend tackles and a good pass rusher in the first 3 picks? Not bad. That wouldn't be too bad. Whammy Bard says, Russ be like, hey, Pete, thanks for drafting my dream left tackle right after trading me. Yeah, I know, Russ. Russ has got some eye rolling going when he's thinking about this one tonight. Corey Pitts says, Falele and Ritter. You could sign me up for it, Corey, but I'd sure like to go with more just Falele and Ebiketie or, somewhere in that realm would be more my cup of tea. James Carrick just tuned in. What was the reaction to the Cross pick? Any comparisons? Hard to find comparisons on Cross. You'd have to find more of a pass blocking left tackle, young guy coming out that's been in that realm. Let me try to think of a comparison that might work. That's come out recently with Cross. God, who'd be a guy that you could put some comparisons with Cross of a guy like Teron Armstead, who was the free agent this offseason that was out there and banging around that we could have signed. This guy's got some elements of his game that Teron Armstead have. So kind of similar in the way that they go about what they do. But my reaction, James, was I was really happy by the pick. It's not a pick that's going to get a ton of people jumping up and down and applauding and, oh my God, this is amazing. But it's a really good pick. And it's as happy as I've been with the first pick of the draft for our Seattle Seahawks in the very minimum, at least 4 years, if not going all the way back to Earl Thomas. So I like this pick quite a bit. I'm excited by this pick. This is not Jermaine Ifedi. This is not an Ethan Posick that you took high. This is not a lineman with all these rough edges. This is a guy who's ready to roll and ready to roll right now. He's not perfect, but he's damn good. And he should be starting from day one for us. Chuck Seeger, it would be nice if the Hawks did trade back up for Jermaine Johnson. I guess I wouldn't hate it, but boy, you could get 2 players versus the 1. And those 2 players would be really solid players you're getting. But Johnson's got some good potential to him. And he is starting to dip a little bit here in this draft from where we're hearing the talk of him going. JTB says we should trade up for Linderbaum. No, I wouldn't be opposed to that. Yami goes Falele and Mafe. Ooh, I think Mafe goes in the first round. That's my bold prediction. Sean Hines says, would you trade back up into the first? I probably wouldn't. Though I'll tell you, Sean, if the cost of what we're talking about here is a 3rd round pick to do so, maybe I'm a little bit more open to doing it at that point. I'd always thought if you're trading up in the second into the first at this point, you're giving up either one of our 2nd round picks this year or a future 2nd round pick. But if you can get the job done with a 3rd to do it, which it seems like the cost is not as significant as it's been in the past with this Vikings trade, I might be open to it. James Black says, I heard Cross compared to Tristan Wirfs. I mean, maybe a little bit. Athletically, maybe a little bit, but Wirfs was a right tackle and a pure right tackle at that. Cross moves a little bit better in pass protection. Not necessarily the same mauler that Wirfs was in the run blocking game, which is why Wirfs plays the right side. But Cross has got a little bit more ability out there as in pass pro, I think. Dribble orb, Tunsil. Tunsil makes a lot of sense. That one fits. There's some elements of Tunsil to this game. King Bomber says, I'm just so insanely happy that Seattle didn't throw this trade. Me too. Me too. They just did the smart thing. They didn't overthink it. Best player available on their board. They took it, and they got such a good one at that. All right, the Philadelphia Eagles pick is in 13 here. Nolan Arvan says the Eagles gave up 15, 124, 162, and 166 for 13. Wow, they traded a lot of the depth of their picks in this round. Was that 4th, 5th, 6th round is basically what that would turn out to be there. Something like that. Interesting. And they moved up, 4 spaces or something? Hard to see this as a receiver. I think their receivers are off the board. They might look at this guy be an edge. Or corner even, maybe. Let's see. Here we go. Let's see where we go here. What you got, Eagles? What you got, Eagles? Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Davis, all right. With the 13th selection in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jordan Davis, defensive tackle out of Georgia. Now, this is a guy who I can tell in the chat, just even this chat, I've seen a few mentions of him. He's a lot of people's favorite player in this draft. And a guy, if you talk about potential, and draft is all about potential, all about getting guys that have the sky that is the limit. They could be anything, Hall of Famers. This guy's got Hall of Fame type talent build to him. But he's got a long way to go to get there to it. Long way to go to get there to it. Now, I know they're flashing on the thing that he was a 2021 Outland Trophy Award winner for best interior defensive lineman in the country. Really good player. He pops off the tape. He certainly is going to be at least solid as a run stuffer from day one for the Eagles. What can he give him as far as a pass rusher goes? I think he can give you a moderate amount of pass rush, but I don't know if he's going to give you a high-end amount of pass rush. People keep drawing comparisons between him and a guy like Aaron Donald, and he's just a completely different player than what Aaron Donald was. Completely different. Like, the defensive tackles don't come more differently built than those two guys. Maybe from an impact standpoint, people are trying to broach it from that side of it. I think it's a little bit of a stretch in that department from my standpoint of things. But a good pick by Philly. They went out there, got their guy. Good of them not to reach on a receiver. There's been kind of a run on them now here in this first round at the start. So Jordan Davis goes to 13. His false stops there. Solid pick on their part. Helps them out. Fletcher Cox is probably on his way out of there pretty soon. So King Bomber, Jermaine Johnson's dipping because he's old. Stop simping for Johnson. Jason Peters says Cross is the best pass blocker in the draft. Agreed. Agreed. You're not, there's not a better one out there. No doubt about it. Why do I says Cross is pro ready, day one starter. You better believe it. Jacob Kessinger with a $2 donation says, just hope we can get Troy Anderson in the 3rd. And me as well. Me as well. That'd be awesome. If Troy fell to the 3rd, I hope we run to the podium on that one. He's going to be a really good player. Really good player. Robert Jimenez with a $2 donation says, addressing the offensive line was a top priority for Seattle. It had to be. It had to be. You want to run the football, you need the talent to do that. You need pass blockers in the NFL, or pass rushers are going to completely destroy everything you're trying to do from an offensive perspective. You can't short sell it anymore. And unfortunately, this team in recent history, especially the last 5 to 6 years, has short sold the offensive line. I think in a lot of degrees, they've looked at the situation and said, okay, Russell Wilson, you're going to take top 3 money at your position in the entire sport and eat up a huge amount of our cap. Well, now you're going to need to overcome not having as good an offensive line. We're going to have to go light somewhere else on the offensive side of the ball to overcome the amount of money we're having to spend on you. And they chose the offensive line for that to be where they decided to do that. Right, wrong, better or worse, that's where they kind of landed with it. I didn't like that approach myself. I don't think it did well to help this team in being a really upper level competitive team, a team that could push to be an elite team in the NFL. But I think that also is going to change now with Russell gone and with them not spending as much money in the offensive line. Good move on their part. I love it. It had to be done, like you said. It was a top priority, Robert. They put themselves in this position of having to make this happen by the fact that you had not addressed it so far this whole offseason. Charles Riley says, Brando, who's the first quarterback to go? Let me look at who we got. Who we got picking here with everybody moving and sliding and driving and vibing. It's a good question. Let's go with Malik Willis at 20. I'm going to buy in Malik Willis dropping to the Steelers at 20. And I think the Minnesota Vikings here go with Penning. Kyle Hamilton. Oh, we got a different one here. Cool Breeze says, how long has it been since we acquired a player in the draft who was ready to start from day one and actually did well? I mean, Earl Thomas is basically it. I mean, well, I got to include all the rounds. Damian Lewis, Cool Breeze. I mean, he did well from day one a couple of years ago, but before him, it had been a bit. I mean, before him, I'm trying to go back. It's been quite a bit of time since before then. But certainly Damian you'd put in that measure. TP1 says, man, Houston picked up a 4th and 2 5ths to drop from 13 to 15. Great move for them. Wish we could have done something similar with 9. Yeah, me too. There's been quite a lot of movement after our pick, which to me probably speaks more to the fact that Schneider really loved Cross and he didn't want to he didn't want to miss out on the chance to get Cross. Which makes sense. It makes me more excited for the pick because they truly went out and got their guy. They targeted their dude, the one that they said, this is the guy we got to come away with. This is the guy we want. Not wait and we'll get the next guy that's near what this guy is. This guy. I'm more encouraged by that because of that. Orbit, who's the better of the 2 running backs, Javonte Williams or Rashad Penny? Javonte Williams is better. Joe DBZ says I'd stick with 2 second rounders, get Ebiketie and Benito and Lucas or Leo Chanel. Me too. I'm the same. And we got the pick is in. We have the number 4 selection in the 2022 draft. The Baltimore Ravens select Kyle Hamilton, safety out of Notre Dame. Fantastic pick by the Ravens. You often wonder with them, how is it that they've been able to stay competitive and stay good as a roster for so many years straight? We talk a lot about Seattle and how they've been consistently a good team for so many years. You could apply the same thing to the Baltimore Ravens and probably add on another 5 to 6 years on top of that in their current run that they have. And the reason they do that is because they go into draft after draft after draft, and they usually do a great job within it. Ozzie Newsome has moved on from there now, so they don't have his same old kind of magic there. But Hamilton is going to be a fantastic safety for them. He is going to be the best one that they've had there since their Hall of Famer there retired. His name is missing me right now. But I love the pick for the Ravens. This kid's going to help them out by quite a bit. Everybody got caught up on his 40 time, but I thought that the kid was just one of the better players in this draft overall. If he's not about my 4th overall, the best player in this draft, bar none, he's right near there in that spot. This is a home run pick for the Baltimore Ravens. Very good selection. Who's the most underrated person in the draft? I don't know. Underrated person or underrated player? I would say, considering that I've got this Hamilton up at like number 4 on my list, and now he's being taken at 14, he had the biggest fall to me off of where he probably should go and what he truly is. He's just a great football player with the size and length you would dream to have. He's got shades of Cam Chancellor to his game while also still being able to be excellent in coverage too. One of the highest graded safeties in coverage in the sport last year. Not a lot you can really pick apart in Kyle Hamilton's game. So if you're asking which of the guy, that would be my guy. And I'm going to get some more coffee, folks. Bear with me, please. Whew. I'm so stoked. I'm so happy right now. Like my Seahawks did good this draft so far. They did the right thing so far. It ain't over with yet, but let me wipe the sweat from the brim of my brow. Dom H says the Ravens got that pick in with about 10 seconds of being on the clock. Well, when you got the guy as highly rated as I'm sure as they do on their board because this team drafts well and they know what they're doing with it. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. They know what they're looking for. They know how to draft. They're one of those teams that proves that the draft is not just completely random affair that you can't have any control over. It's one that you can do right and correctly. It's one that if you put the proper resources in and you give it its correct amount of weight that it deserves and earns, you can come out of it with better players than your average team. But you've got to look at it as that process. So we have a trade with the Ravens and the Cardinals. Oh, goodness. We got a trade with the Ravens and the Cardinals. The Ravens trade to the Cardinals Marquise Brown in a third-round pick for the 23rd overall selection in the first round. What in the hell are the Arizona Cardinals doing? Whoa. Whoa. All right, another pick is in. It's going fast now, folks. With the 15th selection in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kenyon Green out of Texas A&M. Oh, he's a mauler, folks. This guy's a good guard. And, of course, you're on my mock draft so far. What's nice about this, at least with my mock, is that every player that I have mocked in the first round has so far been taken in the first round, including Kenyon Green. Now, I had him a little bit deeper in this first round at 32 to the Detroit Lions. But, again, along with Zion Johnson, so we talk about the tackles, and the top three tackles being a tier unto themselves, Evan Neal, Ikem Ekwonu, and Charles Cross, them being in their own sort of area, and then the other tackles beneath them like Raymond and Trevor Penning being certainly a step below that. Well, the same thing is true with the guard situation. Zion Johnson, Kenyon Green are in their own twosome, their own specialized twosome as far as left guards go, and this draft is bereft of a lot of very good left guards. So if you wanted to get one in this draft, you're going to have to go early, especially if you want to find one of impact, and Green will be of impact. Good all-around overall player. Technically, very, very good in his game. Knows where to lay his hands. Doesn't do any one thing great. To me, was just kind of solid all the way down the board as a player goes. But a very safe pick there for Houston, a team that needed to go and start to build now on the offensive line, having gone with Derek Stingley with that first pick at the top of the first round. So I like what the Texans are doing. I like that trade there. It's interesting. Very, very interesting trade. Joe DB says, stop it, Brendan. You're going to jinx it, and Hawks will do something dumb. Randall says, Brown can't stay healthy. I don't know with the Hollywood Brown thing. Yeah, Marquise Brown to the Cardinals for a 3rd and 20. Jesus. That is so dumb by the Cardinals. Like, that's dumb. I mean, in this draft? What the hell has Hollywood Brown shown that he's basically worth the equivalent of a first-round pick at this point? Barry Satora with a $5 donation says, Arizona is trying to make Kyler happy. Can the national narrative change from DK being a diva to Kyler, please? Well, I guess so, man. They said, okay, Christian Kirk's out, and now we only got 6 receivers. We got to get it back up to 7 for you there, Kyler. But this is not a move that's going to sit well in the future with the Cardinals versus what they could have done with that pick. What about pass rush for the Cardinals? You just lost Chandler Jones. You got Marcus Golden, and you've got an old-ass J.J. Watt. You just bypass all of that for a receiver? I'll be interested to see if there are any Cardinal fans to sign off on that one. If I'm a Cardinal fan right now, I'm pounding. How nice is it to watch other teams doing stupid crap in the first round? Oh, Nelly. It's just wonderful. Especially when it's a division rival. Yes, do more of that. Do more of that, Cardinals. Please do more of those stupid moves. That's amazing. Tom Cox with the $5 donation says, but there was a hint that Seattle wanted to fix O-line when Trent Brown came to visit Seattle. It is. It's true, Tom. They were trying to keep him here. They were trying to get him signed. In the end of the day, he was using us for kind of leverage to get a better deal with New England. But Seattle certainly understood that they needed to do something with the position. And maybe also within that hint, Tom, is that not only is that a hint that they're looking to build the offensive line, but seeing as how he would be a right tackle here and not a left tackle, that they're looking to do even more on that offensive line through the course of this draft. Because it does make sense you go left tackle early and right tackle later, because right tackle, there's quite a few of them that'll be available there in the second round, versus left tackle, which I think is going to get bled out here pretty quick. I mean, once Penning, Raymond, Tyler Smith go off the board, it's going to get real light, real fast. Real fast. Chewable says Hamilton can't cover. He had one of the highest coverage grades in all of football last year, according to the analytics. Dave Pearson says, I want to see defensive tackle and cornerback selected at 40 and 41. You could. Though, Dave, they've never drafted a cornerback that high in the Carroll Schneider era. Corey, what did the Cardinals give up? The Cardinals gave up their first-round pick, and they got back a third-round pick in Hollywood Brown. Boy, that's a bad pick. Ed Reed. Thank you, guys. Ed Reed. I'm having a senior moment. Sorry. Charles Riley with the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles, for all your donos. He says, I got to admit, I'm pissed that we addressed the offensive line now that Russ is gone. I think this has to do with John being in control versus Pete. What could have been? What could have been, Charles? You know I lamented it a ton. You know I was hammering on it even in the last offseason, the offseason before that. Get Russ off an offensive line. Get him a top-end offensive line for the first time in his entire career. But at least maybe for the first time since the Super Bowl run. Let's see what he can do with that. Let's see if he can't still find another gear to his career here, having that in front of him. And they just never chose to go that approach. And it is frustrating now that we finally do get to see it, Charles. But at least they are addressing it. At least they are doing something with it and not continuing within the old ways of, offensive line doesn't really matter. We'll do the bare minimum over there. It'll be fine. Bare minimum, I'm sure we'll be able to pass protect. Run block? Sure. So it's at least encouraging that they're not going that old path, which they were pretty much stuck into for years now. But it would have been nice if you would have done this with Wilson here. Niner Stink, is the second round today? Nope, it's tomorrow. Second and third round are tomorrow. Why do I? Now when villains come in from the left side, they will be stopped by the power of the cross. Patent pending. Oh, I love it, man. Get a shirt, have a cross put up. He causes vampire like when you raise that cross. Oh, the Washington defenders have given us our first true real surprise in the first round. Here we go. With the 16th selection in the first round of the 2022 draft, the Washington defenders select Jahan Dotson, Penn State wide receiver. Oh my God. Well, this is a guy that I never could quite wrap my head around the film on him. Not that it wasn't a good player, not that he wasn't a quality receiver. I just felt like for where he was going to go in this draft, even in the upper end of the second round, I didn't see as many of the wow traits element to his game. Does a lot of things solid, good footwork, good release, good enough speed. He elongates his catch radius for a guy that's a little undersized, as good as you're going to see in this draft. But man, 16 is just a wee bit on the side of high for me on this one. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Barry Sator with a $5 donation. Thank you, Barry. Says, Zona wants a Chase Burrows college tandem with Kyler in Hollywood. I guess so. They saw what Cincinnati did, Barry, and there's like, let's duplicate that. We'll do what Kyler had at Oklahoma there. I guess so, man. I guess that does make a little more sense as to why you'd go that path with it. But, Sheesh. That's a lot to give up. And we got another pick is in here. Another pick is in. Dom H., welcome to the Hawks Nest Pro Bowl. Appreciate you, Dom. And please do go check your community board. I got my draft guide there. If you're looking for some notes on this draft as we're going through. A.J. Brown to the Eagles? All right, here we go. The pick is in. With the 17th selection in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Zion Johnson, Boston College. Oh, I love this pick. I love this pick for the Chargers. And it looks like A.J. Brown just got traded to the Eagles. Goodness. Lots of action here, folks. It's popping off now. It's popping off. A.J. Brown to the Eagles. Okay. Sam Hutchinson says, would have liked to have seen them trade back and attack the second round heavy, but man, Cross is going to be a beast. Nice to see them get a pass-protecting offensive lineman as well. It is, Sam. It really is. I'm hyped on him. I can't hate on not trading back. I wanted to, like you, trade back first and foremost, but this is not a bad plan B. This Charger pick is a great pick for them. They have silently and slowly been building up their offensive line more and more here for their talented young quarterback, Justin Herbert. And this, along with Rashawn Slater last year, oh, what a great pick. What a great pick for them. You put this kid next to Slater. The left side is locked down tight now. You got Corey Linsley there at center. What has I talked about? You got a young quarterback, get him an offensive line, and watch him take off. With this offseason the Chargers have had, with trading for Khalil Mack, making some of the moves that, signing J.C. Jackson in free agency, they have set the stage for themselves to make a true run next year. And they should be the favorites, in my opinion, as it stands right now, to take that division. They should be the favorites. I love Zion Johnson, though. This was a great pick on their part. Again, along with Kenyon Green, one of the safer guards in this draft, left guards in this draft. Can't go wrong with this type of pick. Love it. Love it. Barry Sator with a $5 donation. Thank you. Says, DK is twice as good and twice as healthy as than AJ. It's true. He doesn't have the knee concerns that AJ has, and I have worries that those knee problems with AJ are going to linger and continue and go on and on and on. I haven't seen yet in the chat what the Eagles gave up. They haven't put it on the screen yet, and we got the pick is in for Tennessee. Oh, here we go. So the Eagles trade A.J. Brown to the Titans for their first-round pick and a third-round pick. Ooh. Okay. DK needs to stay in Seattle. If that's all you're getting, then DK needs to stay in Seattle. For the folks that want DK gone and traded, and you're making the arguments for that, you're not getting the return now. At that point, you need to be getting. It is not worth it to do so with that kind of return. A first and a third round pick for an A.J. Brown, who is not, to me, as good as a DK Metcalf, but he's also not incredibly far away from DK as far as his productivity is gone and where he is as a player. Now, somebody mentioned he does have the questions with him as far as his knee goes and health that DK doesn't necessarily have. But this is one of the reasons why you hold on to DK if you're not getting the value there. Why do I says Commanders, Brandon? Oh, is it not Defenders? It's Commanders. If you change your name to some silly crap, I don't have to learn it at that point. I only have to mock it is all I got to do. Defenders, Guardians, it's all the same name to me. It all just runs together after a while. It's all milquetoast names. Megan, the Hawks Nest. What's up, Megan? Says, Saints fan said the Hawks will now make the sign off the cross when they will now make the sign of the cross when they play now. That'd be awesome if every time he comes to the line of scrimmage, the guy's across from him, he does a sign just before he's about to put him on his ass. That'd be his custom move. Phi XS says, would you be happy if we got Malik at 40? If he somehow fell all the way down? I really just don't want to get a quarterback in this draft, FY. I don't. I'd rather wait for next year when you're going to get a significantly better player in next year's draft than this particular one, in my opinion. So that just does not have me in the place of being willing to pull that trigger with Malik. It'd be enticing, but I'd just rather wait. B-Russ says A.J. Brown for a first and a third. Kind of feels like the Eagles swindled them. A little bit. I think this probably tells us of where the value just is at for these guys at this point. And we think that they're worth more, but maybe they're just not. Maybe the going rate is the going rate. And Tyreek and Devontae Adams, and they drew a certain value that's just not these same young receivers aren't in that same value point as far as what they're going to draw. It very well could be the case. But I do like the trade for the Eagles. I don't like the trade for the Titans. I'm at the 18 here. You've had all the best wide receivers taken off the board at this point. You're going to have to go with like Treylon Burks as the next guy up here on the board. You're going pretty far down. James Larson, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you. Barry Sotoro says, with a $5 donation, says DK is a 3 first minimum. Well, I'm needing at least 2. You're going even higher than me, Barry, but I'm good with that. I'll go with 3 too, man. 3 works for me as well. Let's just hold on to him. That's all I'm saying at this point. Just hold on to him, pay him, and let's just call it a day. Let's call it a day. Let's call him a building block, a foundational piece, and move on with it. Because I'm certainly not moving DK for a first and third. I'm going to be pissed if we move DK for a mid-first and a mid-third round pick. That does not seem like, the appropriate type of value there. Jeff Shelke, thank you for subscribing as well. Appreciate you. I do. Megan Gock Roger with the $2 donation says, who picked Cross at 9 months ago? Points to self. You nailed it, Megan. Nailed it. Well done. Well done, my girl. Well done. And he's going to be a good player. We're going to be really happy with Charles Cross. Oh, here we go. With the 18th selection in the 2022 draft, the Tennessee Titans select Treylon Burks, wide receiver out of Arkansas. Wow, what a selection here for these guys. This is interesting on their part, doing this. He's a good player. He's a guy that did a lot of his production last year was out of the slot. You're going to need him to play a whole lot more on the outside here in the pros. They got rid of Julio Jones too, did Tennessee, so they're going to be leaning on this kid very early in his career to get going and rolling. He does really good as far as the fly sweep game goes, bubble screen game goes, but he is definitely got a little ways to go as far as his route running goes. Hands are okay. And again, if I'm Tennessee, having traded away A.J. Brown, who's a really up-and-coming receiver in this league, to go get what is essentially right now, London, Olave, Wilson, Williams is gone. You're getting the 5th best. You're getting basically the 5th best wide receiver in this draft. That's maybe a little bit of a tougher road to hoe here if I'm them with this kind of pick. Yeah, Tobias, I think it's a great trade for the Eagles, and I have a hard time selling this one to Titans fans. Vank88 super chatted $2. Thank you, Vank88. I do appreciate that. Very kind of you guys. You've been very kind on the chat today as far as donos go. So thank you, everybody, on that. Please do, if you like what you're listening to as well, do me a favor and hit that like button. Just a small little thing that I ask of you. Even if you can't donate, just hit that like button. It does help me out quite a bit if you do happen to like, of course, what you're watching. Twack says Lloyd and Brooks would be a nasty linebacker combo. Oh, they'd be perfectly skill fed together, Twack. That'd be a great pairing between those two guys and what they'd be bringing to the middle. Robert Rowett says, wow, Eagles traded for A.J. Brown. Great trade for them. Great trade for them. Ryan Tatum, the Titans are sending A.J. Brown to Philly. Yep. It's a good trade there. Love it. Love it. Mike Quinn says, DK's price without a quarterback. I take an early first, sold, but yeah, no late round question marks. Yeah, I got to know what I'm returning in. If I'm doing a mid-teen pick, we're now fully out of tier 1 as far as that top end group. I can't do it at that point. I just can't. Just hold with DK, pay DK. We got the money to spend. We're sitting on damn near $140 million of cap space next offseason. Just pay the guy. Pay the guy and keep him here. David Phillips says, I think this is about the money. Tennessee didn't want to spend $100 million for 4 years. I agree that factored into it, especially because they have intricate knowledge about what's going on with his knee. And if they look at his knee and they say, we don't want to do that dance with his knee. The other thing with it is that remember with Tennessee, they came into this offseason $13 million over the salary cap. They did it at the same time that you have guys like Taylor Lewan, who's due for a new contract extension, maybe Kevin Byard, their interior middle defensive tackle there, whose name I can never seem to remember. Jeffrey Richardson, I think is his name. He's due to be paid a big deal, and Harold Landry. So they're over the cap, and then they've got four or five guys that all need to be paid, including then A.J. Brown. Somebody was going to have to go. And maybe Taylor Lewan doesn't get you a first-round pick. Maybe Harold Landry doesn't get you a first-round pick, but maybe A.J. Brown does. The contract the Eagles gave him was a 4-year, $100 million deal. Well, that's like what I've been saying about DK Metcalf for a while now. I've been saying the deal to get DK done would be a 4-year, $100 million deal, $25 million a year, $50 million guaranteed. So that's appropriate value. That's going to be the cost for a DK contract. And then remember, the salary cap is going up significantly over the next few years. Factor that into these new contracts. It's going up significantly. James Waring, so they swapped A.J. Brown for Treylon Burks and got a third-round pick. All that to save $25 million when the cap is about to explode. Makes no sense to me. You did a good job there, James, without even knowing it, of doubling off of just what I was saying on that. Yeah, it makes no sense to me. If the cap was saying stagnant, if the cap was looking to erode or restrict, if there was going to be some retention there on the salary cap, maybe perhaps at that point I would say, okay, I can't pay the wide receiver. But knowing next year the cap's going to go up to 230, maybe even more than that. I mean, remember the Amazon money kicking alone is going to probably bump up the cap a good $30, $35 million a year the moment it kicks in. The second that money kicks in, and it's due to kick in this next year. That's not even on top of the additional revenue and other areas of growth that the NFL is going to have. So the cap is going to go up tremendously. The contract that you signed to a DK or to an A.J. Brown today that's 4 years, $100 million, it looks expensive right now, but tomorrow it's going to look like, it's going to look like a steal. Or at least it's going to look like good value. Burks is a yak monster, always compete. But he does a lot of that from the slot and not the outside. And that's where if you just drafted a slot guy in the teens only, John Williams says moving DK would be for so little would be just stupid. Agreed. Xander Sky, DK is going to be expensive for a reason. Because he's good, right? That's right. King Bomber says Brian Gutekunst is calling the Hawks and trying to get Metcalf. Laughing my ass off. We're not giving him to you. Pound sand, Green Bay. Pound sand. So Green Bay's freaking out right now because all the receivers are off the board. They thought one of these guys was going to drift to them in the 20s, and they're all gone now. All right, another pick is in. We have the 19th selection in the 2022 draft. The New Orleans Saints take Trevor Penning out of Northern Iowa. All right. Well, thank God. We dodged that particular bullet. Saints, of course, trying to replace the production lost by Teron Armstead, who was lost in free agency to them. So this kid's going to take back over control for them over at the left tackle position. Saints are another team out there, like we talk about with a Cleveland team or a Baltimore team, a Dallas team that understands how to invest in the offensive line, that you have to continue to not only invest in it, you've got to reinforce as you lose. Lose a player here, reinforce. Lose a player there, reinforce. Keep the offensive line one of the better groups in the entire NFL, and it will help out the whole rest of the team, as opposed to, let's say, you have the best safety position in the entire NFL, and the amount of impact that that provides you on the other end, the amount of help that that provides to other positions. It's a different type of game. So this is one of the reasons why Saints have continued to be able to elongate this period where they've remained competitive, despite the fact yearly being $85 million over the salary cap. I don't like Trevor Penning necessarily, but I like the process at play, investing in the offensive line. Megan says Ritter hasn't gone yet, has he? No, not one quarterback has gone yet. Not one quarterback has gone yet. I think we'll see a run on him here pretty soon, but not one. Not a one. James Larson, thank you for subscribing. James Waring with a $5 donation says, had to throw a super chat because we finally agree on something with the A.J. Brown trade. Ha, ha, ha. Hell yeah, man. You will eventually get around to something on that. And you know what? I haven't been updating my draft chart here at all. I've been just running this thing. Been running my mouth. Hold on here, folks. Let me update my chart. Let me update this thing here. So bear with me in the chat for a second. Bear with me for a second here. I can't believe I've been forgetting this. I've been getting too caught up in my talkie. All right, let's get this updated. Houston. Sting. Gotta get this right here. Jets. Sauce Gardner. Giants. On Thibodeau. Sorry, folks. Bear with me in the chat. I want to get this updated here real quick. Carolina Panthers. I totally got behind on this. Iki Ekwonu. Almost there. All right, Jets. Now I got to change a bunch of stuff here. So the Saints have had an interesting draft. Olave. They've gone a little, they had the 2 first rounders, of course, doing some trading around. Olave, Penning, kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. Oh, we had 3 receivers taken back to back. That's interesting. That is interesting. Looks like the Steelers pick is just about in here. So let me get back on the chat here. We'll keep updating this board as we go through. Barry Sator with a $5 donation says, Titans got a healthy wide receiver, a third, and avoided a Tyler Lockett albatross contract. What's not to like? I don't think it's going to be an albatross contract. You know, you're not getting a guy, A.J. Brown, Barry, that's 30 years old here. You're getting a guy who's just heading into his prime. I think albatrosses are when you're paying for past performance and you're not expecting to get the similar equivalent in future performance. You're paying a guy that's heading into being 30 years old who's just about to lose a step. I don't think A.J. Brown's about to lose a step. It's a 4-year deal. By the end of the contract, he's going to be 28, 29 years old at the oldest at that point. I think 28 years old. So, you know, first round pick, yeah. But then you took Treylon Burks, who has a lot of questions to him. He's nowhere near to me as a certain prospect as A.J. Brown was coming out and what A.J. was going to provide you. And you drafted Treylon much higher, I think, than you took A.J. Brown in the second round. So I can get why they did it, Barry. I think they were more, here's what I think they did this decision. I don't think they made this decision because they didn't want to pay A.J. Brown or that they didn't think that A.J. Brown was worth it. I think that they made this decision because they have 5 players that are all coming up for contract extensions, and A.J. Brown happened to be the one guy that you could move on from who you could get value back from. This is a lot like the Frank Clark deal a couple of years ago, where Frank Clark, a second rounder, comes up for a contract extension, deserves it, and Seattle trades him not because they don't want him, but because they have Russell Wilson coming up for contract, because they have Bobby Wagner coming up for contract, because they have Jaron Reed coming up for contract extension, and he was the one guy who could get the value that he got via a trade. So it's just, that's the problem, is they're not making this trade because they don't like him, but because there's other aspects at play. And I don't necessarily like those as much, though I can understand it. I'm a little out on it from that respect of things. King Bomber says still 5 guys on my board we can get. Mike Quinn says, I need more faith. Feel like we have expensive targets with children shooting carnival water guns at the helm. What's the point? Keep the faith in Geno to crack it open? Well, Mike, I think we've got to wait a year here to expect that we're going to get back to being a winning team. You're eating about $45 million of dead money this year. $45 million is coming off your salary cap that is going to nothing, to players no longer on your roster. It's very hard to be a competitive team when you're running with that, especially after you just got rid of 2 Hall of Fame players in one off season. So it's going to take a year to get this back to front, and we've got our first quarterback off the board here, folks. With the 20th selection in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers take Kenny Pickett from Pittsburgh. Well, 30 years ago. 30 years ago, the Pittsburgh Steelers had an aging Terry Bradshaw and a growing need for the quarterback position. And there was a young kid out of Pittsburgh at that time, a gunslinger, who was whipping the ball all over the football field for Pittsburgh. He had a little bit of a disappointing senior year, but then also had some questions about his partying nature because he liked to get down, folks. He liked to boogie. Yeah, I'm talking about one Dan Marino, who your Pittsburgh Steelers had a chance to select in that 1984 draft, that famous quarterback draft, but who they passed upon. Well, it seems 30 years later, they said, we are not going to make the same mistake once more, never again. They looked to correct that mistake made in 1984 and 2022 by grabbing Kenny Pickett out of that same school of Pittsburgh. Pickett emotional, hugging his girlfriend, wiping tears from his eyes. Steelers got to feel pretty good about that. Pretty good about that. That's good value for a guy a lot of people thought might be taken up in the top 15 picks. And they stood pat. They held their water. They didn't overreact. They didn't trade a whole bunch of assets to move up. They just stood pat and landed with kind of, I guess, their guy. I'm not big on Cody. I'm not big on those small baby hands, but maybe Pittsburgh can make those baby hands work. He certainly understands the environment. He's comfortable in that environment, right? He's played a lot of football out in those weather conditions. Ty Burton says, yeah, I like Lockett, but we need a more beef, get a stronger receiver, a more intimidating receiver. Couldn't hurt. Certainly would fit this offense a little bit more. What you need is more bigger receivers to block, too. We dodged a bullet, Megan, with the Trevor pick. Corey says a dude, it doesn't work when you allow 6 30-minute drives, allow only field goal, then you get a TD in 1/3. Kenny Pickett got little hands. He got baby hands. He ain't got little hands. He got baby hands. If Kenny Pickett's hands were matched up to my hands right now, here's Kenny Pickett's hands facing you guys. Here's Kenny Pickett's on my hands. This is what it would look like if we were matching up Kenny Pickett's hands. It'd look like that. That's how tiny his hands are for comparison. Just like that. I'm so mean. Poor kid. Oh, God. Kyle says, Brown got $100 million for 4 years, $57 million guaranteed. Would you be willing to pay DK that? You better believe it. All day, every day, and twice on Sundays. Twice on Sundays. Consumer 114 says, Carol says, we intend to keep DK. Good. Thank you. Please, God. Yes. Consumer 114 says, Vrabel said, as long as I'm coach, ABJ Brown will be on the team. That one didn't age well, did it? Ryan Austin said, great pick at number 9. Finally addressing the offensive line. How about the Seattle Sounders, though? Champions League finally. Going to pack that stadium. Hey, congratulations to the Sounders. How about it? And yeah, great pick, Ryan. We're stoked. This is a great pick. Just a solid, right down the middle of the fairway type hit. Love it. Gerald, you don't have any of the player positions listed in your draft feed. I know. I got to fix it. I'm getting distracted. Let me get it fixed. Let me get it fixed here. Bear with me, folks. It'll take me a second. I'm trying to get through them all, but there's so many picks, and they're coming fast now. They're coming fast. All right, let's see here. We got to 13, Philly. Eagles got Jordan Davis. 14 is Hamilton. Eagles at 16. A lot of movement here. A lot of movement. Commanders. Chargers select Zion Johnson. We got the pick in here, so we're getting closer here. 18 is Tins. Treylon Burks. Man, these picks have come through fast in this first round. No time to wait. We got a selection in here. So we're almost caught up here. We're getting caught up. All right, so the Kansas City Chiefs pick is in. Looks like the Chiefs might have moved up there a little bit. So the Chiefs at the 21 selection here have taken in the 2022 NFL Draft Trent McDuffie out of the University of Washington. Ooh, okay. Small arms did not scare the Kansas City Chiefs away. You knew that they were going to start to address a little more of the defensive side of the football here this particular offseason. That's part of what I think was spearheading a little bit of their trading of Tyreek Hill, was the acknowledging that we've got to do a little bit more on the defense. We've been going a little bit more bare minimum on that side of the ball, and we've got to go a little bit harder. This is definitely a kind of an indicator of that. It looks like they trade up with New England there to get up there. Kenny Pickett, 21. So they must have, I wonder what they gave the Patriots. Patriots don't usually take a lot to move up, so they just want to move back. They're like Schneider. They just want to move back. McDuffie. Okay, got this updated. We've got it updated now. I got a little lazy on that. Desmond Ridder, Seahawks. No, let's not trade up. Let's not trade up. Let's not do it. So let's see here. Did the New England traded 29? Yeah, and they probably did so thinking they can get Linderbaum later, maybe. They may. Bank 88, keep up, Brandon. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Charles Riley, $5 donation, says, Pitt gambled on the small hands, and I hope it works. Many small-handed guys out there are rejoicing, including me. Go Pitt. Go Pitt. Go small-hand guys. Today, small-hand guys stand tall. Today, small-hand guys can wrap their fingers completely around a cup. To say small-handed guys smile just a little bit brighter, because the picket has gone. The picket has been selected. The Green Bay Packers pick is in. God, it's interesting to see where they're going to go with this. So interesting to see where the Packers go, because I know that they're in the bind right now where they thought they were going to be seeing a receiver here somewhere in the depths of this draft. Do they reach high? Do they do a Pickens? Do they do a Sky Moore? Why do I like Kyer Elam over McDuffie? Makes sense. Sterling got a little more of your prototypical size. Lord Google says Seahawks have to consider trading up for Jermaine Johnson. He is certainly legitimately at this point starting to slide a little bit, isn't he? YDY says, please, any team, trade up and draft Ridder so Seattle doesn't. Thank you. Please, God, some team do it. Saints, you already took Trevor Penning off the board, so that's good on one side. We just need to get these other guys off. Randall says maybe a medical or off-field red flag on Johnson. Something's amiss there, Randall. Yeah, I know. Something's amiss there for him to fall kind of as far as he has versus where he's projected to go. UW in the house. That's right. UW representing this first round. Why do I says I know someone will draft Ebiketie in the first, and my heart will be broken. It's possible. It's possible. George Pickens might make a lot of sense here on this pick for the Packers. They're pushed up against it. That's an upside pick. I'd love that selection for the Packers. I'd love it. Jermaine Johnson falling is so good for us. Maybe he falls even more or even causes Mafe to fall to us. Well said, man. That would be an ideal way for this first round and the second round to work out for us. That would be an ideal. Packers selection's in. Oh, we got a shocker. Surprise, surprise, surprise. With the 22nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Quay Walker, outside linebacker for the Georgia Bulldogs. Oh, Nilly, the Georgia Bulldogs are coming in today big with the first round. Well, we got ourselves a little bit of a reach here, folks, to a degree. NFL fans, NFL pundits, NFL analysts, like I would like to call myself, did not have Quay Walker as high as other teams did in this draft. NFL teams supposedly love Quay Walker. I wasn't as big on him. I kind of thought his tape was kind of just meh for me. It was good. There's some elements of him in his physicality and ability to lay a thump and tackling that are really going to stand out to certain people. He's a good blitzer. But this is an odd pick there by them because I don't know that he's going to come in and give you the Zadarian Smith role stuff. I don't think he can come in and be an outside pass rusher for you at that point. And we do have a trade now. The Minnesota Vikings have just traded up. Interesting by the Packers, though. They didn't reach for a wide receiver, which was the need there. They're still picking once again in this first round. Or they've traded out. No, they haven't. They got one more pick. And it looks like the Buffalo Bills are currently on the clock. So Arizona traded to Baltimore, who's now traded to Buffalo. For those of you that are keeping track at home. Yeah, it's got to be some kind of red flag on Jermaine Randy. I mean, his age thing definitely factors into this, that he's 24. That's going to obviously maybe push him down a little bit too, versus being 21, 22, 23. Why do I says I like Walker? Dude's a monster. He's a good player. I don't hate him as a player, but I don't think he's going to give him the Zadarian Smith outside linebacker and a 3-4 pass rusher element to what he does. Maybe they see that in his game to be able to do it. But I see him as an inside guy in that defense. Tobias says huge reach on Walker. Yeah. Alexander says more scared of Corral than Ritter. I'd be okay with Ritter as long as we don't trade both seconds. I'd be okay with that too. And certainly the value of this seems to be the way we can look at some of these trades in this first round, being that if you do move up now from the second to 28 to take a quarterback, it's going to probably cost you a third round pick to do so, which isn't as bad as giving up those 2 second round picks still. Why do I says Ajabo would be back by October, would be a fantastic pick at 40. It'd be interesting. It's going to take him probably an extra year to get over that injury, though, to where he gets back his true explosion. Why do I says Johnson only has a 13% win rate when one-on-one? I think that's the reason he's falling. Makes sense. Makes sense. King Bomber says Jermaine Johnson sucks. He's going to fall even more. Lance Kenny Pickett is like Cody, 40, Husky quarterback. Brandon living in the past. Did I say Cody Pickett? I always do that. That's what's called getting old, Lance. All similar names start to run together after a while. Why do I says Walker's not what Lloyd is, though? No, he's not. I do think what I was hearing about Lloyd prior to this draft was that he was going to potentially fall out of the first round because of some sort of medical red flag. So there's something with that as to the reason why he's dropping here. I don't know what it is, but that would make sense as to why this is happening. Randall says Rodgers has got to throw to himself for $50 million. I guess so. At this rate, I mean, they got like 4 receivers on the active roster right now. I think is all they got. Not any of them are very good. Lance Johnson says, build up a wall. Trade up for Linderbaum, then Lucas in the second round. That'd be a dream scenario for me, Lance. That'd be a dream draft if they did something like that. Well, who are the Vikings going to go with here? They just moved up in this draft, or the Bills, I should say. Let's see where we go with this. The Bills move up here. They have somebody they're targeting. Somebody they must really like here. There's some very interesting names on the board that have slipped and dipped. Pick is in. Jordan Kraft, bro, Linderbaum, what the hell? He's falling. He is, man. Center's just not considered a great value. So, okay, the Ravens trade back 2 picks to pick up a 4th round. Good job by the Ravens. Are doing a good job in this draft with some of the trade bound scenarios. I like their movement here. The Hollywood Brown deal they pulled off, and now they're moving back and picking up an additional 4th round pick. This is, again, there's certain organizations that just do things so smartly. I like how the Ravens are running this draft. Nolan Arvan says Silver says Elam to the Bills. Makes sense. It's a need for them. 283128 says, imagine Linderbaum and Johnson for our 2nd round picks. Laughing my ass off. Whew. Cross Linderbaum and Johnson as your first 3 picks. Dear God. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. I think the Cowboys are a direct threat right now for Linderbaum. I think they wanted a receiver in this draft, but their guys are off the board. I think Linderbaum in the next pick's a big time potential for him going there. If he doesn't go there with the next pick, and he doesn't go to the Bengals, then he probably does drop. Charles with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Appreciate you, brother. Says throw Rogan will just bathe in his money with some Wisconsin 10s. Throw Rogan will just bathe in his money with some Wisconsin 10s, West Coast 4s to heal his wounds. Wisconsin 10s are West Coast 4s. I don't know though, man. They're not all built equally West Coast wise. I got to say, a California 9 is a Pacific Northwest 6 probably. It's kind of the way it goes. And the pick is in for the Buffalo Bills. With the 23rd selection in the NFL draft of 2022, the Buffalo Bills move up in the draft to select Kaiir Elam out of the University of Florida. Cornerback. It's an interesting pick here for the Buffalo Bills. A pick that I like quite a bit for them here. Elam is a guy that I actually scouted out almost a year ago. He was one of the first guys I looked at in the draft for my Seahawks scouting channel. So I looked quite a bit at this guy. A fun player to watch. I call him the moment of truth mangler. He is a guy that's not really going to make a lot of plays on the football, but what he's going to do is right as the ball is about to arrive, he's going to beat the hell up out of the wide receiver at the moment of truth, with the moment where he can lay his hands on the guy because the ball has arrived. He's got a very good timing sense for that. Really athletic, good prototypical size for what you would look for at the position, but also a lot of rough edges in his game to round out. Technically, it's a little bit rough. He's not really refined. He can give up quite a few completions right now as it stands. The potential is there. The athletic ability is there, but he's got a ways to go to get into it. Bills is a good place for him to go to, though. They're going to allow him to just do what he does, play with probably a lot of man in that defense. He's going to be opposite Tre'Davious White, so he's not going to get the number 1 wide receiver opposite him. I think Tre'Davious travels when they play an upper-level wide receiver. So I like it. King Bomber says Linderbaum, Ritter, Ajabo, Travis Jones, Boy Mafe, Devin Lloyd, top 6 guys for Seattle. Love all those guys. We're getting quite a good little list here coming down to us now as these guys start to be plucked off the board. And maybe we get a couple more quarterbacks taken and push a little bit more of this value our way. That would be wonderful. Justin Warfield says wife's a Ravens fan and says Hollywood sucks and they got basically a first, second, and third sauced that trade. Yeah, Cardinals got taken to the woodshed and spanked on their behind by the Ravens. And their behinds, it's red now. It's blood's flowing out, it's bad. That's an awful trade by the Cardinals. Hollywood Brown has issues with, he's light in the pants, has issues staying healthy, hasn't been that good of a pro to earn being made a first round pick. I mean, was there that much value difference really between what the Eagles had to give up for A.J. Brown? And look at the value difference there, versus how much Hollywood Brown fetched. It's kind of ridiculous. It's really ridiculous, frankly. Brian Meyer says, look at Cam Jurgens for the Hawks tomorrow. He's a possibility. It's a possibility. James Waring, Johnson, and Lloyd still available. Is tempting to trade up for one of them. It's possible too, yeah. It is. I think they can stand pat now with the way this board's fallen, that one of these guys, you can move up, but then you wouldn't have to move up as far if you wait just a little bit more in this draft for it to go just a little bit deeper with things. Some of these guys are going to go for needs that I don't think fit to what the Seahawks want necessarily with some of these teams coming up. Perk Choppa says they're picking Johnson. The Cowboys are. This makes sense. They lost Randy Gregory. If you're looking for a place where Johnson would have a likelihood of going here, this would make a lot of sense. Maffe's could be a pick here that could go as well. That would make a lot of sense to me as well. Brandel says, I'd be fine if we went with offensive line with our first 3 picks. I would too, man. I would too. I wouldn't have any qualms about it. I wouldn't moan about it. I wouldn't moan about it at all. Brian Meyer says, Diggs said earlier tonight on the radio he thought the Hawks would pick twice tonight. We'll see. We'll see. B. Russ with a $5 donation. Thank you, B. Russ. He says, it's weird watching other teams make questionable decisions and not being one of them. I know. I'm not sure what to make of it, man. Oh, wait, we're doing just the smart, straightforward thing? Oh, we're just doing the no-brainer, what the intelligent team would do in this position? Okay. And then watching Arizona just completely crap on themselves in the bed and then roll around in it. I worked in a crap metaphor. I got to work one of those in every once in a while. All right, the Cowboys pick is in. See where they go with this. Infernakis says, is Willis or Corral still possible? It's possible. Both of them on the board. Bradley Courtwright says, I'd be very happy with first 3 picks on offensive line and defensive line. Me too, Bradley. Me too. Is it Tyler? We got Tyler going to the Cowboys? Okay. That makes sense if that's the pick. Thank you for the $5 donation, B. Russ. And it is an odd situation to be sitting here going, oh, I approve of what my team's doing in the draft. I haven't been here in quite a while. And Randall, I'm good with going offensive line heavy. If you just do all offensive line these first 3 picks, I will stand and applaud. I will stand up and applaud. Jordan Kraft's still here for Corral. Jordan, it's not happening. Stop making it a thing. Stop making it a thing, Jordan. Damn it, man. Damn it, man. All right, the pick is in. With the 24th selection in the 2022 NFL Draft, The Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Smith. Tyler Smith. Okay, well, this is not one that strikes me as surprising. I was actually hot to trot on Tyler Smith for quite a bit of time period now. I like his game a lot. He's a guy that, while he wasn't in the upper levels of the tier 1 group that we get to pick from, that we got to take from. Sorry, Dallas. You're picking tier 2. You finally guys get a stick in your tier 2 range of your level of talent on this one. Still a really good player. Really good player. He can both run block and pass block really well. Probably going to fit out for them on the right side, but they did just lose Lyle Collins, so that it was a need for this team. They needed some pass rusher too, but this works greatly in the Seahawks' favor. I don't think Tyler Smith was really going to be a guy we were going to necessarily take a look at. Versus going for maybe an Abraham Lucas or a Daniel Fa'alele, maybe instead in that position of things, because Tyler might have an ability to play some left side too. But okay. Okay, so the Cowboys go offensive line. They've had a lot of success doing that in the past. Again, like I tell you folks on this, we see teams that have done things in the past smartly as they've approached their offensive line, continuing to do so in this particular draft. And it will be a thing that as we move forward into this channel's future that I will continue to harp on the smart approach here in building your offensive line and the benefits that bears by going that route. And the Cowboys have been able to enjoy the fruits of that for years now, and I think they will continue to do so as long as they put this kind of value into it. Johnson's still there, says King Bomber, laughing my ass off. He is. He is. Very, very strange to see. It is a good pick. I agree, Ricardo Edmondson, I agree. Good pick for the Cowboys there. Charles, another $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. It says, Brando, is there any way we can truly find out if power shifted to John versus the gray-haired 70-something with ADHD? Probably not, but you're smart. Not really, I don't think, a certain way, Charles, because they would have released or they would have divulged that to the fan base if they were intending to do so. And they didn't divulge that, that has not been something that they've let us know. So it's something that we're going to have to wait to eventually maybe hear about. But until we do, we can only guess. I can only guess. Why do I? Seattle tries to make up for the Creed pick and gets Linderbaum tomorrow. Laughing out loud. I would be okay with that. That's a hell of a consolation prize from Creed to get Linderbaum. And you know what? You're in a better position with Linderbaum coming scheme fit wise versus Creed coming here scheme fit wise. Because Creed's mobility is not the same as Linderbaum. He's not as athletic in space as Linderbaum is. He's more rock solid in pass protection, but Mike Quinn says, if you have time, how productive will Tyreek Hill be next year? I think his production's a little bit limited, Mike, because I think that they're going to be running the ball quite a bit with McDaniel there. You have a guy that's very similar to him in Jalen Waddle that's going to take some touches away from him. And you have a guy in Tua who is not particularly good about pushing the ball up the football field, especially if you're talking about making some of the deeper throws down the field to really take advantage of that speed. So I'm a little bit low on Tyreek Hill moving in the future. I think they'll definitely manufacture touches for him. But I think he has definitely had his most productive days in Kansas City, and I don't think he's going to get to that same level with Miami. Alex says Malik and Devin Lloyd at 40 and 41. I wouldn't hate it. I'd be good with it. Jordan says, it's happening, Brandon. Corral's happening. Accept your fate. I will not accept my fate. I will fight this to the last minute. Randall says, guys, Cowboys pick pretty well on guys who slip. Dez comes to mind. He does. Game from Kane. Thank you for subscribing. I'm also a Kane. That's my last name. Maybe you're a brother, cousin, distant relative from another mother. But thank you for doing so. I appreciate you. Brian Meyer says, Mel says Tyler Smith's a penalty waiting to happen. He wasn't that bad in college. I watched a couple of his games. He was solid. I don't remember him being penalized a tremendous amount. Megan says, we're watching the draft room in Renton when Cross was announced, and JS looked straight at Pete and nodded slightly. Makes me think Cross was all John Snyder and not Pete Carroll. He sort of looked at him like, take that, Megan. Is that what the look was? Like, yeah, you like that pick, Pete? You like that pick? Take that. Nolan Arvance from an exec. Jermaine Johnson isn't sliding. The media had him overvalued. Good player, not elite. Needs the right personality fit too. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. There's definitely some questions with him as far as his ability stopping the run, I think, too. Washington Fistquest has been a member for 7 months on the channel. I appreciate you for that, Washington Fistquest. He says, I was out doing yard work like a chump. Great pick. Great pick, Washington Fistquest. We got nothing but smiles in the chat here tonight. I don't think anybody's anything but happy. Even if they don't love the cross pick, they at the very least like the cross pick. And that's all you can kind of ask for with this recent drafting history of our Seattle Seahawks. I, on my side of this, love this pick. So I'm completely in favor of it. I'm very happy with it. They didn't overthink it. They didn't get too cute with this pick. They just did the straightforward, smart, right thing. Justin Warfield says, your wife says, she says she didn't understand how he could be so fast and so bad. Well, it does take more in the football field than to just be fast. You know, you get away at the college level of just being faster than everybody, but once you get to the pro level, you're going to need a little bit more in your bag to get that done. Why do I says Sam Williams at 41 might be too high? Might be a hair too high. I'd like to get him in the third if I could. That'd be a better spot. King Bomber says we have to trade up past New York for Linderbaum. Probably. So New York's gone with, they've taken Evan Neal, so they've taken care of tackle, and they've taken the pass rusher. Certainly would make sense with them going with Linderbaum at center. JCS Dog says Tyler Smith's a penalty machine. Giacomini 2.0. Cowboys like penalty. Didn't they have that with one guy there for a while? There was a big penalty guy. They've had a couple of them roll through there over the years. They don't have any problem with the linemen that draw the penalties. Trying to think of who they've had. They had a few of them come. Colombo was that way. Who was the other guy that they recently had in there? He's gone now, but he was like their spot starter guy that would get penalties every time he was in. Xander Sky, do we really need more offensive linemen? Yeah, you need a center. You could use a pure left guard, and you could use a right tackle. Ravens pick is in. Ah, shoot. Jeez. All right, with the 25th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Tyler Linderbaum from the University of Iowa. Wow. Well, I've been praising him throughout this first round and some of their movements, some of their trades, and got to give him credit on this one. You guys know I like Linderbaum. I think he was one of the safer prospects in this draft. You're sitting at 25. You're picking this deep into the first round, and you're getting a player of this level of talent. That is usually not something that you're able to land on in the first round. And they struck at the right time for this type of player. This is about where you see the best centers go in particular drafts. He is a movement-based center. They've struck me as more of a Malia type offensive scheme there in the Ravens recently. But nonetheless, it's a great pick, great player, very safe player. His testing scores were kind of ridiculous for the center position. He was 93rd percentile or 99th percentile in everything from 40-yard dash to vertical leap to short shuttle and everything in between. So the kid is a phenomenal athlete at the position. He's going to fit very well there with what they're going to need him to do in the run game. And again, as I've said, you look at the Ravens here in this first round. They go for Kyle Hamilton. Great safe pick with a lot of potential. They've got two guys here with really high floors and really high ceilings. And when you tend to select a guy in the draft, you're tending to have to select a guy with just either a high floor or a high ceiling. You're taking one or two. You're going with one or two on that. And the fact that, and they're showing him right now wrestling Tristan Wirfs, the fact that they've done that with both of these two guys in this first two rounds, you've got to put the Ravens as one of those two teams so far in this draft that have won the day here in day one of the draft. They've got more work to do, but the trade with the Cardinals, getting these two players, I would put probably the Ravens as my team. They don't have the same picks like the Giants did with 2 picks in the top 10 or the Jets with the 2 picks in the top 12 or whatever. They didn't have the same ammunition. But what they've gotten done in this draft for what they had coming into it, Ravens are kind of killing it. Aiden McKenna says, any chance we get Malik in the second round? There's a chance. We haven't been connected to him at all, so it's hard to make that prediction when Seattle's not really shown a lot of interest in Malik Willis. So it looks like the Jets just traded up to the Titans pick at number 26. The Titans receive a couple of later round selections for the Jets to do this. They must have somebody that they really like here. Interesting. A lot of moving around in this first round. Surprising John Schneider didn't do it. Again, speaks to how much I think John liked Cross, that we're seeing this much movement, that he didn't do that. Richard Hillman says, who's going to fill Bobby Wagner's spot? Kind of an important position. Richard Hillman, Jordan Brooks was a middle linebacker when you drafted him 2 years ago. You've been playing him out of position as an outside linebacker for these past couple of years. So now you're just going to move him into his natural state, his natural position, which Bobby's been kind of holding him back from being able to get there because Bobby's presence on the team. Yanni says Ravens are setting up to go for it. That was pretty good. I like what they're doing, man. Like I said, they're my number one team in this draft so far and how they've played this first round. They've played it like a fiddle a little bit. Dom H says Giants are standing out. Giants doing good too. They had a lot to work with, but they're kind of like with the Jets. It's like if you got two first-round picks in the top 12, it's like kind of be hard for you not to be kind of hitting it out of the park. The degree of difficulty for the Ravens picking midway into the first round was a little bit harder to accomplish what they've been able to accomplish. But they've been doing it good. Giants have been doing good. Jets have been doing good. Those teams with the multiple first-round picks, even Houston, have done the right things with it. King Bomber says, fun fact, there are 17 players we can possibly get in the second round. There's going to be some good guys. That's why I hope they hold on to those second-round picks. Jason McEwart says, Seahawks, please no Corral. Please no Corral. Just let him be somebody else's problem. Please. Please, God. Please. 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 B-Russ says a lot of talent on the board still. Second round's going to be juicy. Chewable Orb, we would consider trading Lockett to BG for their first rounder. To BG? Who's BG? You'll have to tell me who BG is. Ravens always draft good. They're one of those few teams that just every single year seem to at least do very well. They rarely reach, rarely guide guys. You're like, what? Who? Why'd you take that guy? The Patrick Queen pick was probably a little bit like that a couple of years ago, but aside from something like that, they tend to be right on the button. All right. With the 26th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Jets trade up to select Jermaine Johnson, Florida State edge player. All right. Jermaine's off the board. And the Jets are definitely doing a good job in this first round. You got to give the Jets some props here. They're holding it down right now. Jets are holding it down right now. So the Jets have now picked 3 times in the first round. They've taken Sauce Gardner, they've taken Garrett Wilson, and they've taken Jermaine Johnson. So that's you're going to take 3 first-round players. That's not a bad route to go with it. Those guys are going to help this team out. Jets are on the rise. Jets are on the rise. Like I say, with them, it's less to me about the defense. I think they're going to get the defense figured out. To me, the question marks come more to that offensive side of the ball and whether or not they can make that functional enough to get them into a playoff kind of standing team. And that's all going to be on Wilson's development, really. Yami says, do we pick Lloyd if he falls? I would. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him fall out of this first round, though there are some medical question marks with him, which probably is the main driver of him falling out of the first round if he were to do so. Michael Hilltopper House says, Jets traded. They got the 26th pick. Oh, my God, they've won this draft. Robert Saleh's magic. He is magic indeed. Burke Joppa says, someone pick Corral, please. Please, someone, just let's pick Corral. Who needs Corral? Who should get him? Come on now. Damn it, none of these teams need Corral. Literally none of the teams remaining in the first round are going to potentially draft Corral. Oh, Lordy. We're in danger zone. We're in a little bit of danger zone right now, folks, okay? We're not fully in. The alarm bells are sounding. Oh, my God, we've lost cabin pressure. But this is where they might be getting a little functified with it. We might be getting a little functified with it on this trade. Let's not do anything weird now, John. You've done so well today so far. Just stay there and be patient, my man. Just chill out. You got 2 picks tomorrow. 2 big, fatty, long-lasting picks tomorrow. Let those long-lasting picks just stand, hold. Don't do something weird. You don't need these quarterbacks. You don't need them. Let them go. Let them go. Look at how these guys have fallen in this first round. The rest of the NFL's telling you, man. They're telling you they're not that good. They're not that good. Let them go. We need to be like Frozen in this bitch and let it go. Let the quarterbacks go. The time has not come, Jordan. The time has not come. The time has come for us to celebrate tomorrow's epic draft that's going to happen where we take 2 awesome players that aren't quarterbacks. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen in this. Xander's guy, no, I don't like Coral. I am really far out on Coral, Xander. I'm saying, like, when I say far out, I'm talking like I'm in the next country over from being in a position of liking Coral. And we do have a trade here where the Jacksonville Jaguars are trading up. Wow, we got a lot of action in this first round. Jaguars are going to flip on up here. The pick is in at number 27. Jaguars went with, of course, Trayvon Walker with the first pick. Offensive line could make some sense here. Let's help out Trevor Lawrence a little bit, maybe. I don't know. Maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. Could make some sense. Jordan Kraft, Brandon, you're an amazing man. Thank you, Jordan. You're awesome too, brother. Shamrock 463, let's go. Let's go. Let's do it. Jordan Kraft, I'm the biggest Matt Corral simp. That's all right, Jordan. Everyone's got their flavor, you know, of prospects or guys they like. I don't knock it. It's just I get my guys that are I get my particular guys. There's not a big wide list of them, but every draft there's going to be about 3 or 4 guys that I just go, no. And Matt Corral is one of those, I just don't want it. I don't need it. Go just something else, anything else. Dear God, anything else. Brian Kennicott, Jets are on the rise. Well, considering that's the only direction they could go, okie dokie, Snokey. Yeah, that's true. That's true. There's nowhere to go but up when you're at the bottom, and you've been at the bottom for so long like the Jets have. Very good point. In utero says a lot of pimps in the green room. Why do I says this lack of quarterback picks is not giving me good vibes? Me neither. Because I can already hear them saying it. We didn't think Desmond Ridder would fall to us in the second. We didn't think Matt Corral would fall to us in the second. Oh, we had a first-round grade on these guys. So to take him in the second was a no-brainer at that situation. You guys just had to take him then at that point, didn't you? You just had to do it. There'd be no way to pass on him at that point. Yes, there is. You just do. You just do. Yami says, again, better chances for Mafi for us tomorrow. There's a chance there. He might still go in this first round. Don't be surprised here if he's not maybe Kansas City there at 30. Kansas City there at 30, man. They've got their corner now. They need some pass rush help. That wouldn't shock me right there. Dom H says the Jets walk away with 3 top 9 picks. Jimmy Johnson, the top 9 pick. I don't know if he's up. I don't know if he's up all the way up on that. I don't know if he's all the way up there. And by the way, folks, on my mock draft, so far we're 26 players in this draft. Of the 26 players selected in the first round, I had 23 of these players selected in this first round period. So at least in that respect, I've gotten pretty right on. The trades and the move arounds and all that has definitely thrown off my draft board quite a bit. But didn't do too bad, at least as far as the players. Got the players right. Washington Fist Quest with a $2 donation. Thank you, Washington Fist Quest. It says, are Mel Kiper's hairs all exactly the same length? Yep. He cuts it with one of those vacuum hair cutters. You ever seen one of those? Like they had them in Wayne's World, where he just sucks it up and it gets everything at a perfect, equal, absolutely perfect length. And what a coif that guy has on him. Still, even to this day. It's getting a little grayer now. It ain't quite as thick as it once was. Jordan Kraft, I can see why you don't like him, Brandon. I'm just messing with you, bro. I know, man. I know you are. It's all good. It's all good. I like to play the game. Like I said, Jordan, it has become a meme at this point, and you got to embrace the meme once it's become that. So the Corral thing, however you pronounce his dumb last name, it is what it is. It may just happen. It may just occur. Well, we got the pick is in here. Caden Sek, who are some edge targets you like at 40 and 41? Caden Sek, I would put, let me grab my big board up here. We got Boy Mafe, if he's still on the board. Certainly makes a lot of sense there. Arnold Ebiketie would make some sense there. Sam Williams, it might be a little bit high for him there in the second. Could make some sense. Drake Jackson's a little bit high for him there, but that again, could make some sense depending on. And we do have the pick there. But one of those guys would be one of my kind of top guys on that. With the 27th selection in the 2022 draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars trade back up into the first round to go get Devin Lloyd, Utah, inside middle linebacker. Wow. I guess that's kind of redundant, isn't it? Inside middle means the same thing. So inside linebacker, one of the more talented linebackers in this draft. This is a tremendous pick by the Jacksonville Jaguars to do this. He's excellent in coverage, which you really want your linebackers now as kind of the first thing out the gate, because this league is becoming a passing league. He gives you that. Watching his tape, and I was rechecking it out about a week ago, I just couldn't help but just what stood out to me was this guy jumps routes like Derek Brooks did with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers back in the early 2000s. I mean, he just knows how to bait quarterbacks. He knows how to jump routes. He's absolutely a hammer in the run game. He's sideline to sideline, rangy as hell. He's got a really weird thing about being able to tip the ball at the line of scrimmage and just time it up to when the quarterback's going to throw the football. It's really hard to look at this guy's game and not be encouraged by it and stoked by what you're seeing from him. So great pick by the Jacksonville Jaguars. They're doing pretty good this draft. I don't know what they gave up there. They weren't showing on the graphic to move up to get him. But good pick. Lloyd fell. Should have been probably a top 20 pick here in this draft. Nolan R. Vance with a $5 donation. Thank you, Nolan. It says Floby Power. Floby Power? What's Floby Power? All right. Thank you, Nolan. Nolan Arvance is a $2 donation as well on top of that. Thank you for the double donos there, Nolan. Well, I think it's like triple or quad at this point on this chat from you. He says Mike Silver is also saying Wyatt to the Green Bay Packers. Wow. What an odd move by the Packers, but I guess they're looking to go to more 4-3 looks and do a little bit maybe more of that. Maybe that makes sense then with the Quay Walker pick on the inside. And that would be odd. But maybe makes sense. I don't think he's a possibility for us. So that'd be good for us, pushing guys down the board for us at that point, Nolan. So I don't think Wyatt's somebody that we're looking at targeting. Elliot Clark with a $10 donation. Thank you, Elliot. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. Says, hello, Brandon. Hello, everyone. Late to the party, but I'm here for our pick. Love it. Let's effing go. Hey, let's effing go, Elliot. We did it this year. We did it this year. We did the right thing. We did the straightforward thing. We did the smart thing. We did the no-brainer thing. We didn't overthink it. We didn't keep going, let's trade back to 15, and then let's trade back to 21, and then let's trade back to 28, and let's go get an extra 4th-round pick. Let's go get an extra 5th-round pick. No. Let's get a goddamn player. That's what we said, and that's what we did. We went and just got a player. Floby's the hair back from the Wayne's World deal, Nolan. Thank you for the $5 donation. Remind me of that. Sorry, I forgot about that. I just remember they have him cutting his hair, and then Wayne's doing the, and it's like sucking his hair up. It's a funny scene. But that's, Mel's been using that since 93 when he saw the movie, and he's like, where everybody was laughing at that scene, Mel's like, hey, that's going to save me some haircutting prices. Because at that point, if you're a stylist for Mel Kiper, the amount of hair you're having to cut every session is about 1.5 pounds of hair that hits the floor, especially if he lets the mullet grow out. There's a lot of hair on that head. A lot of hair on that head. Megan says, B, the Largent jersey of power must continue to be worn. The power is being used for good this year, for a change, for a vital change, Megan. And you better believe I'm wearing this tomorrow. I'm not going to be able to smell myself. I'm not going to be able to stand within 3 feet of another human being. But I'm going to wear this damn jersey because I want to keep this going. I want to keep this going. 3 days this is going to go. And all with the same energy and all with the same hope. And hopefully our Seahawks can land these picks in the same way they did today with this Charles Cross pick. Hopefully they can hit the same kind of direction of it. God, that'd be nice. YDY says, Philly just signed A.J. Brown to 4 years, $100 million, 57 guaranteed. Makes sense. John Vandermolen, give Pete and John some credit. They've forgotten more about football than 10 of us will ever know. Definitely, John. I'd say that. They've definitely done more in football as far as they've goes that by far anything we've been in. So yeah, for sure. I think that you can't just apply that as well, John, and saying, well, because they know more than us, then they're off the hook for all the decision making, whether right or wrong. I think people are just as able to be in a position with the history of success they've had to look at moves they make and go, this is right or this is wrong from what I'm seeing. And, it's part of the fun of looking at this stuff. But I think you got to be careful a little bit when we we just got to give them credit. There's been a lot of bad decisions that have gone not the right direction, have gone wrong, that you could see were poor decisions from the start. Not that their process was right and that it was understandable. There's nothing understandable about taking L.J. Collier at the back of the first round. There's nothing understandable about giving up 2 first-round picks and a 3rd-round pick for Jamal Adams and not utilizing him right. So it's credit is earned, not given. It's got to be earned. And they got us Super Bowls back 10 years ago. They got a Super Bowl win, got us to 2 Super Bowls. But in the last 5 or 6, 7 years, there's been some tough decision-making going on. It's been a little bit rough at times. Jason Tudor just, geez, I forgot Karlaftis is around. George Karlaftis is still waiting to be picked, isn't he? Not surprised. I did have in my mock draft, I didn't have, I think, Karlaftis going I didn't have Karlaftis going in my first round. So I had him falling all the way out of my first round mock completely. And that was based on what I was hearing at the time. Let me get some more coffee. All right, the pick is in for Green Bay. See what, boy, they have the Patriots pick in too. They must be going bang, bang on this one. Bang, 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 bang. Charles Riley, who's Wyatt? Devontae Wyatt, Georgia 3-tech defensive tackle. John Rees, Chanel from Wisconsin might be worth a look later on. Well, Chanel is one of my guys. I put my must-have list here on the right side of my screen here for you guys. You can see it again. And Leo Chanel is one of those guys on my list. So this is my must-have prospect list of guys that I really liked. They're in varying places and varying spots of the draft, but he would definitely be on that list for me. Be a good pick. Nolan Arvan, D Nugget with the $2 donation says, A, Beavis, Floby, A, Flo Hanks, Flo Hawks, Flo Hawks. Let's Flo Hawks. All right, the pick is in for Green Bay. With the 28th selection in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers, with their second selection of the first round, select Devontae Wyatt, defensive tackle out of Georgia. Wow, this is an odd selection. I would not have connected the Green Bay Packers to Devontae Williams prior to this process, just because they've done so much of the 3-4 looks out of Green Bay in recent memory. But Devontae is far and away the best 3-tech in this entire draft. Second place is not really close. Second place might be a Perry and Winfrey that will be a project. So you're getting a guy that is legitimately uses his hands, has an assortment of pass rush moves, first step quickness, explosion that you just don't get from other players in this draft. It's a good pick for Green Bay. They go they went Georgia heavy in this draft, and I guess Green Bay loves Georgia prospects. Remember last year, wasn't it? Didn't they take a cornerback out of Georgia in the first round last year too? So now you've taken 3 first-round picks on Georgia players in the last 2 years. I don't know if I was a Green Bay fan if I would exactly love that. I don't know if I'd be looking at that going, wait, are we really trying to get all the best players throughout the country here, or are we just kind of locking in on a crew? But Wyatt should be a pretty safe player. He'll match in there with Ryan Clark in the middle. Rashawn Gary, that'll give him a pretty good little lethal pass rushing unit at that point, along with a guy like Quay Walker who can do some blitz stuff to him. So decent move on their part. Thank you, D Nugget, for the $2 donation. Floby. Hey, Beavis. Floby. Flo Hawks. Nolan Arvance with a $5 donation says, how is A-Rod feeling about the Green Bay draft? Not great, Nolan. Not great. He's feeling like, oh, damn it. They're getting me back finally for all the drama I caused. They've been sitting there the whole time going, yeah, we can't get rid of you. Yeah, the fans love you. You're having an MVP season. Yeah, we're going to have to re-sign you again. Yeah, let's make our peace with you. Let's find everything right. Okay, we'll do this. Okay, this will be good. Once we get you in though, now we got him. Now you'll sit, Aaron. Now you'll sit on that $50 million and you can spin. You can spin for what you've done to us for the last couple of years. Spin on it, sucker. You just sit and you wait. No, we're not getting your receiver. We're not going to do it. No. You're going to sit. You put us through hell. You ran us through the mud with these Packer fans. Now we're going to run you through the mud on the football field, pal. Guess what? You got a defensive heavy squad now being built. We're going defensive heavy with this Green Bay team. Suck it, sucker. So the Packers front office truly does get their revenge tonight. They get their revenge tonight on Aaron. And as they say, revenge is best served on what? That's right. A dish served cold. Chewable Orb, Karloftis is still on the board. Still on the board. Still lurking. I don't know if he would be a target for our Seahawks, though, because I don't know if he can do the stand-up stuff, the 3-4 outside linebacker stuff. Michael Myers, thanks for the stream. Glad I didn't have to watch you freak out again at work. I tattoo all day and listen into you, Brandon. Hey, thank you, Michael. No one is more happier that I don't have to lose my shit this year than me. No one is happier that I don't get to just sit here and just be completely smiling as opposed to getting up in my feelings and bitching and moaning, and it's really not a great look. So this gets to be the first year where I go, yes, good, smart pick, love it. I'm a happy man. I will go to bed tonight with a smile on my face, as long as we don't trade up for Matt Corral in the next 3 picks. That's going to be my only caveat here. That's my only little caveat. But thanks for tuning in, Michael. I appreciate you. Megan says, I'm going to go to sleep and wake up, put on a pair of pants, and go again tomorrow. Sounds good, Megan. You know I'll be here. Dom H says, so many pieces being added to the worst teams. Could this spell even more trouble for us this year? I don't know necessarily it's that. I just think teams are getting better in their drafting process and evaluation process, and it's left less questions, it's less variance in particular drafts of players that are getting over-selected. So, it's going to make teams better and tougher in certain respects, but I mean, hell, Arizona hasn't done themselves any favors today, Dom. They're certainly, I think, going to be not as good a team next year. So it's not everybody, but most of the teams are being pretty smart with their picks. Most of the picks make sense. You nod your head, you go, okay, I get where they're coming from with that. Charles, rather than $5 donation, says, throw Rogan is such a wank. Let him enjoy his money with Danica Patricks of the world. Is he on Danica, or is he on that Shillelagh Woodley girl, or whoever it is? Whatever starlet he's on to now, I guess. Yeah, he's let him enjoy his money because he doesn't have anyone to throw to on that team right now. Packers are doing him. I'm telling you, Packers are getting him back on that one. They could have easily just gone with a receiver here that was a pretty safe pick, but instead they're like, no, Aaron. No. Yeah. Remember that whole thing last year where I don't know if I'm coming back or not. I don't know if I want to be there or not. I don't know. Maybe not. Yeah, you remember that? Yeah, we remember that. We do. We didn't like that. We didn't enjoy that. You want to think people aren't petty like that in these upper levels of things, but I argue that people are very much petty like that. And it would surprise you. Nolan Arvance with a $5 donation says the Chiefs have selected Purdue defensive end George Karlaftis. Is it? Hold on. I got another pick here I've missed. Oh my God, the Patriots just reached like a mofo. With the 29th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Cole Strange out of Tennessee Chattanooga. Tennessee Chattanooga. Wow. Well, we have a real first true, I think what we could call reach with this pick. There will be some that maybe like this selection overall. He certainly is a toolsy center. 29 Patriots. I'm sorry, guys. I'm putting my board here, getting the big board updated here. So, he's a toolsy center. But boy. And the Seahawks, of course, were very interested in this guy. So this does take a guy off the board at the center position that the Seahawks might have selected had they had the chance there. So interesting. And boy, these picks are coming in now. Hot and heavy. All right. With the 30th selection in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select George Karlaftis, Purdue defensive end. A good pick by Chiefs. They needed some pass rushing help. They get one of the safer pass rushers in this entire draft. Nobody utilized power from the outside better than George Karlaftis, and he has power in a way that should translate to the next level. It should not just get defunct and shut down now when he goes from college to the NFL level, as does happen with some prospects that are heavily reliant on just power. He's just got such legitimate amount of it. It will translate. He will be good in that realm of things. A guy that I didn't think could do a lot of stand-up stuff, or you had to have him as a defensive end, as a down lineman. That was going to limit him to the amount of teams that he was going to go to. But again, as you talk about a guy with the pass rush win rate, as we talked about, is a marker for success at the next level. And that if you have a high pass rush win rate, there's a good chance you're going to be able to tap into a similar type of rate once you get to where you're going to get to as a player at the NFL level. And George has that in his bag. So a guy who's played really well for Purdue, really fun player to watch on tape. There's nobody quite like him in this draft as far as similarly as a pass rusher goes. And he's going to help Kansas City out. Kansas City at this point, who just picked for the second time. So they took Trent McDuffie, George Karlaftis. They've taken some of the assets from that Tyreek Hill deal and moved them to the defensive side of the ball, as I was thinking they probably would. The Cole Strange pick is definitely the pick that's the biggest question mark, head scratcher so far, I think, of this first round. That was a guy that I wouldn't have even taken in the second round, quite frankly. Maybe the Patriots don't tend to miss on on offensive linemen. So they must know something on this one. They must know something. Nolan Arvance with a $5 donation says, Silver says Dak for Zach's Bengals. So that would be Daxton Hill, of course. Very talented safety out of Michigan. Very talented safety out of Michigan there. That would make some sense, man. Thank you for the update on that. I appreciate you updating it with the dono, Nolan. It's awesome, brother. Tobias Larson says, is Arnold Ebiketie the best edge left? Or I think it's Boy Mafe, Tobias. I got Boy Mafe ahead of Arnold Ebiketie at this point. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. But I would put him up ahead of that. Gerald Turner says, saw Aaron wearing a Counting Crows t-shirt last season. I got to see them at the Gorge in the late 90s. So Rodgers is okay in my book. Fair enough. Flag Sabbath says, I'd still take Abe Lucas in the second. I would too. I'd be all over it. I'd be all over it. Cole Strange in the first. What a crazy pick by the Patriots. Jeez. PGA B told you the same. B2. I don't know what's PGA B. Aiden Simmons, we might be able to get Willis and Petrie or Booth at 40 and 42. It's possible. It's possible. Shanae Woodley, is that her name? Jason McNeward, I remember the other year when we drafted Jordan Brooks and the expression you made on the channel. Yeah, I was not happy with the Jordan Brooks pick. And there was a lot of reasons why I was not happy with it. That went just beyond Jordan Brooks as a player. But I definitely was not a big fan of that selection. That one got me a little heated on that one. A little bit. Sean Proper says, some good edges left for tomorrow night. Oh, yeah. We got some good players left on the board there at that point. Especially the Bengals at 31 take safety. You could see the Vikings go that route because the Vikings have gone through this first round. And what did they do? Did they take a corner? Are they not selected yet? That's right. They haven't selected. They turned down to 32. That was that dumb trade that the Vikings did. God, that was a stupid trade. That one and the Cardinal trades are the two dumb trades of the first round. Happy Lamb, yeah, Boy Mafe. He'd be an interesting guy to get in the second round. Megan says, just watch the clip of the 9th pick on YouTube. Good omen or not that it was 12 seconds long, B? Good omen. As we saw in the Super Bowl, Megan, we scored in the first 12 seconds of the game in our first Super Bowl, right? We scored in the first 12 seconds of the second half on Percy Harvin's return. 12 is always a good omen for the 12th man, always. D-Mac is in the house. What's up, D-Mac? Hello. Randall says, Karlaftis has the looks of a tool bag. Yeah, there's a little bit of a Baby Huey kind of look to him on that. Just a little bit. Mafi or Ebiketie, Yami makes a lot of sense at 40. A lot of sense at 40. Sean says, curious to see if the Hawks trade down with at least one of the picks tomorrow. I could see it, Sean. They didn't do any trading today in an offense first round that had a lot of action, a lot of trade backs. So to do it tomorrow and pick up an extra third, if that's what they could do, I could see him doing it. It makes sense. Randall says, Michael Salk is the type of guy who makes eye contact with the next man to him at the urinal. Yeah, he does. I could see it. I could see him being that kind of guy. Sky Moore is a good player. I thought Sky Moore had a chance to slip into this first round. Brian Meyer says, before round ends, a standing ovation for Brandon and his outstanding work in giving us a place to hang out with Hawk fans. Oh, man, thank you so much, Brian. I love doing this, man. Like I said, this is such my favorite time of year as much as any time of year, being able to talk draft and just see these players go and think about all the possibilities of where these players are going and how it'll fit, including my Seahawks team, and especially my Seahawks team's killing the draft. But I love doing this, man. I love you guys. We got so many people hanging out in the stream. It's been awesome. So thank you for that. Bengals will like Daxton Hill. He'll make sense for them a little bit. I always thought he would be more of a free safety-ish if they moved him there with Jesse Bates, but I guess they're pairing him with strong safety. Delikey, what you talking about, Willis? Why do I says, for me, Ebiketie is the best pass rusher left in the draft, and he racks come off the D right side and leaves Taylor for his preferred left side. He does. Makes sense. Nolan Arvance with another $5 donation. Nolan, thank you for all your donations on the channel today. He says, there's some veteran wide receivers out there that I think could be possibilities. We are in the mix, but I don't think San Francisco wants to trade Debo to us, A-Rod. Yeah, I don't think San Francisco wants to move him to Green Bay either. I mean, that would make a lot of sense from San Francisco's standpoint. So, yeah, I mean, Green Bay's up against it now. They're not picking till deep into the second round, I don't believe. Or maybe they've got an earlier pick here in the. Maybe they got 2 second-round picks, and I'm being wrong on that. Let me double check. So Green Bay does pick twice in the second round. Maybe they're just looking at they're going to be able to get the receivers there. But boy, is it thin right now for them. Is it ever thin? All right. So, okay. So the pick is in here. With the 31st pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Daxton Hill, University of Michigan safety. Well, this is another guy that just was hard as hell for me. This is a little bit like the Jahan Dotson. This was just a hard guy for me to kind of evaluate. Is he a slot? Is he a safety? Is he a rover type player? I couldn't quite put my finger on what he was exactly. Good tape, not bad tape. Just couldn't wrap my head quite around him on a first round value side of things. And I feel like he's a little bit in between on that, a little bit of a tweener with some of that aspect to him a bit. We'll see if they can find a mark for him at strong safety. You can kind of see here with his build a little bit. He's not the biggest guy if you're now putting him at strong safety, which you need a little bit more of a hammer type guy in there. But maybe not. Maybe they think he's got enough to get it done. And he certainly is a good enough tackler to overcome a little bit of maybe size limitations from the strong safety position if that's where he does get placed into. But I don't know there. That's an interesting pick. It's the right value. That's where he should go. So it's not out of line with that. Nolan with another $5 donation. My goodness, Nolan. Thank you so much, man. It says, Vikings take Lewis Kine in the first round is done with the Seahawks for now staying put. Woo! Okay. Dodged a bullet, folks. Dodged a bullet. And thank you, Nolan, for those updates and the donations on those updates. But that means if we did not trade up in the first round, we've not given up one of those 2 second-round picks now if we're going to go get our quarterback. It does mean most likely at that point, in a worst-case scenario, even if we're moving up into the second round to go get one of these 2 quarterbacks, be it Malik Willis or one of the 3 quarterbacks, Malik Willis, Sam Howell, or Desmond Ridder, it means you're only going to, at the very most, probably be giving up a 3rd-round pick to move up, even if that, maybe only a 4th-round pick if you're looking at moving up in the second round, or just standing pat and selecting the quarterback when they come to you. So that's a good bullet dodged. We still may end up going with one of those QBs when it's all said and done, but at least for the moment, you're not giving up too much draft capital to do so. And if sign goes, that would have meant that I got, so let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I didn't do too bad. My mock wasn't terribly accurate. It was okay from an accuracy standpoint. But that would at least mean that I got of the first round players, I hit 25 of the, actually 26, right? 1, 2, yeah. So I got 26 of the 32 players in the first round right, at least as far as them being selected in the first round. Obviously didn't get the order correct there, but I'll take it. It's a tough game. It's a tough bag. Flag Sabbath, Arizona didn't take anybody, Flag. They made a horrible trade. They traded their first round pick for Hollywood Brown, basically. Randall says Daxton Hill's a nice pick for Cincy. It's a solid pick. Solid pick for him. Makes sense. You're in the AFC, you got to be able to defend the pass. You need help on the back end. Y2Y says, I've heard some suggest Hill is so good at coverage they might switch him to cornerback. I didn't see enough in his game to do that. He played slot cornerback when he did do cornerback work, and he wasn't overly that amazing at it. But this is also part of why I say why it's hard with him to project him to a given position. He is really the definition of a tweener type. Flag Sabbath says, Jesus, Arizona's dumb. Yeah. And unfortunately, Minnesota's not going to take Ritter here because they just took Kellen Mond last year in the second round. So they're going to select, as somebody else said here, they're probably going to go with the safety. Makes a lot of sense. Bash Gordon says, maybe San Francisco should stop being douchebags and just let Debo play one position that he wants to play. The reason he wants to leave is because they're making him play two positions. Very well said, Bash. Very well said. Maybe that's the smart way to go if you're not going to move him in trade. You got to decide, you want to pay the guy or move him? Titans made their decision to not pay their guy. They moved him. If the Niners, aren't willing to just let him go to one position and say, well, you're not worth it for us to pay you that mark to play just one position, then move the guy. And some of the top guys you have left on the board here, Nakobe Dean out of University of Georgia, Malik Willis, Boy Mafe, Breece Hall out of Ohio State, Andrew Booth, the corner out of Clemson, Kenneth Walker from Michigan State, a couple of running backs in the mix here that are highly rated here. So some very good players coming up the board tomorrow that could be available for our Seahawks. A variety of different positions that will be available at that point. Megan says, methinks the 12-second clip was Paul Allen's touch on the pick, I think. Very well could have been. Very well could have been. Herbicide says, funny how Eskridge is an afterthought. And it is Lewis. So let's get this last pick of the first round. Here we go. With the 32nd selection, the final selection in the first round of the 2022 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Lewis Kine, safety out of Georgia. So Georgia ends up with quite a few guys taken in this first round. No surprise, of course. We had anticipated that we were going to see a couple of those guys. You did see that in this draft. This is about appropriate value for Lewis Kine to go. This is a pick we love to see, right? The more safeties that go here, the better for us, because that's not going to be a target for us. So what you want to see at the back in this first round, at the top of the first round, second round tomorrow, is players that we're not likely to drop more value down into our lap, to drop more potentials, more picks, more opportunities there to you. That's what we want to see. And Eskridge has become an afterthought herbicide too, because it's, again, didn't play a whole lot last year, didn't show you a whole lot last year. Before you can count on a guy, he's got to show you he's got something to his game and he can go. And I think there are questions to Eskridge's game as we go forward a little bit. Megan says, wow, great first round for us, I guess. Not sure, but I'm stoked with Cross at 9. To me, it's a great first round, Megan. The ideal was to hopefully trade back and then just kind of move around a bit. They just went with the best player available on the board. They did the thing that you were harping on for them to do when we were talking about this on Monday on Jose's channel, which is you wanted them to stand pat and just take the best player available and not get too cute with it. That's what they did. This is that guy. They took one of the best tackles in this draft on a team that desperately needs a left tackle. It's very hard to pick apart this pick, in my opinion. I can understand if you're not exactly over the moon excited with it, or that there was somebody else that you had that was more your guy, but it's not you, Megan, but in people in general. But nonetheless, you walked away with a great talent. Guy's 21 years old, barely just figuring out how to play this position in the sport. He's only going to get better. There's a lot of projectable talent here as far as a guy that could eventually wind out to be getting a lot more talent than people are giving him credit for. Where everybody goes, well, he's a good player, but can he be a great player? Well, 21 years old, the age he is, his already ability technically and pass protection especially is wonderful. Yeah, he might just be that guy going forward. He might just be that guy that can tap into a little more of a spirit of being not just good, but even up into that realm of being potentially great. Charles Riley, throw Rogan gals have gone down hard since Olivia Munn. I wouldn't date Danica or Shillelagh, and I have no money, but I don't live in Wisconsin either. Well, you need those fine women to warm those cold Wisconsin nights, Charles. So maybe that's what he's doing with it. But, he's got a type. Aaron's got a type like we all do, I guess. Like we all do. Thank you for the donation, though, Charles. I appreciate you. Randall, Bob Stelton is the kind of guy who wears a belt clip for his phone. Mash says, I know there's good edge rushers in the second round, but man, I would love to get my hands on that linebacker from Montana State. What if we went, Ebiketie and then Anderson? Back to back, Bash. Ebiketie, Anderson. It's not the worst way to go at that point. That's not that bad. I'd be okay with it. Sean Proper says, so round 2, I'm hoping edge cornerback, Lucas or Juergens. Like it a lot. 283128, is Nakobe Dean worth a second? Yeah, he is. I think there are some medical concerns with him, but he would probably be worth it. He's only about 6 foot tall, so he doesn't have some of the size build stuff of like a guy like Devin Lloyd did in this draft. A little bit undersized, a little more built like a Jordan Brooks type of bit, but really good in coverage. He would pair well with Jordan in the middle, and that his strength is in coverage. Jordan's strength is in run defender, basically. Merck says DK is about to get paid really soon. You better believe he is. He's about to make a grip of cash. Megan says, okay, my shoulder is aching, so I need to step out for a bit, but PJB, and I will be back in a bit. Sounds good. Sounds good. Mike Mott says, we need a cornerback tomorrow. Maybe, Mike. This draft is really deep with cornerbacks. You could wait into day even 3 to have taken your cornerback. I think there's a little more of a need in other positions, especially understanding that the cornerback depth is going to be so good as we go along into this draft that much deeper. Jeffrey says Beavis is the perfect ending to a draft. I don't know. I used to do a Beavis. No. No. I can't do it anymore. I can do Beavis. I can't do Bud. Get it. What are you talking about, dumbass? You don't know what you're doing. Can't do it. I used to be able to do a Bud head. Ryan B says, got O-line, now quarterback time. Well, we need more O-line, Ryan. It's a start in the right direction with O-line, but you need a little bit more than this. You need more than just a left tackle. Bash says, I hope Cross is as good as we think he is. I've been waiting to cheer for a sixth Seahawks lineman since my man, Walter Jones, retired. Well, you've not had as a talented a guy since Walter's retired as maybe this. Maybe Russell Okung you could put in the same category. Different type of tackles. Okung was a little bit of a bigger guy. I think Cross probably moves just a hair better. But hopefully this guy's it. Hopefully it's that guy. Hopefully this is that dude. John Ruiz says, be a hard to pass on Hall. He's a great back, man. I'd love to. I wouldn't cry if they picked him in the second round. I wouldn't cry. Seahawks 02 with a $2 donation. Thank you. I appreciate it. Says, Cat did its job, having other teams make bad picks. Hey, she did it, didn't she? She gets the credit on this show. We tapped into the power of the cat, right? We went to the Meowana, okay? We went with the Meowana and we said, okay, let's see if we can get her in a little bit of that state of mind and maybe if her psychically can push out those good vibes we need, and we did it. We wore the Largent jerseys, and I don't know what it is. Was it a Largent jersey? Was it the cat? Was it the catnip? I don't know. Whatever it was, it worked, and you're going to better damn well believe we're going to do it again tomorrow. Nothing changes tomorrow. Everything exactly the same. Got to keep this going, Seahawks 02. Can't mess up the juju here. Aiden Simmons, does Cross have any injury concerns or past serious injuries? I haven't done enough research on him. None that I saw come up, Aiden. Evan Neal there were some concerns with him, but not with Cross. Megan says, I hate saying I told you so, B, but I told you we'd take Cross 9 weeks ago, dude. Laughing out loud. You did indeed. I had at one point 9 weeks ago might have had Cross on one of my mock drafts too, though. So I've mocked him, but one of my mock draft 2.0 had Cross coming to Seattle as a possibility. So it wasn't completely crazy. Why do I says we got Cross? Let's go. By the way, Seattle, that's how you do it. That's how you do a draft right. That's how you start a draft off in the right fashion, on the right note. Brando2345. Who would have thought Kenny Pickett, only quarterback to go in the first round? That was a surprise for me. I thought a minimum 3 quarterbacks were going to go in the first round, but for only one to go it does speak to how the rest of the NFL looks at this quarterback class, because there are teams that are quarterback needy in this draft who were like, nah. Saints were like, nah. Eagles with Jalen Hurts were like, nah, we're good. We're fine. Houston with David Mills was like, no. David Mills is him and his giraffe neck. That's what we want. We want the giraffe neck guy over these other guys. It speaks to where this quarterback class is. It just does. Bash Gordon says, Mafia or Armstrong? Seahawks 02 says, am I also weird for kind of wanting us to pick Pickens if he's there? Laughing out loud. No, you're not weird at all in that. I have a first round grade on Pickens. There is some questions about him as far as off the field, work ethic, does he listen to coaches kind of stuff, but from a talent standpoint, he's really good. Really good. Kyle says, is it me or was there quite a few reaches in the back half of the first round? Outside of the Jets pick on JJ, I think everything 25 to 32 was a reach. It got more reachy the more this draft went along. I would say, yeah, you're probably right. The more upper half of this, it was pretty much fit to what we thought it was going to fit. And then you started seeing Quay Walkers and Cole Stranges and whatnot going off the board, and it got a little bit weird. It didn't go crazy. Like I said, I mean, I had 26 of these 32 players going in this first round. So not terribly shocking on this. Daxton Hill, Lewis Kine getting in there at the end of the first round, that's not shocking. Those guys are about right. Tyler Smith, I had a first round grade on him as an offensive lineman, so you're not going to shock me there with that. It made sense. Most of there's a couple of reaches in there, but there's been other drafts in the past that have been much more egregious with some of the picks. Tom Cox says we must type up Pete in the closet and let Desai, Schneider, and Allen pick cross and not trade up. Yeah, they're gonna be telling him tomorrow. They're like, yeah, Pete, the draft tomorrow's at 9:00 at night. And they changed the times. Mighty Johnny Boy says, should we grab Andrew Booth? He'd be a good player. That'd be great value at that spot in the second round. And I had him as a first round grade. He was one of the 3 cornerbacks I had a first round grade. I didn't have him in the same place as Sauce Gardner or Stingley, but if he would have gone in the first round, I think that would have been right. So yeah, I'd be open to it. Though again, as I like to say, that would be the highest that they've ever gone for a cornerback in the history of John Schneider and Carroll here in Seattle by far. And again, I think with Andrew Booth, the one downside with him as well is if he's going to go high, he didn't do a lot of testing. So where do teams have him evaluated with that aspect of things? Part of why he's probably dropped. YDY says Tampa Bay, Minnesota, and New York Giants all have quarterbacks with 1 year on their contract and pick before Seattle. Yeah. Tampa Bay, I don't know if they were really as in love with him, but remember they drafted the kid in the second round out of Florida last year. Minnesota drafted Kellen Mond in the second round last year out of Texas A&M. So really, I mean, I don't think Tampa Bay or Minnesota are looking in their positions to go quarterback. Maybe the Giants, you're right on that one, especially not picking up the 5th-year option of Daniel Jones at this point. But the other two, I would be pretty surprised to see them go for quarterback. Go Science says, imagine if we got both Booth and Malik in the second round. Yeah, they're both okay. There's some other guys that might get me a little more excited. Happy Lamb says, Seahawks should offer Drew Lock for Kyler Murray. They're drunk today. Take advantage of Arizona while they're tipsy. I love it. Brian Meyer says, Georgia has 5 defenders in round 1 and not Nakobe Dean. Yep. He's like 6 feet tall, so it's like just doesn't have necessarily the size. But Georgia's going to have a lot of guys drafted in the second round too. Nakobe Dean's probably going to go in the second round. Channing Tindall might go in the second round. They're going to probably have a guard go in the second round, guard or tackle. Bash Gordon says, I'm down for those shirts that say we tanked this season. Laughing out loud. I'll get them made up. We'll get some shirts made up for Levis. Lose for Levis. Something like that. Why do I? We got Cross. Let's go. Ricardo Edmondson says defensive end and linebacker tomorrow. I'm good with that as an options. Obi-Wan says, I don't know if Hollywood Brown is crazy. Overpay like you say. Slight overpay. He's a mid to high second rounder for me. Yeah, I mean, he's not been god-awful as a wide receiver in this league, but to make him the equivalent of a first-round player to me is the one where I'm like, huh? I mean, again, the capital that you have them giving up for to get Hollywood versus the capital the Eagles gave up for A.J. Brown. And admittedly, the Eagles were having to sign A.J. Brown to a contract extension, whereas Hollywood's not going to get in a contract extension with the Cardinals. So that is a key part to this. But I still just feel like that's not a great move by the Cardinals. That just, I can't sign off on that in any way, shape, or form. B-Russ says, I've already done a couple of second-round mocks, and it's really hard to get to 40 without having two players you would run to the podium for there. Agreed. It should fall for us to have a couple of guys that we're very excited about there without having to move up. It's the board's falling just right. It's one of the nice part of having the Quay Walkers and Daxton Hills and Lewis Kynes taken here at the end of the first round is it's pushing a couple of extra guys to us now who we might not have thought would have been there when we selected. Well said. Bash Gordon says, wait, pick it with only quarterback. I thought Malik Willis winning the third. Wait a minute. These kids are driving me crazy. I can't concentrate here. Your boy Michael says, very happy. No Trevor Penning. No Trevor Penning. No Matt Corral at number 9. Very happy. Very happy man. Chuck Seeger says, Nakobe Dean with our 40th pick. I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't be mad. Chase Dern with a $10 donation. Thank you, Chase. Appreciate you. You've been very kind, everybody in the chat today on the donos. Says, Cross was my favorite player on the board. I can't believe we actually didn't reach. Likewise. I mean, I'm shocked by it too. I'm like, wait, we didn't reach? We just took the right player. We just went with the right selection. We just went with the straightforward thing. I'm still kind of like in awe almost of it a little bit, as opposed to truly celebrating, which I'll be able to do in the next couple of days. It's like, wait, no, they just did the right thing. We've been hammered and burned so many times in recent history that for them to do the right thing, Chase, it's surprising, but it's a beautiful thing nonetheless. They did the right thing. They did the thing that's going to help this organization in this rebuild, beginning with the left tackle, beginning with the franchise left tackle as you go in through this rebuild. Especially as I said, you got to get this done in the draft. This is where you got to do your work. This is where you've got to. You can misspend your money, but you cannot mess up drafts when you're in rebuild mode. And this is a step in that right direction. Drake Schumerd says, how many picks do we have tomorrow? We have 3 total picks tomorrow. 2 at the top of the second round, and then 1 in the third round. Donnie Clark says, just forget drafting a quarterback this year and wait till next year. Yes, Donnie. That's where I'm at with this. Just give it a year. Give it a year. Go a different direction, wait this out, get the offensive line right, and then attack it next year. Smart way to go. Nick Guerrero, screw the quarterback. Wait till next year. Get defensive end, maybe another offensive line, or early cornerback selection for Carroll to do his magic on and have a badass. I don't know which ones are left to choose from. There's some great corners to choose from here if you want to go that route with this. So there's some awesome corners to choose. Andrew Booth is obviously my top-rated guy on the board right now, but beyond Andrew, you still got Kyler Gordon there. Jermaine Waller's there. Some interesting names there. Tariq Woolen, if they're really wanting to go for the toolsy dude, that'd be a little high for my taste, but it's a possibility. And yeah, let's just wait on the quarterback. I'm glad to hear there's a lot of responses in the same realm. Just because a couple of these guys dropped, let's not go for them. The rest of the NFL is telling us something with only 1 quarterback taken in the first round. These guys aren't that good. You're reaching this year. You're going for need if you draft a quarterback. So avoid that path. Don't be driven by need. Don't be driven by desperation. Be driven by best player available. It will lead you to the light every single time. Wide to wide, if you look at Seattle's draft history, they love to draft a skill player in the second. Running back in the second would not be surprising. Nope. Make a lot of sense. A lot of sense. Roland Connor says Malik lost a lot of games to good teams and only won against inferior teams. He did struggle in the few times that he was up against upper-level competition, Roland. He did. I'm not a big Malik guy. I think there's a lot of rough edges to his game. I think if the Seattle Seahawks are looking to replicate the blueprint of 2022, which is building up a super team around a young quarterback on a rookie contract, you're not replicating that blueprint in the same way by going for Malik. Russell Wilson was a pro-ready quarterback. He was ready to come in and start from you day one. Maybe not going to be a star from day one, but he could carry the water, he could carry the day. Malik's going to take a year or two to be ready to even get on the football field. And I'm not even sure of what he's going to be on the football field when he gets there. I'm not. So I'm not in on Malik. I haven't been for a while for that reason. He's got too many rough edges to work out. Saucy Sasquatch says the dream, Mafia at 40, trade down from 41, pick up another pick in the top 100 to get Abraham Lucas, Troy Anderson, and Cam Jurgens. Ooh, saucy. Saucy Sasquatch. I like it. I like where you're thinking on this one, man. I would be pumped if we're walking away with that kind of haul. That would be tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. Randall says, Randy predicts that if we don't draft a quarterback, then we get Baker. It's possible. Mr. Isaac, love you. Love you, Mr. Isaac. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Kyle says, trade for Baker, see what he has. If he's horrible, then it's better draft spot for us to get a quarterback. Yeah, I just don't want to give up for much for Baker. I don't want to pay his salary. I mean, I'm kind of out on Baker myself, but I don't care a lot either on it. I don't care a ton. Mr. 05 Chuck says Cam Jurgens at 40. Might be a little high for me with him. I feel like second round's just a little high for Cam. But he's got a share of people who really love him. John Robinson says, damn, I wanted Stingley, man. Well, if they had gone for lineman, I think at that point, Houston, if they'd done lineman instead of corner there, I think Stingley does end up dropping to you at that point. Kenny, can you dig it? Can you dig it? I'm so happy the Hawks didn't reach and went for Cross, and we still have our back-to-back picks in the second round. Yeah, they didn't do anything stupid. And that's basically almost every single draft the last few years. You could say about last year's draft, but the year before that, there's at least one thing that you can look onto and go, that was stupid. That was just straight stupid. There wasn't an intelligence behind making that pick there. It was just kind of dumb. And they didn't do that with this one. This is a smart pick, straightforward pick. They didn't have to overthink it a lot, but you can overthink yourself a ton in the draft, you know? You can pick a player apart. You can go, man, he only pass blocked 37% of the time did he run block. I don't think he can run block here. I mean, yeah, he's a good pass blocker, but we need you guys to run here if you're going to be a Seattle player, a Seattle offensive lineman. Just because he wasn't asked to do it doesn't mean he can't do it. He's a phenomenal pass blocker. It's a passing league, whether Carroll likes it or not. Passing still now wins the day, even above running. You do still have to run in addition, but you just can't go all in on the running game. You can't go with 5 guys that are run blockers first. And the real key on this pick and the place to get excited about is understanding over the last 10 years. Every time the Seattle Seahawks have looked at an offensive line prospect, especially when Tom Cable was here, but even after Tom Cable left, every offensive line prospect that you looked at, you first and foremost looked at, how does he run block? What is the quotient of his run block game? Is that very good? And then you eventually got around to pass blocking. Well, here with this prospect in Charles Cross, you've gotten the guy who can pass protect first and foremost. That's his skill set. That's worth getting excited about. That's worth getting stoked about. And that's a change of the ways. What's been my main theme this whole offseason? What's the thing that I've been repeating ad nauseum about what I'd like to see from this team in big, big, bold letters over the top of this team, over every single move they make? Learn your lessons. Learn your lessons. That's the thing I've asked this whole offseason. Let that be a driver of your philosophy. Let that be a driver for how you go forward. And when you're now starting to go for offensive linemen that pass protect first as opposed to run block first, you're starting to learn your lessons, at least in that department of things. And that's worth getting very encouraged about. Tackman Killer, Clan Killer says, hope we can land Zaquandre White in the late round. I didn't have a chance to check him out. John says, not one of the good players fell to us. Sucks. I wonder if we should have traded down and got Penning. I'm not a big Penning guy, John. You know that. So Cross was one of the top guys, in my opinion. So I'm perfectly fine with Cross myself. I know he's not going to get as much people excited with it, but it was a pretty safe pick. Ray Bands, who do you think are your best fits for our round 2 picks if we keep both picks? Let me look at the second round here and see who we're looking at likely to pick ahead of us first off. We'll probably see a quarterback or two, if not going to the teams ahead of us, get traded up for in the second round. Well, I think Boy Mafe makes a lot of sense if he falls further down into us there. Troy Anderson or Leo Chanel at the middle linebacker position could make some sense. Christian Harris, Damian Clark, two other linebackers who could be surprises there. They could make sense. Travis Jones is still on the board. We need a zero tech, folks. What about getting Arnold Ebiketie or Boy Mafe and Travis Jones? Imagine walking away with both Boy Mafe and Travis Jones in the second round to pair with Cross. That would be a pretty tremendous first three picks. Boy, would that be good. That would be really good. So something in that realm, Ray. I think defense is going to be at least one of the two picks, if not both of the two picks. As somebody said with the skill positions, it wouldn't surprise me to go that route either. You might be able to get the best running back in this draft if Hall continues to fall at that spot. That might prove to be pretty tantalizing for them. John Robinson says, why the hell did Jermaine Johnson fall? I think this is a little bit of a situation where fans elevated Jermaine Johnson a little bit higher on draft boards than where he was truly going to go at the end of the day. He's a guy that is a little bit of an older prospect, John, at 24 years old. That's going to affect him a bit. I think he had a pass rush win rate of about 13% last year. To give you a comparative on that, I think Kayvon Thibodeau was at 24%. I think Aiden Hutchinson was at 26%. So at 13%, that's a pretty far fall off as far as pass rush win rate goes, along with then being a little bit of an older prospect, along with, in my opinion, in the game film I watched at times, there being some question marks about the way he plays the run. I would say you put those three things all together, and that's probably why Jermaine falls at that point. Sorry, a little bit behind on my super chats here. Let me get back up on these. Paul Third with a $2 donation says, Seahawks going running back tomorrow? If so, who do you think? Paul Third, I think the guy that would jump out to me would be Breece Hall. Let's look at the second round teams if they just stand where they are. Tampa Bay, I think they brought back Leonard Fournette there. So Fournette stayed there. They're going to probably not take running back, but that is a possibility with Hall. I'd be surprised. Vikings still have Cook. I wouldn't expect them to take him. Titans could maybe get Derrick Henry a little bit of help behind him, but I think they have other bigger needs at this point. The New York Giants would say Saquon Barkley, only one more year under contract there. That is a possibility. Houston's a possibility. There's a couple. These teams could take running back up ahead of us. Almost every single one of them could. But Breece Hall is a guy that makes a lot of sense to me. I'm not as big a Kenneth Walker guy, but he's also a possibility, Paul, I guess. If Seattle were to tend to like him, he's a little, to me, undersized for what they tend to look for in the position there. Hall makes the most sense to me if you're going to pull the trigger in the second round. And if not Hall, there's really not another second round running back on my list that fits. I've got Walker and Hall as the only two second round running backs worthy of that. Thank you for the $2 donation, though. Chase Stern with the $10 donation. Another one, Chase. Thank you. Appreciate you. Says, and we didn't trade DK. Great day one. Oh, it's a great day one, right? You didn't take Matt Corral at number 1. Didn't take a bad pick at number 9. Didn't trade back into oblivion. Didn't trade back up into the first round to go get Matt Corral or Desmond Ridder, giving up one of those vital second round picks in tomorrow's draft. And also, by the way, to Chase's point, you didn't trade DK Metcalf. I'm going to ice cube this one. Hell yeah, I got to say it was a good day. Just waking up in the morning, God, thank God. I don't know, but the day seems kind of odd. No barking from the dog. No small. Mama cooked the breakfast, no hog. Loving it. Loving it. Randall Main. You just subscribed, Randall Main, and I appreciate you for doing so. I salute you. You're a kind gentleman and a scholar, sir. YDY, who are my top 5 guys for me tomorrow? Top 5 guys for me tomorrow, we're going to be Boy Mafe, Travis Jones, Arnold Ebiketie, oh, hold on. Abraham Lucas, Boy Mafe, Travis Jones, Arnold Ebiketie, Breece Hall. Those are my 5 top guys on my board, with Alec Pierce at receiver kind of trying to push in. trying to kind of push in right in there. He's trying to kind of get in there because I like me some Alex Pierce. I like Alex Pierce. But those would be my top 5 guys for you. Nick Herrera, I've asked a couple of times, so if you've answered already, my bad. But if I come out with a sick-ass YouTube channel and it pops off in 7 years, laughing out loud, will you be a guest? Yeah, Nick. I go and I do guests. You know, you don't have to. It doesn't have to necessarily be super popped off. I'm willing to go on your YouTube channel, even if you're not necessarily huge. I've gone on my share of small YouTube channels, so I'm glad to do so. Yeah, I'm here to support and help out my peoples. Of course, brother. Of course. Breeze says my Lions traded up for Jameson Williams. I'm shocked, man. Breeze. Your Lions and my Seahawks are putting us as fans in an odd place, satisfied on draft day. Penny Sewell last year, St. Brown, come away last year, satisfied. Feel satisfied. I come away from this first day of the draft, yeah, there's more draft still left to be done. There's still a chance they can mess this up beyond this, but you feel satisfied. And I don't know how you can't look at this Detroit Lions team and go Aiden Hutchinson and Jameson Williams in the first round. I might have got the best wide receiver in this draft and the best pass rusher in this draft. Hard not to completely be, yeah, that's okay. Let's roll. Let's go. Let's chew some kneecaps. Let's do it. Dead Center says, I'm kind of scared by Charles Cross's lack of run blocking ability. He just wasn't asked to do it as much. I don't know if he has a lack of ability in that element of his game. Just wasn't asked to do it. He was pass blocking so often. They ran the air raid spread formation there at Mississippi State. So, you know, it's the scheme that he played in. And he can't do something different than the scheme he played in. It's a part of his game that can develop. I would also offer Dead Center that if you look at most of the offensive linemen coming out in the draft now, most of them are playing in spread formations in college football. There's like 3 colleges playing traditional NFL-style offenses where you have the quarterback under center and you have him running multiple reads and doing a lot of those type of things. So I think this is a little bit of part and parcel of what you normally tend to just get with offensive linemen anyway, coming out of the college scheme to a degree. Might be a little more extreme in his case by a little smidge, but not by a huge margin. It's not like he just can't run block. I don't think that they would have drafted a guy that just completely is empty in that respect of things. It's just not his strength. B-Russ says, my gut tells me to stick to the trenches on both sides. Get Lucas and Mafe. I loved it. Sam Dog the Infamous says, love the Charles Cross pick. This was a needed big time in the trenches. You better believe it was. You better believe it was. Cooper Mills, please give me Ritter tomorrow. Or honestly, I'm happy with Locke if we built a solid O-line. Locke is overrated. He is and you said overhated, not overrated. I'll make sure I pronounce that right. Yeah, I'm okay. I'd rather go offensive line, Cooper, because even if you don't ride with Locke moving into the future, at least now you have the great offensive line in place for that future quarterback if it isn't Locke, and you get a year to determine if it is Locke. So I'm good with that as well. I'd like to avoid going quarterback Cooper. Let's just go best player available on the board at this point. Let's not go for a second hand, for a quarterback with limitations that we're drafting very high, which you're going to do with any of these quarterbacks in the upper end of this draft. There's better players that are going to be available, I think, at those picks. Roland Connor says, Schneider just said Cross has great character, 2-parent home. Is that politically incorrect? I mean, not. I don't know. We're in an age of sensitivity, so, I mean, maybe, but not from my standpoint. Mr. Isaac 50 says, lose for Levis. It's going to be the shirt. I'm going to have his silhouette on the shirt with the lose for Levis. That's how we're going to do this. 16-bit blocker says, I hope we can get Sam Williams tomorrow. Perfect 3-4 defensive lineman. Stud. Oh, he is. He's one of my 20 guys. He's one of my 20 must-haves in this draft, 16-bit blocker. He's one of my 20 dudes. So if we get him, I'd be very happy by that. Ray Ban says, who do you think are our best fits for our round 2 picks tomorrow? So yeah, that top 5 list I gave you, I'm going to lean back on that. Abraham Lucas, Boy Mafe, Travis Jones, Arnold Ebiketie, Breece Hall. That'd be my list. Eagles trade for A.J. Brown. Yep, they did flag. Crazy trade. Jesse Callaway, wouldn't take Malik Willis second or third pick if he was there. I wouldn't, because Jesse, they're trying to fit to the blueprint of 2012, which if you're going blueprint of 2012, building the super team up around the young quarterback on a rookie contract, the young quarterback on the rookie contract needs to then be pro ready. What does pro ready mean, Jesse? It means that he can come in and play very, very early on in his career so that you can maximize the time that you have him on the rookie contract where he's taking up 0.55% of the salary cap as opposed to, let's say, taking up 15 to 20% of the salary cap like Russell Wilson. So you're really not being able to do that to that blueprint with a guy like Malik, who has still so many rough edges to his game, where I think it's going to take Malik a couple of years to being a starter in this league. They might try to trot him out in this within a year from now, but I don't think he will be ready. He's got a lot to clean up. Paul Third, $2 donation says, Seattle going running back tomorrow? If so, who do you think? The only two guys for me are Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker, man. It ends and dies right there. Tech Man, who would draft Charlie Kohler and Chad Muma? I like those guys, but later, not in the second round. Nowhere near the second round for either of those two guys. I'm not a big Charlie Kohler guy either. I had him down in like the 5th round. Tech Man, I hope Cameron Thomas from San Diego State slips where Seattle can draft him. Well, that'd be like a 3rd round guy if you're going to be if we're talking about that. Go Cyan, Andrew Booth at 40. It's possible. He didn't test, so I don't know where the teams are whether or not they're going to hold that against him or not in this drafting process. Teams like to have some testing numbers to go off of, and if you have none, it will tend to drop you down a little bit. Jaboy Michael says, I love this selection. Me too. Gorak says, Baker only if Cleveland releases him, 1-year rental. You could talk me at that point into that then, but I don't like even taking on $5-6 million of his salary at this point. I just don't think it's worth it. KJ says, hoping Nakobe Dean at 40. It's possible. Sam Dog, which cat is in the background is that? Well, she just jumped away, but that was Pumpkin, my orange one. Go Cyan says, are the Seahawks going to draft a wide receiver next year since Lockett might be traded? Maybe. They still might draft one in this draft, but most likely not till next year. Seahawks, imagine we take Ritter somehow at 75 and have a 2012-esque season. That would be hilarious. He would tell Russ, I told you so. He would. Aaron Heslip, Ajabo at 40. Ooh, that would be interesting. Be an interesting pick. Going all top end there, but will he get back? Will he be able to be what he was before as far as athletically, physically? KJ says, but Shane's offense is more run-oriented. It's balanced. I don't know if it's more run-oriented. I'd say it's balanced, in my opinion. But again, just because he wasn't asked to do it doesn't mean he can't do it. You know? And if you're not asked to do something consistently, to run the football, if you're going to be good at it as an offensive lineman, do you need the training to do it? Yeah. Do you need the skill to do it? Yeah. Do you need the technical refinement to do it? Yeah. You know what you also need to do to be able to be good at run blocking? You need a team committed to running the football. It's very hard to get good at something that you're only doing 1/4 of the time. And so if he comes to more of an offense that is more dedicated in that approach to it, like the Seahawks will be in the way they run the football, he could get better at it. Good news is that he has the skills to do so. He's got the strength. He's got the technical know-how. He's got the movement ability. He understands leverage. He's got the length at 34-inch long arms. So he's got all of the prerequisites to be good as a run blocker. Is he ever going to be a dominant Trent Williams type? No. He is never going to be that guy. But can he be at least good in it, proficient at it, especially in a zone blocking scheme like the one we run? Yeah, absolutely. Seahawks Gaming says, I don't want Nakobe Dean. He's 5'10", rather have Channing Tindall. Makes sense. Alexander, Nakobe Dean, Haskell Garrett in the second round would be... I'm not as much a Haskell Garrett guy. He was down my board. I had Haskell down quite a bit. I guess third round. I got Haskell in the third. Mark for death. I told people Malik in the fifth, coming of Geno Smith and Terrell Pryor. Ha ha ha. Jason Peters says, Mafia and Lucas at 40 and 41. Please, God. Oh, that would be beautiful. Midnight Signal. Cross is an amazing pick. Seahawks are in the right direction. Now they wait for Ritter and Booth. You had me with Booth. I don't know about Ritter. Go Science says, I thought the Cross was going to go to the Giants. I think when they had Thibodeau fall to them at that second first-round pick, that was just too good. It's too good. Curtis Snyder says, go get Eric Fisher now for the other side. Curtis, what about Abraham Lucas, though, in the second round? I'd be a little more higher on him than Eric Fisher at the right. But it'd also free up to also if you go after a different player. So it's again where it's like when you're picking, like I said, the start of this draft, when you're picking as high as we are in the first and the second round, it's almost like you got to work to mess this up. You got to really overthink yourself. You've got to really do something dumb to get it wrong. And I didn't think the Seahawks were going to do that this year. I thought it was going to be different, and they've done that so far. Alexander Wheeler says, John Stetter confirms Cross will play left tackle for us. Absolutely. He's a pure left tackle. There's no way you were ever going to move him. Power hitter, when's Brendan Nelson coming on? We'll be finishing up the chat here in a bit, and then I will be moving right over. So we'll be ending off the show, and then I'll go right back live here on the channel with Brendan. So not too long. I want to just get through, make sure we're getting through all the rest of the comments here on the chat. We got about almost 300 people, 260, 270 people in the chat right now. So we'll kind of fire along here and talk about some possibilities here before we bounce over. But we will be bouncing over here at some point. KJ with a $5 donation says, what do you think about picking up David Njoku? Worth the risk? I've maintained for a while on this, KJ, when it comes to the Achilles, I hold that in a different category from where you have a torn ACL. Historically speaking, torn ACL guys could fall into the second round that would have first round grades. That's where you'd pick them. So Njoku would make sense from that realm of things. But because it is an Achilles, I'm a little more hesitant. Still, if we landed the second round tomorrow and they took Njoku, knowing this team, in my opinion, is in a rebuild state, knowing that we're building for 2023, not 2022, I would sign off on the pick. I would be okay with it. There are other players I like better that I would go with instead, yes, but I wouldn't hate on it. I would like it from the realm of now you're building towards that future point. You're understanding where you currently truly do stand, which is, despite what Coach Carroll tells you, you're not in a position to compete right now with the likes of the Los Angeles Rams and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You're just not. You're just not. So I would definitely be okay with it, KJ. Just there's other guys that I'd be a little more excited with going because I'm not sure I trust that Achilles to allow him to come back at 100%. He's still a really young guy, so it's a possibility, but we got to see. Micah Ellington says we need edge badly. Yeah, we do. And there'll be some good guys there in the edge. There will be some good guys there when we pick. Alexander, guys, listen, we can make do with Locke this year. Except we will be trash. It's all part of the plan. Then next year, we draft C.J. Stroud, my preference, or Bryce Young in the top 10. Or Will Levis, Alexander. And yeah, I agree. That's the way to do this. Any quarterback that you look at that's a young quarterback who's come in as on the rookie deal, anyone from Mahomes to Allen to Russell Wilson to Carson Wentz when he was an MVP candidate the year that the Eagles went to the Super Bowl, go down the line, go down the list. And every one of them has one commonality between them. For you folks that are wanting to be so much on, let's get the quarterback. I get where you're coming from. Don't get me wrong. I get where you're coming from. It is a need. But just for a second, stop with that thought process for just a moment on we need a quarterback. We need a quarterback. This offensive line is not good. Charles Cross on his own does not turn around the fortunes of this offensive line on his own. You still have a right guard playing left guard, and you still have an old-ass right guard at right guard, and you have a guy starting at center who wasn't even able to crack the starting lineup last year with Kansas City. On top of the fact, you don't have a right tackle. Just that. Just only that. So understand, all those names I just gave you, Allen, Mahomes, Carson Wentz, Dak Prescott, hell, Jared Goff in the year that he threw for 4,600 yards and 3 touchdowns for the Rams in the year that they went to the Super Bowl. Look at that offensive line. To a man, every single one of them has had a great offensive line in front of them in nearly totality from the moment they stepped in as a starter. Every one of them nearly. Every one of them. So what do you want to do in that respect? Do you want to go get your quarterback, draft your one lineman, call it a day, and then watch that kid get harassed, develop bad habits, start seeing ghosts because he's getting hit so often? Or instead, maybe we take a page out of the book of those other teams that have found such great success with those young quarterbacks instantaneously. Especially when we ourselves benefited from this very same thing. When Russell Wilson walked in the door, was Russell Wilson just having a Charles Cross on his line and that was about all he had to speak of? No. Did you guys know that when Russell Wilson walked into the door in his first season, do you know which team in the NFL was spending more money on their offensive line than any other NFL team in the entire sport? The Seattle Seahawks. And oh, look at that. You got a rookie quarterback to fly with that offensive line. So those folks that want the quarterback, I get where you're coming from. I'm not disagreeing with you that it is a need. But cart before horse. Don't do that. The horse comes before the cart. And the horse or the horses or the hogs you need right here are going to be on the offensive line. Do it there, and then you will get that rookie quarterback to be able to get instantaneous success, which is what you all really, I know, are pulling for. Whether you want a quarterback now or later, that's what we want to see. Quick success for the kid. A chance for him to be able to come up onto the stage and be good right from the jump. Not great, good. Because as we know, when we look at recent NFL history, if you're not Tom Brady, the quickest path to getting to a Super Bowl and going and then winning a Super Bowl is having a, what is it, folks? That's right, young quarterback on a rookie deal behind a top-notch offensive line. Thank you, KJ, for the $5 donation, though. Appreciate you. Jeff Robinson says, I thought this was settled. Guess not. Who's starting, Carson or Penny? Penny, in my opinion. I'm still not sold, Jeff, that Carson's going to still be here come day one. You save $3.5 million if you release Carson at any point in time. I still expect that to happen when it's all said and done. Seahawks02, did you see the media saying Darren Waller to Green Bay could happen? Do you think that's why they didn't reach for a wide receiver in the first round? Maybe. I think there's more reasons at it there. Waller's a tight end, of course. I know he's kind of a H-back, so you can go, well, he's going to run some slot stuff for you too. But they already have a couple of slot guys on the roster at receivers. They need outside guys, and Waller's not an outside receiver. No, I think what happened with them in the first round is that they looked at the receivers that went as high as they did in that teen territory, where you started to have a run from Drake London, Jameis Williams, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Treylon Burks. I think all of their top guys went off the board, and so they just went back to their best player available mantra. Smart on Green Bay to do that. I don't know if I like the players they got necessarily in those picks, but it's at least they're operating from that point, right? Which is the place I always harp on teams need to operate from, which is best player available. So bravo to them not reaching on a receiver that they didn't necessarily have a first-round grade on. But I don't think that it was driven by the Waller situation. I think they're trying to get a couple of pass catchers for Aaron, not just one guy to replace Devontae Adams. Jason McEwart says, David Ajabo, that's who I was missing. Think he's worth a second. He should have been a first-round pick. Your thoughts? Achilles is a tough one, Jason. It's the one injury that are out there. There's a few that are very major injuries that you can suffer in this sport. Torn ligament in your leg, the Liz Frank injury in your foot, torn ACL, torn Achilles, maybe a back injury we could put in that same realm. There's these set injuries that are very concerning injuries that you've got to monitor a little bit differently than, let's say, just a pulled hamstring or a torn quad, or an abdominal strain. So I'm worried about Achilles. That's the number one injury for me that I question a player being able to come back and have the same kind of explosiveness and speed and athleticism that they once had. With that said, the players that have seemed to show the most ability to get over, those few players that have gotten over the torn Achilles have been younger players who have not been the older guys. So there's more room for that being a potential possibility there. I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't target it. I wouldn't say, we've got to get him. This is the must-pick. There's other guys that go ahead of that. But if they end up with David Ajabo tomorrow, I would still be applauding the selection. I'm about building to the future right now. And even though that's not a player to help me in the immediacy, that's a player that's going to help me that much better down the road. And that's enough to get me to sign off. Food and Magic says, did he say Channing Tatum? Did I say Channing Tatum? I meant Channing Tindall. Oh, we are getting late in the stream. Alexander says, we build up the team around the quarterback this year because the talent pool is far deeper in our areas of need than shoot for quarterback next year when the prospects are far more talented. Love it. Love it. Justin Robert, don't be surprised if the Seahawks draft Sam Howell tomorrow. It's possible, man. It's possible. It's possible. Just texting. Hold on. Mike Ellington, hello to Ritter. Bucks won't choose a quarterback either, will the Giants? I don't think they will either. I think they'll go other directions with it. And the Giants go offensive line. I think Tampa Bay just tries to fill some needs, especially on their defensive line for me. Tampa Bay lost, I think, offseason wasn't Jason Pierre-Paul, Vita Vea, or not Vita Vea, but Ndamukong Suh. I could see them going with maybe more of a defensive line. Wayne Wilson Jr., we need to trade up in the second for Willis because several teams ahead of us can dead him, but it's another DK situation. 10 player in the second round. I'm not sure. The back end of that got chopped up a bit, Wayne. Just Robert says Travis Jones and Logan Hall are still on the board. Good players. I'd be happy with both of those two guys too. Seahawks02 says, I'm ready for the B&B stream tonight. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. See, Colton Young, I think the folks with Malik Willis, you guys got to understand too, he's not really a fit for this offense and the precision passing of the West Coast offense. He's really not. He's a guy that fits more to a mold if you're going to bring him into a run heavy scheme that's going to have him take shots deep down the field, on a limited basis. I'm not going to have him in here where I'm having to make these short throws as a little bit of a shorter quarterback with some accuracy issues. And it's going to take a while to develop him if you're taking Malik. And again, then you're not getting his rookie contract. You're not taking advantage of that rookie time period. You're drafting a quarterback out of need, not because he's really truly the right guy there at that point. The right guy, if you're looking to draft a quarterback now, because you're looking at the quarterbacks in this roster in Geno Smith and Locke and saying, we've got to do better than that. You got to do better than these two guys. Malik is not far and away better than those two guys. There's a reason he's fallen out of the first round. There is. There's a reason Desmond Ridder has fallen out of the first round. If these guys were so good, they would have been taken up in the first. So it's where I understand people looking at Malik or Sam Howell or Desmond Ridder, but are you really thinking about what you're getting there, or are you just kind of wanting a quarterback? Because Malik is not ready day one to step in and be impactful. He's not. He's not. You're going to use up his first 2 years in development. You'll get him by the year 3 as a second round pick where maybe he starts to do something. And then by that point at the end of year 3, guess what? It's now time to pay him. So you've had 2 years of project, 1 year of maybe good play, and now you're having to pay him, which is not fitting to the 2012 blueprint, which is what this team has shown you, or at least that's what they're showing the signs of trying to lean into and become again. KK Corral is going to be the backup for life. Yes, he is. And Sebastian Hyman, Corral is going to be a beast. Just wait. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, Jay Curran's not the option over there, right tackle. He's not the answer. Just like Stone Forsythe wasn't the answer. There's a reason that Jay Curran went undrafted last year. And he may be a slight diamond in the rough, but the more time you put him out there, the more he's going to get exposed if we're trying to put him out there as our starter de facto number 1. Daniel W., I think people are overthinking Malik Willis. He's an amazing deep ball and elite athlete. He struggles at intermediate decision-making. Sounds familiar to anyone? Russ, number 1, probably was he lost his legs. Yeah, he's a lot like Russell Wilson. Malik Willis is a lot like Russell Wilson in how he plays the game. But this is also where I come back to, again, not a fit for this offense. If it's the offense we were running for most of the 10-year period of Russell Wilson, then yeah, Malik Willis would make a lot of sense. You're not running that offense anymore. You're requiring now the guy on 3 and 5 step drops to be precise and be accurate and hit his spot, throw with anticipation. That's just not necessarily exactly Malik's game. He's got a very live arm, a very strong arm. I would not call him pinpoint accurate, which you need to be a little bit more on in that short and intermediate game. And you can't really bring in a quarterback whose deficiencies of his game go right up against the face of the strengths of this offense. That's not a pathway to success as we move forward at the quarterback position, in my opinion. Drake Shumard, we're going to have to be really bad next year if we want one of those guys. Yeah, probably, Drake. You're right. But we also have ammunition to trade up in next year's draft, too. 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks. You've got quite a bit to mold through then. Flag Sabbath says, oh shit, I bet Stanton's pissed. Yeah, Rob's not a happy camper right now. He was not a big cross guy. He was not on the cross train. Doug Gilbrey, don't waste a pick on a quarterback this year. Go after a quarterback next year. Thank you, Doug. Yes. Micah, I love Abichetti too. Mark for Death, Corral has touch on the ball, deadly accuracy, especially in Hawk style, and a guy tossed a ball 67 yards with both feet side by side on a goal line, yet people think his arm is weak. I've watched Mark for Death the most tape of any quarterback in this draft I've watched is Matt Corral. I must have watched at least 9 of his games last year, something like that. His arm strength inside of 15 yards is the strongest in this draft. Nobody throws stronger inside of 15 yards. I don't place the same thing on him throwing deep. I saw with him throwing deep that he's guessing, number one, from an accuracy standpoint. And Mark for Death, I'd ask you, go watch Samuel Gold's breakdown on Matt Corral in regards to this. It shows very conscientiously what's going on here. Can he get the ball there? Can he get the ball deep down the field there? Yeah, maybe he can get the ball down the field there. Is he getting it there with arm strength and velocity? No, it's going to flutter and float to get there and arrive there. Is most of the time he going to have to crow hop to get the ball there deep? Yep. And then beyond that, beyond those first 2 issues I just mentioned about his deep ball, also comes the part that he has no accuracy or feel for deep. You're coming on the heels of a guy in Russell Wilson who could put a ball 60 yards down the field exactly in the place that he wanted to put it. This kid has no idea where the ball is going 60 yards down the football field. He is literally throwing and praying at that depth. And so there's, it's one of those things, again, it's not a black and white, does he have arm strength or not? It has arm strength on certain throws. On other throws, it's just not there. And I feel like on the deeper stuff, it's really not there. And if I'm talking about taking a quarterback in a draft, I don't want to be the first thing as far as a deficiency in his skill set that I have to look at and say, there's a little bit of some struggles on the arm talent here. He's not going to be able to make every throw in the book. Golden Young, we love Cross. I think everybody's pretty happy with the Charles Cross selection. KJ says, what type of injury did Darrell Taylor have in his college? He played with a broken leg through his final year of college, and then he had a rod put into his leg to stabilize the bone because he had played on it, and so he'd probably worsened it by playing on it like he had. Voodoo Magic says, I'd be shocked if Malik is there at 40. I don't think you pass on him there. Maybe. Bash Gordon, I think people are turned off by Corral just because of where he came from and the fact that he was basically pampered all the way through college. I mean, that's not my feeling on it. My assessment, Bash, on Corral goes completely just on what I see on the tape. And I've got a lot of issues with Matt Corral's game and his skill set as far as the tape goes. I think he's very slight of build. As I said, I think his arm strength starts to wane. When you get further and further out past 15 yards, the more it starts to wane, along with his accuracy with it. So arm strength and accuracy wane. He's not as mobile as some people give him credit for being. He's not a statue, but he's not mobile. And he has man, when he gets hit, like I say, I joke about it, but it's the truth. It's like when he takes a hit out in the open field, it's like somebody's put C4 on him and hit the detonator. Because he just goes, he's like blown apart on every hit. And the ball gets fumbled, and you expect his jerseys to go flying. Trent Sybot says, we don't need a young quarterback because our general manager is trash as F about procuring an offensive line. I'm out on this take. Well, I hope that's not the take you're thinking I'm saying, Trent. Because I think you're probably responding to somebody in the chat, because that's not my take on it. I don't think we're trash at procuring offensive line. I think we just needed to make a priority of it. And they've started doing that in this draft. So I don't land there at all. I just think you got to get your offensive line on point first, Trent, before you get your quarterback. Because if you take a young quarterback and you put him behind a piss-poor offensive line, he's get the ever-loving snot crap kicked out of him, and he's going to develop a lot of bad habits, and he's not going to develop better as a quarterback. He's not going to start to elevate his game. He's going to start getting into more of a fight-or-flight mode in playing the position. Alexander says, we need to build a brick effing wall like the Colts or Cowboys, the Buccaneers. I love it. Yes. Yes. Doug Kilbride says, Harrington would have probably been a good quarterback, but got clobbered in Detroit. Ruined him. Yep. How about Derek Carr's brother, David Carr? Went to the Houston Texans. Texans drafted him number 1 overall. Texans did nothing to build an offensive lineup around him. Got him absolutely demolished. And Carr himself has referenced this. A guy now is an analyst on TV, and he said, it absolutely affected my career. It absolutely changed me as a player, taking that kind of beating. No, be careful about going and taking your quarterback a year early before you have the situation in the right place. Because again, you might marry yourself to the wrong guy because you're talking yourself into a guy that's not exactly it, but you need it, so you talk yourself into it. And then you end up getting that guy who's already from a skill set standpoint got some deficiencies to his game, who you now get the ever-loving hell beat out of him. To me, that is not a pathway to success. KJ says, so would an Achilles be hard to come back from than a broken femur? Yes. The ligament tears that you have are going to be harder than broken bones. Broken bones theoretically can heal back to 100%. Achilles, very often you hear these guys are not able to get back to where they could. Michael Biakowski, I'm not giving up on Forsythe at right tackle. Michael Forsythe's just a left tackle only. He's not a right tackle player, really. Currian's a right tackle, but Forsythe's going to be really a left tackle as we go forward only. Alexander says the Bengals were a fluke getting there with the Swiss cheese they had in front of Burrow. Yeah, they got lucky with this. They played this game and they've gotten lucky with it, but it doesn't mean that should be a rule that people take away. Well, it worked for the Bengals with Burrow. Oh, did it for them? They got the guy's ACL torn in his first year. Could have been torn 3 times over this past year with the amount of beating he took. They're lucky they got a guy who's as tough as Burrow is. But yeah, you're right. It's a fluke there. It's not a rule of thumb. The rule of thumb is it's so much easier a path to go with to get the offensive line right and then get the quarterback. I know people are chomping at the bit to get the quarterback, but you don't have the offensive line on point quite yet. Audie Bell says, hey, Brandon, 2010 all over again, huh? Yeah, Audie. Russell Okung, Charles Cross, right? Russell Okung, Charles Cross. Now we just gotta get the rest of the line set up. Next year we'll go for our quarterback. Jeff Robinson says Penny could be an MVP like Sean Alexander in 2005. Carson is Mo Morris. I like it, Jeff. I like it. And he put up an amazing end of the year last year as far as his run go, and he's got a special kind of talent to him. If they can get a little more done on the offensive line, you could be seeing that kind of season from him. KJ says, might need to ask a doctor, but I think a tendon would be easier to come back from than a broken bone. From what I've heard on this, tendons are worse. Tendons don't quite always heal the same way. I mean, they've got to clip that tendon into place and hold it into place, but I don't know. I also haven't suffered either injury, so I don't know. Drew Locke's Hose says, if Drew Lock was in this draft class, he would have been picked before Willis. I believe so, yeah. They'd probably be picked around the same area. Jason Duder says, yes, if you have Curran and Forsythe there, why use a second rounder on another tackle? Do it next year if neither of those pans out. Look, I like both of the guys and how they played last year, Jason. I think people are overstating Curran's a year a little bit and the way that they're viewing him, just to a degree. I'm not going to try to hate on either of those two guys, but I don't think either of those two guys are a guy that's an upper level difference maker at the position. I don't know if either of those guys can even play average at the position if you put him out there for a long period of time. There's nothing to be lost in investing in the offensive line. There's nothing to be lost in saying, we got Curran there, let's get another guy in there. I mean, again, part of the problem here for the Seahawks offensive line recently has not just been a lack of talent on the front end, it's been a lack of talent at depth. So what's the problem with having 2 cheap depth guys at that point behind our frontline guys? There's nothing to be lost by investing in an offensive line and turning it into a top-end unit. If you were to ride with Curran or you were to try to ride with Forsythe and Curran moving into this next season, Jason, to me, it's you doing more of what you've done in the past, which is trying to go just barely, just good enough, right? Like we got to fill the water up to this line, so let's go just below the line. That's what this indicates to me. That's what this indicates to me. Trent Sybot says Waller can run a seam route on the sideline. I don't know what the F you're talking about. I mean, I didn't study Waller. I'm not a Raider fan, so he's a tight end. That's what he plays predominantly. Right now, the Green Bay Packers have like one outside receiver, so I don't think he would be your number one outside receiver. Maybe the chat can correct me on that. Is Darren Waller an outside receiver? Am I off on that? He occasionally runs a route on the outside versus being an outside receiver. You can understand, Trent, there's a difference between those two different things, right? Two different things there. Seahawks, Brendan Nelson. What's up, Brendan? Says, sorry, I missed my Brendan. We finally did it, man. Brendan, we did it. We finally did the straightforward thing, man. We didn't overthink it. I'm so stoked by that. Feels good. It feels real good. God, it feels good. Jason T. Peters, I like Gordon 41, and Brendan, we'll be getting soon on this, so bear with me, man. We'll be breaking over to you here somewhat shortly. Peter Sports Cards with a $2 donation. Thank you, Brandon, for the donation. Says, give me Malik Willis or Ritter tomorrow. I'm waiting on the quarterback. I'm waiting myself. Thanks for the donation, but I got to get the line right first. Alexander says, I personally think Penny's going to be similar to beast mode with his career. Didn't do a whole lot the first few years and then blew it up and became a top 5 back. Yeah. I mean, but beast mode had, I think, a couple 1,000-yard seasons there with Buffalo, or at least one prior to going here. But that'd be great to see. And certainly he's got the potential to do it, Alexander. Mark Fredette says Malik is a Drew Bledsoe with worse accuracy. He can't make the finesse passes. All his slants and quick routes are off target. He can throw the ball as far as Jamarcus Muscle, and that's about it. You're not off. I'd agree with a lot of that assessment. Michael Pondakowski, who do I think we're taking tomorrow at the Hawks Nest? Let's go with Boy Mafe and Abraham Lucas. How about that for a pick for you? Or Travis Jones and Breece Hall. Jeff Robinson says, go M's, am I right? And this effing drought. Hey, Mariners looking good this year. I'm going to be getting my Mariner channel going here pretty soon, a little bit more. Daniel W., I'm thinking about what I'm getting there. Malik Willis has a better deep ball than anyone on the roster and better mobility. You over-exaggerate his development. Tyler Hunter, undrafted free agent, ran the Ravens. Well, Daniel, it's also about the offense you're running. The Ravens don't run a West Coast offense. They have an offense built around the legs of a quarterback, and they basically have assembled their offense with Mark Roman there as the offensive coordinator around running the football with the quarterback. So when Hunter comes in there, he's going to run the Lamar Jackson offense, essentially. You're running a West Coast offense. That's what you brought in with Waldron. So, like, you bring in Malik Willis, he's not a West Coast offense quarterback. He does not do great at throwing the short stuff. As you mentioned yourself in your post, he's a deep ball thrower. You're not running the Russell Wilson offense of the last 10 years anymore. You're running the precise West Coast offense. What was the big problem last year, Daniel, with the offense? It got real bipolar. Right about the minute it started to embrace the Waldron scheme, it fell back into the old machinations once again. And part of that was because you had a quarterback whose skill set wasn't built to fit within this offense. You'd be making the same mistake again with Malik Willis, in my opinion. It's not to say Malik isn't bad, but he does need to go to the right place. He does need to go to the right offense to accommodate his skill set, and especially the right offense if you're trying to have him play very early on in his career. David Al-Moslimo, how about the quarterback from EWU in the middle round? I think that's Barrier. I'd be okay with it, David. He's a good mover back there. Whitey White says Malik is not a NFL quarterback yet. He's not as big as Allen nor as fast as Jackson, so how is he winning games while everyone else is hoping he can learn to throw with some accuracy? Very good point. Very good point. Rick Cossey, great show. Hit the like button, and we'll be watching tomorrow. Thank you, Rick. Please do hit that like button. If you do like what you're listening to here on this live stream show, it does help me out a lot. It's a small thing, but it's a big thing in my heart, and I really do appreciate it. Jeff Robinson says, FQBs, build a badass running game and pair it with the league's best defense. You're speaking my language, Jeff. You're speaking my language. Clivic says, can someone tell me who's the best second-round pick? Mafi would be up there. Lucas would be up there for me. Richard Hillman says, why is everyone so down on Geno? He showed out when he was called upon. I gave you a little bit of a mixed bag last year. The Rams game was good when he came in to relieve Russell after he broke his finger, and certainly the Jacksonville Jaguar game was awesome. But you were playing against Jacksonville at home. And the other two games you played, the Saints at home and on the road and the Steelers, he looked a little bit over his head at times. He really did. So I'm not out on Geno, but certainly Geno is not the answer, too. Mason Guilds and Andrew Booth got 40. Alexander says, thoughts on Jeremy Ruckert? He's 6'6", 250, a very physical tight end. He was used mainly as a move tight end for Ohio State. I liked his game. One of the better blocking tight ends in this draft. We've got a lot of tight ends in this draft who don't want any part of the blocking element of being a tight end. He is a move tight end. I don't think he's as much going to be able to play the inline just by the way that Ohio State used him, as he wasn't much in line with them. Good enough as a pass catcher. Second round for me would be a little bit too high for him. Third round is where I've got him placed currently. And if you got him in the fourth, Alexander, that would be a relative steal at that point. I wish he'd do a little more of the inline stuff, so I wasn't just thinking I'm getting an H-back type by taking him. GoX2022 says, off to a great start. Now part 2, very important. Hopefully Carroll can make us faint and ace part 2 also. I'd love it, man. Hopefully they can. Hopefully they can. Mark for death. Daniel just got rid of the Wilson, who was way smarter than Wilson, and tossed a great ball over Wilson, makes mistakes, can throw it 70 yards, but not accurate. But Daniel, you're speaking to Daniel. Cold Young, the future of this game is mobile, shifty quarterbacks. Agreed. It's going to be a prerequisite that you need to have mobility going forward, whereas it used to be a nice thing to have. The Orthodox Moore says the Hawks look like they are drafting for the future. Look for the safe and not sexy picks. Hashtag the future is now. Love it. Mark Fredette says, not sure how one could sacrifice Corral's accuracy and reads in the short game simply because Willis can throw it 5 yards further on a deep ball, yet don't have the accuracy or touch everywhere else. And I don't make that distinction, of course. I don't make that distinction at all. Corral would be a better fit for this offense in his skill set. He would be. And I don't like Corral. You guys know that. But we are talking about a quarterback of what he brings, and that the quick release, the accuracy inside of 15 yards, the velocity inside of 15 yards does fit to the short and intermediate passing game of a West Coast offense. And this is me as a guy who does not like Corral, but I can't deny what the skill set is of the player. Richard Hillman says Andrew Luck got the snot beat out of him. There's another one. You know, everybody praises this offensive line of this Colts. The reason the offensive line of this Colts has been built the way it's been built is they learned their lesson. They learned their lesson when they got Luck killed there, when he first came in, and basically caused him to retire early. This is why it's so bad to go for the quarterback first before you get the line, because the cautionary tales here are long and they go throughout NFL history. It's not just a recent thing. We've seen this for years and years and years. Avoid the pitfalls if you can control it, and this is one you can control from the onset. Don't get your quarterback before you get your offensive line. Jeff says, going to hop onto Twitter to stir the pot. Be right back. Go M's, go Hawks. Hell yeah. Manny G says, if we get a quarterback, is he going to look like T-Law or Zach Wilson? If we get it next year, can he look like Mac Jones and develop properly? Well, there's no T-Law or Zach Wilson right now with these quarterbacks remaining left, Manny. Next year, yeah, you can, for sure. And there's not a Mac Jones even in this with the remaining players available here. Although he's a different guy than the guys that are in this draft right now. Klivic says, just like how Joel Embiid taught us to trust the process, the future is bright for our team. There we go. Zhao Zero says, no. A broken femur is much worse than Achilles because that's your entire leg. I've heard that the bones, though, heal better than ligaments do. But again, I'm not a doctor. Metcalf Juke says, will the Seahawks take a quarterback at 40, 41, Matt or Malik? I hope neither. Not sure on both. Go Cyan's got Booth and Mafe at 40-41. I like it. Chris Baker says, any good linebackers left? Yeah, a lot of good linebackers left. Nakobe Dean, Leo Chanel, Troy Anderson, Christian Harris, Damian Clark. Oh, yeah. Channing Tyndall's in there. I think that's a little early for him at second round, but yeah, Chris, there's a lot of good ones. Why do I says Ritter started 51 games in the NCAA? 51. There's no more development coming from him. His loopy and late delivery with weak arm is what it is. He will never hit any but the widest of open receivers. Very well may be the case. This is, again, part of the reason why I don't want to get a receiver this year or a quarterback this year. Let's just wait rather than talking ourselves into one. Brandon B. Cole Strange in the first might be the worst value pick I've ever seen. Anyway, Lucas and Arnold in the second for me. It's not the worst I've seen, Brandon. I've seen some picks at the top 10, like Darius Hayward-Bay, for instance, when that was picked. Or another one of the Raiders picks where they took, I think, a safety 1 year in there. So I've seen some much worse ones, but that's definitely probably the reach of the first round. Joe Maltman, thank you for subscribing. Fox Pena, Geez, Fox, let me pronounce your name right if you're going to subscribe, right? Thank you, Fox. I'm 6 hours in the stream, so it gets hard to talk after a while. But thank you, Fox, for subscribing. Thank you, Joe, for subscribing. Mark Anthony Cielo, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. 1039 said, Looney says, we can't be comfortable with our quarterbacks on the roster. Well, I think there's a difference between not being comfortable with the quarterbacks in the roster, Looney, and reaching for a quarterback because you're not feeling comfortable who's not going to put you in any better position by going out and drafting him. And I don't love these quarterbacks either, but again, I'm just much more worried of getting a guy in here you're just going to get beat all to hell just because you're in such a desperate need for a quarterback. I feel like when you make moves out of desperation, you're not making the smartest of moves. And the folks that are looking for a quarterback right now, I think you're doing it from the standpoint, and rightfully so, out of desperation. We have Locke. My God. We have Geno Smith next year. My God. We can't run with that. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you ride with Malik Willis next year, or you ride with Baker Mayfield next year, or you ride with Locke next year, or you ride with Geno Smith next year. None of those guys is taking you to the promised land next year. None of them is. Your team's not in a position to go to the promised land. So if that's the case, let's wait this out a little bit. Let's be patient about it. Let's put the team in place first and then go get the quarterback. I understand if you disagree, but that's just where my thought process operates from with it. KJ says Waller's definitely a tight end, not a wide receiver. Okay, I was thinking I was taking crazy pills there for a second. Why do I says Charles Cross only allowed 16 pressures and 2 sacks on over 700 pass sets in 2021. Woo-wee! Let's go. Let's go. King Bomber at the Hawks Nest. Any thoughts on Nakobe Dean and Bernard Raymond? Are either scheme fits? Both would be scheme fits. Technically with Dean, a little bit light, and a little bit smaller than you might want on an inside linebacker, but not outside of the realm of possibility. So he would be a fit. Raymond would be a fit at right tackle, theoretically, where you'd be sliding him over there if you did take him. I did hear that there are some medical concerns with Bernard Raymond, part of the reason that he did drop out of the first round. The Coug 97, January 26, 1996, Super Bowl XXX. It's been a long time, folks. That's the only thing you need to be concerned about as a diehard Cowboy fan. Jones finally got to go. It's time to reboot the franchise. It's funny watching Jones talk this last week about the picks that he had versus Steven. He's over there like, yeah, you guys look at Michael Parsons. Hey, Michael Parsons with me, okay? Michael Parsons with me, okay? Taco Charlton. That was Steven. That was Steven over there. Daddy, why are you going to tell about the picks I made, Daddy? Why are you going to throw me on the bus like that? Because they say that you got the power now, boy. They say you got the power, and you don't got the power. I got the power. This is my goddamn team. I own this thing. I gave you the power. I'll make these picks. I know what the hell I'm doing. Shut the hell up, boy. Daddy, you just threw me on the bus in front of all the media in Dallas. Why would you do that, Daddy? Because they aren't giving me credit for what I'm doing here. I'm creating a goddamn championship contender here, and they're giving you the credit. I'm not going to have it. Daddy, they're all looking at me now like I don't know what I'm doing. I'm supposed to be the general manager. I don't care. Suck up your pride, boy. 1039. Justin Warfield, if luck gets us to the playoffs, that's the difference between him and Russ. What's the difference between him and Russ? And I love Russ. I don't know what you mean on that one. Andrew Luck? "12's forever. I wonder what Russ is thinking now that we are working on an offensive line to protect our quarterback." Laughing out loud. Let's go, Seahawks. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Spader Sports Car with $2 donation. Thank you, man. Says, would you be happy if we draft Lucas and Ebiketie? Yeah, that'd be a phenomenal draft. I'd be perfectly happy with that type of draft. So, yeah, if you want to swing that, amen. Amen on that one. Michael Ponikowski, Carson Strong in the third. It's possible. I certainly would be much more in favor of that than taking one of the quarterbacks with these 2 second-round picks we're sitting on. I'll tell you that. But as I like to say on this, Michael, none of these quarterbacks really get me particularly excited. I think they're all a little bit have their issues or things you can knock on them. Your team's not in the place to go with it. You know, I can't sign off on it. 16-bit blocker. If Denver wants Russ to be a pocket passer, that's crazy. He is a play-action bootleg quarterback. He holds the ball way too long nowadays. This is the problem with pride, though, 16-bit blocker, is pride will color your eyes and cloud you from seeing the truth at times. And I think the pride of Russell Wilson, the want to be an MVP candidate, the want to put up prolific numbers, overwhelms what is the right thing to do for his skill set and who he is as a player and where he is at in a player, as you speak about right now, for instance, a little bit of his lack of ability to scramble around like he once could. But Denver will learn. Like I've predicted with the Russell Wilson situation, they're going to start out by trying to have him operate within a West Coast offense, and then they're going to quickly find that doesn't work, and then they're going to move back to the power running formation stuff that we ran through the first 10 years of Russell Wilson being here. That's the way that's going to probably end up bearing out, in my opinion. Gox 2022 says, bones heal way better than ligaments do. Tendons are worse. That's right. With Achilles, it's a tendon, isn't it? Tendons are the worst. So that's not even a ligament. Yeah. Richard Hillman, he drinks with Hutchinson, Locklear, Gray, and Spencer at Kirkland Pub back in the day. Man, did Holmgren like O-linemen. Hell yeah, I did. Can you dig it? Says, how about the Packers first round? Kind of strange. I don't know what to make of it. Can you dig it? They like Georgia players, man. 3 straight years they've taken in 3 picks, 3 first-round picks in 2 years. You've taken a Georgia player in the first round. They're really a big Georgia backer, I guess. Jeff Robinson says, build a big, massive bully O-line. I can live with a few false starts and holdings. Run it. Run it, man. One thing is, Jeff, that they're going to look for more mobile linemen as we go forward. For instance, with Cross, he's a little bit technically maybe 20 pounds lighter than you might want to normally see at the left tackle position. So you're going to see a little bit more of the movement-based lineman. But hey, let's invest in it. Let's invest in the quality of it. Vish Panchel says, I think we get our hands on Ebiketie. What do you think? Love him. He's a very safe pass rusher to walk out of in the second round. He's going to be proficient at the NFL level. I don't know if he's going to be star level or if he's got that in his bag, but he should be a very much a high floor guy, a guy that can get you to 8 to 10 sacks pretty quickly as a player. YDY says, any bad Raider pick would be worse than any bad pick today. Laugh me out last. I miss Al Davis for pure entertainment. Rest in peace to the kicker in the first round. That's right. That's right. Sebastian Janikowski in the first. Hayward Bay. Al Davis was a live one, man. He was a live wire when it came to draft day. Mark Fredette says, Brandon, as much as I like Corral, I do think Hawks should take best edge and cornerback at 40 and 41. We could see if one of these guys falls into the end of the second. Why not, man? Why not go that route instead? I'd like that a lot better. You're talking about coming out with Ritter or Corral in the third round. Now you're going to start speaking my language a little bit more. Now it's a lot less of a significant investment than that early second round pick, because part of this mark for death comes from the standpoint of me looking at this tier system of this draft and saying, tier 1's great. Tier 2 is where it's at. I don't want to have one less pick in tier 2. If I can get one more pick in tier 2, if I can trade back in the second round, pick up an extra third round pick and get one extra guy in that tier 2, I'm going to want to do it. And if you go for a quarterback with one of those 2 second round picks, you're essentially removing one of those picks of a really good player you could have gotten. Travis Jones and Boy Mafe, Leo Chanel and Breece Hall. I mean, the combination that you could be coming at here would just be awesome. And to disregard that for the need of the quarterback, I can't sign off on. But waiting a little later, yeah. Audie Bell says the Steelers couldn't let Dan Marino happen again. No, they couldn't. They waited 30 years to right a wrong. To right a wrong. Mark Anthony Cielo, UST RN BSN. Happy Seahawks fan all the way here in the Philippines. Used to live in Covington, Renton, Seattle. Always the Hawks, no matter who our quarterback is. Hell yeah, Mark. Thank you for jumping in the chat, and that's good. I love it. We got our Philippines contingent in here. We got our South America contingent. Australia's in the house. Got Europe in here. I love it. Richard Hillman says we need Bo Callahan in the first. Abraham Lucas or Sean Ryman, a right tackle Hawks fan? Abraham Lucas all day. One of the safest offensive linemen in this entire draft is Abraham Lucas. I have very little fear about him as a bust. Flags Zappa says, I want our lines to grind teams down like they used to. Teams used to beat the hell out of, teams used to be beat up to hell weeks after playing us. That's right. We used to have a stat where every team would lose after they played us the week after because of how physical we were. And yeah, let's get back to that. Let's get back to physically dominating teams. And you do that at the line of scrimmage. You do that on both lines of scrimmage. Sean Heim says, even Pete Carroll tweeted the first clue to the Seahawks draft next year, which I'm hoping he's referring to getting our next franchise quarterback then. Yes, Sean. Hell yeah. KJ, how do we feel about Breece Hall in the second? Is that a reach? Not a reach at all, KJ. He's my number 1 running back in this draft. I love him. He's great. I think he's right there along with Jonathan Taylor and Nick Chubb as far as his talent level goes. If we end up with Breece Hall, I'm perfectly fine with that as him in a combination with Rashad Penny. And that would also mean that you're able to move on from Chris Carson and save $3.5 million. Cliffick, I'm actually imagining Russ is just looking at the Denver Broncos office and being like, damn, you really got me saying damn to you. Damn. And let's also remember with them, they're going to have to do something in their offensive line. They were 28th in the NFL last year in pass protection. And that's with a guy who holds onto the ball for quite a bit of time now being their starting quarterback. So they have their own kind of fixins that they need to apply. Micah says, wow, didn't know Cross is only 21. No, not only he's already one of the best, if not the best blocker, he still can get even better. It's a very important quotient. It's the rule that I've really come into. It's been there for a while in the last couple of years and looking at these prospects coming out, but it sort of came into full bloom for me this year and really weighting prospects better at the guys that are 21 versus the guys that are 24. And if I'm looking at those two guys, understanding it a little bit better. The relation I make to this is the Penny Sewell draft last year with Rashawn Slater. Rashawn Slater was obviously much further along than Penny Sewell, much further along technically, just better player at the time. But Sewell had physical elements that were beyond Rashawn Slater last year. It was just going to take him a little bit more time to get there. And it was understandable that it was going to take him a little longer because he was 21 versus Slater, who was going to be 24, I think, by the start of last season. So you could grow more into the projecting of Penny Sewell at that point and the player he will eventually arrive at and become, being that he is that young. Cross, equally as young. Why do I think Corral is the best quarterback in this draft, but would rather have Strong or Howell in the third than Corral in the second? Corral in the third, I would like, but I don't think there's a chance he drops that far. Maybe not. It's possible, maybe not. Rabbit Hobo says Debo stays. He's not moved yet. We'll see if he does remain. 16-bit Blocker says, hey, by the way, I live in Spokane as well. South Hill gangster. Hell yeah, man. I'm a Valleyite. I'm a Valleyite out on the edge of town out here. I like it being close to the river. Jeff Robinson, where's Brendan? Wanted to hear you guys talk about Cross together. I'm going to be going live with Brendan here real soon. So we're going to wrap up this stream here pretty shortly. And then I'm going to be popping right over. Me and Brendan are going to go live back on this channel here within about 20 minutes of me going and finishing up this stream. So we'll be getting it really soon here. Really soon. Jarrell Lewis says, who all went in the first? I got busy after the Washington trade. I've got it all scrolling down here under the marker under me, Jarrell. So I've got every pick on the scroller if you can take a look at them. I'm not going to read them off on all of them, but I got them on the list here below me. Mark Anthony says, thanks for the shout out. Love your mock draft episodes. I love the movie The Blind Side. Oh, hell yeah. It's a great movie. It's a very good movie. I'm glad you checked out the stuff, man. I had fun leading up to this draft. It was a great time this year. Chat's just been amazing. Addison Shelby says, if Willis is there at 40, we better get him. We already got a blue chip blocker for him. I think we need more blue chip blockers, though. I think we need more. Chris Snape, I'd like to see us pick Matt Corral. I think Corral can be a good quarterback and will be a winner, but I believe we won't draft him. That's okay. We need a good edge or two. Well said. Well said. Zao Zero says, I still want Sam Howell as a quarterback in the 3rd round. If he falls that far, I'd be interested at that point. Ooh, Brandon Barge brings up a couple of guys that would be interesting at 40, 41. What about Travis Jones and David Ojabo as a combination? Ooh, Brandon. Yeah. See, you got a Brandon name. I already should have known you're smart just off your name alone. But definitely want me over there. Richard Hillman, can you explain how Cross or Okung was different from Walter Jones? Is it true that Jones never allowed a sack? No, Jones allowed a sack. He had years where I think he didn't allow a sack. Different players completely. Okung was a really big guy who wasn't as much a movement-based guy, but was like freakishly long, really strong, and moved just well enough. Charles Cross is more of a mover type. He's a little bit more technically refined than Okung was coming out, not as freakish from a physical skill set profile standpoint as Okung was, but again, technically a little bit more further along, a little bit maybe more athletic than Okung was. Jones was a little bit of your combination of Okung and Cross. Technically very proficient in coming out, but then had even more freak show nature to him than even Okung. He was long. He moved like a running back, they would say at times, and just he had the feet of a running back, they would say about Okung. And so he's neither Okung or Cross are anywhere close to Jones as far as his feet to power. The feet to power thing with Jones was just as freakish as we've seen in the sport in NFL history. So you're not getting anywhere close to that. But both still really, really good players. So you're not getting a Hall of Famer, but you still could be getting an upper level left tackle in the sport. Austin Williams, how much faith do I have in Andrew Luck? Not a lot of faith in him, Austin, but I don't think any quarterback that you tried out there next year is going to give you a very good team. I think next year you're due to be a team that's going to be sitting near the bottom of the division as it stands, kind of no matter what. Baker Mayfield, Malik Willis, Desmond Ridder, Matt Corral, Drew Lock, Geno Smith. Put whatever name you want to put in. There's really a very small variance of your win-loss record on any of those guys. And if that's the case, then next year's kind of a punted season, isn't it? Next year's kind of a loss as it is, isn't it? And let's just make our peace with that, in my opinion. But I don't have a ton of faith in him. He's got potential. I think people are sleeping on him a little bit versus those people that love these quarterbacks in this draft. It's like they're all in a pretty closely talented standpoint. If you were to put Drew Lock, Malik Willis, Desmond Ridder, Sam Howell all into the same bag and ask 32 NFL evaluators where they see those guys, I think they would all see them in a pretty similar state as to where they should be drafted. Phantom Gamer says, love picking Cross at 9. Seems like a giant middle finger to Wilson. Yes, it does. It does at least a little bit. Not a large middle finger. It's a midget's middle finger at the very least. You know, Schneider's a small guy. Vic Zavala. I want Raymond at 40. I wouldn't be against it. Jesse Lund. Hey, look at us. We got a left tackle. Hey, look at that, Jesse. Look at that. Left tackle looking good on us, right? Looking good as left tackle on us. Spectre7 with the $7 donation. Thank you, Spectre7. Multiple donos today, man. Appreciate you. Says, I've had an absolute great time on this stream. Thank you so much for providing a great way to escape from the stresses of life. I feel at home here. As well you should, man. We're family here. I'm glad you can feel that way about this place. I hope this remains that kind of place moving into the future. That would be an absolute goal of this channel, of the people that can come in here who can feel that way. It's why I deviate to just staying on football here. It gives us an escape from real life. We get to talk about fun things. We get to talk about a sport. We get to talk about a child's game that men play. And it's a fun thing to do. It's fun to turn over all these possibilities in our minds. So thank you for Sector 7 for hanging in here. Thank you for all your support to the channel as well. And I love doing this, man. I love doing this. You guys are the best. Jeff Robinson says, when we were at our best in 2012, 13, and 14, we played bully ball. Line of scrimmage is everything in football. Jeff, it's a cliche. It's spoken about very often. It's hammered over and over again. Some people will tell you that its day is past, that the NFL is no longer won this way, that now it's about skill position players. Now it's about the quarterback position. They'll tell you about everything else about than what it really truly is about. Cliches are cliches for a reason. They are. And sometimes they can be untrue. Sometimes they can be old as time, and that used to be true 4 years ago, but now it's no longer true. But sometimes they remain timelessness. They remain timeless in their truth. And you win in the trenches still remains the truth. And especially when it concerns the offensive line. An offense is only going to go as far as its offensive line takes them. You can have guys that can overcome it for a little bit, overcome it to a degree. Maybe overcome it to just barely sneak you in the back door of the playoffs, but it's not going to allow you to be a dominant team, and it's not going to allow you to truly compete for Lombardi trophies. Mark Fredette says, Matt Corral, a taller Drew Brees. Let's go. Hawks 0808. I'll say it again like I said it before. It's going to be so exciting to watch the Hawks with no expectations. Go Hawks. Aloha. Aloha, Hawks 808. I agree, man. I'm stoked for what we're going to see here. Brandon Barge says Minnesota will take Booth at 34. Makes sense, right? I mean, they've essentially, they go 30. Who did Minnesota take in the first round? Didn't they trade back? Whatever. They didn't go for, it's definitely a need at this point. And I had Minnesota originally going corner with their first pick. Joe DBZ says, thanks for taking the time to view all the prospects and give your honest feedback. What's best for the Hawks? Also, a nice job with your mock draft. Not too many people get it close to right. Thanks, Joe. I'll take my mock this year. I'll give you guys a look at it here last time on the channel here as we're wrapping up. I didn't do too bad in my mock, man. I mean, I had the guys, at least I had the players that were selected in the first round overall. Got 26 out of the 32 players who were selected in the first round. Came out hot out the gate, man. I think I was like 4 for 4 or something out the gate. So I was 4 for 4 or 5 for 5, something like that. And then I did the quarterback got me off. The quarterback sent me in the wrong direction at that point. But yeah, I did okay. I feel pretty good about it. Surprised more quarterbacks didn't go. That's almost the biggest shocker to me in this first round is that teams didn't reach, which again speaks a couple things to me. Again, it speaks to the fact that the evaluations that we've had on these quarterbacks is correct, that these are not diamonds in the rough, that these guys have some limitations. They've got some problems to their games. And number two, about the players that are just being selected ahead of them and the quality they were. But thank you, man. I did okay. I did all right. Richard Haleman says it's an Earl Thomas middle finger. There we go. Shatter's whipping out the Earl Thomas finger for Wilson with that one. Mark Fredette says, Brendan, how am I going to join both Brendan's streams when you're both hating on my boy Corral? We should head to the film. Well, it's going to go one way or another here within the 24-hour period when it comes to Corral. KJ says Cam Jurgens would be a great pick for the third round. That would be a phenomenal pick in the third round. Phenomenal pick in the third round. Nagasa, if we can trade Travis Jones and Anderson tomorrow, Jones is 100% a day one talent. No doubt about it. No doubt about it with Travis Jones. I have some wonder if Jones might not end up being a better player than Jordan Davis. I think he's really getting slept on. Jesse Lund says, I guess one positive about Cross over the other tackles is that he's young enough to still build an NFL-sized frame where the other two might not get any bigger or possibly have to lose weight. Well said, man. Well said. Yeah, 21, you've not grown into your grown man body yet. You've not gone into your full allotment of strength and explosiveness and all that. I would expect there to be some room to grow in that area of things. And yeah, being a young guy, he's got that much more time to maybe get into that prime, to get him right, to get ready to where we can hit that ground running and being ready to compete with him, hitting an upper level mark at the position of left tackle. Colin says, so happy to be back in this stream, listening to you talking about Seahawks. Going to be fun couple of years watching the youngins. Really want to see Jamal and DK pop off. Me too, Cons. Nothing but excitement here, nothing but optimism for the future. Yet, is there some reticence with some of the decision-making this offseason and with the guys that are running the show? Sure there is. But I'm still going to remain positive. I'm still going to remain optimistic. And the sky is still the limit if you can get the draft right. And they started today by getting the draft right. First step, knocked it out of the park. Hit it up into the second deck. Well done, Schneider. Well done, Coach Carroll. Now let's keep this going. No reaches, no stretches, no overthinking it. Keep it going. Keep this momentum in place. Mohamed Al-Shafari says, even Trevor Lawrence, the highest regarded quarterback in recent years, didn't do well behind a bad offensive line, as well as Zach Wilson. Very good point, Mohamed. This plays out so true with the bad offensive line and rookie quarterbacks. You see it over and over again. It's why it's surprising to me at times that I've got to sort of sell it as much as I do to people a little bit on why this is so important, on why we've got to hold off on the quarterback. Is that these guys in the down year that they have in their first year is, yeah, they've got to develop better. They've got to make better in their decision-making with both Lawrence and Wilson. But it also has a lot to do with the fact that they don't have the offensive line in place. I mean, we have 5 quarterbacks taken in the first round last year. 5. Lawrence, Wilson, Fields, Lance, Mac Jones. Right? Who's the best of that bunch last year? Who was the one that actually had a really good year? Mac Jones. Well, he was the most pro-ready quarterback of that bunch, that's for sure. But guess what? He also went to the best offensive line of any of those quarterbacks. At least from a pass protection standpoint. The 49ers offensive line's built to run block first and foremost, not pass protect. So it proves out over and over in every way you look at this when it comes to these quarterbacks. Jones, of the 5 quarterbacks in the first round, goes to the team with the best offensive line in front of him, and he's able to soar a little bit. He's able to have an upper-level season for a rookie last year. Isn't that odd? Isn't that strange? All right, so we're going to wrap this up here, folks. I've hit 7 hours in on the stream. We're going to be bouncing over here soon into... I'm going to be going right back to going live. So if you guys are going to still hold on, if you can hold on with me here, I'm going to be going offline. Give me about 15 to 20 minutes to get everything set up on the new stream with Brendan. But then we're going to be bringing Brendan back in on the live stream here tonight. So we're going to be wrapping this up. So let's get the last couple of, if you've got any last questions in here, I'm going to be streaming all day tomorrow, all day the next day. We'll be back streaming on Sunday as well. So we're going to be going hard here over the next couple of days in this respective things. But if we have any last questions, let's get them on in here. Nagasa, the Cole Strange pick made me laugh so hard. That was definitely a wild one. They're going for traits at that point. They're going for what he did on the pro day numbers, the bench, his short area movement ability. But boy, if you watch the film with him, I mean, him one-on-one against a 1-tech or a 0-tech, he just gets pushed into the backfield. Seahawks OTA kind of breaks my heart, but I think we trade Lockett and draft Pickens. Thoughts? Love it. Pickens has got more upside at the end of his game than what Lockett has as far as his end game. And that's Lockett with 4 straight years of 1,000 yards. So I would be perfectly fine by making that move. It would be hard to watch Lockett go. I like Lockett as a player, but I really love Pickens as a player. I had him as a first-round grade in this draft. I had him with a first-round grade in this draft. There's some questions about him being maybe a bit of a head case, but the skills he brings to the field are unquestioned. Whitey White says, still so many good offense and defensive linemen left. JS has to feel like a kid in a candy store. Oh, he does, Whitey White. 2 second-round picks, a high third-round pick in addition. He's on cloud 9 tonight. He's got his left tackle of the future. Nike 911 says, I get building the tab for next year, but what if we don't have a top 5 pick? Do we just keep building still? Well, Nike, this is where you're aided a little bit by the fact that you have 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks next year. I mean, the question that I would ask you is, does 2 second-round picks and 2 first-round picks that are going to be probably pretty high first-round picks and 2 high second-round picks, is that enough to vault you up into the draft almost wherever you want to go to get whatever player you want to get? Is it possible that the top 3 worst teams in the league just decide they don't want to move off the top 3 picks and then they just take quarterbacks back to back to back? It's possible. But recent history has told us that if you have the assets and you're willing to give up the assets to move up in a draft, there will be a team willing to make that trade with you. So I'm going to lean back on what has historically been the case in this, but you're not wrong in that there is a possibility you could land there by waiting and going, hey, we just missed out on the top 3 guys because we're not bad enough record-wise to be up there at the top 5 picks in the draft. Very possible. Can you dig it? Best player available? Yes. 16-bit blocker. Brandon, what do you think about Michigan running back late round Chris Carson type? Hassan Haskins is who you're mentioning on that. And Haskins, you related him to Chris Carson, and that's a good relation. I've called him a Chris Carson clone. He's got that same kind of, Chris Carson's got that, it's not odd, it's just unique kind of gait to his running style, where his knees kind of go out a little bit and how he runs, right? Really well-built guy, hard runner, hard to bring down. Everything about Carson's game you can basically apply to Hassan Haskins. Exactly the same type of player, even down to the lack of imagination in their running style. Chris Carson's a guy, you tell him to go hit the hole. That's the hole where it is. And he's going to go hit that hole with force and get what there is to get and maybe get an extra yard and a half on top of that. Haskins is the same way. There's not a lot of creativity to these guys' run. They're not very imaginative as running backs, but they will get the job done. They will do the 3 yards in a cloud of dust type. You need a 3rd and 1. The guy's going to get you that yard. He's going to get you that yard. And to get him in the 5th round where I think he's probably going to go, late 4th, early 5th, it's good value. I do remember Aaron Curry, KJ. That one still haunts me a little bit. James Black says Burrow was a better prospect than Lawrence, IMO. I don't know about that. I mean, both of them won a national title coming out. Burrow's got better physical traits. You could get Burrow throws with better anticipation. Burrow's maybe a little bit better with his subtle movements in the pocket. Lawrence has got a bigger arm. Time will tell when it comes to that one. Clivic says, didn't Tyler Lockett have more catches or yards than DK? I honestly can't remember a post I saw earlier today about Tyler having something more than Devontae Adams, or I don't know. I can't remember the post I saw. Well, Devontae Adams definitely caught more catches and yards than Tyler did, but you're right. Tyler had more catches and yards than DK did last year. I think some of that has to do with the fact DK was double teamed as much as he was. But yes, that is the case. Joe DBZ says, we can't trade Tyler Lockett. Dead money's too high. Well, I don't know. This offseason's taught us, Joe DB, they're not really worried about the dead money moving into next year as it stands right now. You're already on $40 million of dead money. So I agree, it is a lot of dead money, and they probably wouldn't be willing to do it because of that. I don't think they're completely precluded from doing that, as it does make some sense if they can get some value for him. Zao Zero says, and with the 7th round pick, the Seahawks will select Robinson, Jr. from Alabama running back, exactly like Chris Carson. Well, if he falls to the 7th round, that'd be amazing value, Zao. Amazing value to get Brian Robinson in the 7th round. I've got him as about a 4th to 5th round guy, same kind of state that I have as on Haskins, but he would fit the Seahawks mold of what they look for, and he'd be a good pairing with Rashad Penny. Jackson says, sorry I'm late. I'm going to watch the B&B stream later. Been dealing with some mental health issues, but this draft was awesome. Love the pick. Also, why did the New England pick Cole Strange? Laughing out loud. Physical traits. Go look at his pro day numbers. The kid put up a lot on the bench, did really well on his short area scores as far as mobility goes. Center is becoming more of a position that is very vital to have a guy that can move in space. Cole Strange can do that. I think it's way too high for Cole Strange. I was going to be mad about Cole Strange taken to the 2nd round by our Seahawks, which I was kind of anticipating might be a possibility. Thankfully, that didn't occur. So he's not our problem with it, but definitely that's a big time reach. That's the biggest reach of the 1st round, no doubt about it. Mark for death though, whose pick was worse, Packers or the Patriots? I think the Patriots picks are worse. Devontae Wyatt was the safest 3 tech in this entire draft. Can't really poo-poo that pick. Quay Walker is a guy that you can maybe knock a little bit, but he's still a good prospect. 2nd round was going to still be the appropriate value for him. To me, Cole Strange, the earliest he should have gone was at the top of the 3rd round. So it's just a much bigger reach at that point going there. So Joe DB, Lockett's trade would mean we have $18 million of dead money and $5 million next year. We don't have the cap space to trade him this year. It may end up being that way. They can move money around. They can get creative with it if they really were dead set on doing it, but it's not likely to happen as you mentioned because of the dead money. Dicker the kicker? Yeah, we got to get Dicker in the 6th round. Let's get the best kicker in this draft. Ghost Cyan, the Seahawks need to draft in the 7th or 6th round a kicker because Myers is inconsistent. Agreed, Ghost Cyan. As somebody said, Dicker below would be good. There's the other kid, I forget his name right now. There's a couple of good kickers in this draft, as well as don't forget you saved $4 million by releasing Jason Myers, which is kind of huge too. Raj Cole Johnson, he had 61 touchdowns. I did not get a chance to check out his tape, Raj. I'm sorry. York. Thanks, Joe. That's the kid. Appreciate it. That's the guy. So York or Dicker? Can't go wrong. Sal Zero, the Cowboys pick was the worst. I don't know. I was a little bit higher on Tyler Smith, I think, than some others were. So I liked it. KJ says Bill knows what he's doing, so trust him. I will. I'm not going to question him when it comes to linemen. They usually do pretty good with it, but it does seem a little bit of a reach based on Strange. That one was it's like a round and a half too high. Jerry Jones sitting on a stupid throne looking all dead. John Robinson says, no, I thought Strange could go in the second. I did too, John. I mean, I thought he could go in the second. I had him allotted to the third. That's where I thought his right value was going to be at with that. And Zao Zero, the double dicks from Texas would be too good. Too good from our kicker and our punter. It's like that. It's like a law firm, Dicker and Dickerson. It's too good. Green Kid says, forget drafting a quarterback. What upcoming free agent quarterback should we be going after next offseason? I haven't looked at him quite yet, Green Kid, so I don't know who's going to be available. There also could be a trade candidate too. You never know who gets mad at their situation and suddenly becomes available when no one thought they were going to be available. John says, how about Bigger Dicker, the kicker? Mel Kiper said Tyler Smith is a penalty waiting to happen. Just what the team needs. More flags. Yeah. They've never shied away from him in the past, David. Colombo was there. He was kind of a penalty machine. They had the other guy who would be like their spot starter who was all over their line. I forget his name, but he was a penalty machine too. Jackson Shore, what was your reaction to Walker going number one? I honestly was baffled. I wasn't baffled because I anticipated it, Jackson. That's what Trent Baalke does. You look at Aldon Smith when he came out. Aldon Smith was a top 5 pick, which he burst on the scene. And after he came on the scene and he was really good, a lot of people were like, well, yeah, he absolutely earned being a top 5 pick. But nobody was necessarily looking at Aldon as that going into that draft. He certainly went a little higher for a guy that had physical tools and measurables. So this fits to type with the way Trent Baalke tends to look at guys in the draft. He looks for measurables. He looks for physical traits over necessarily production, as he would here with Aiden Hutchinson. That's just the way he rolls. Joe says, Case York was 15 out of 17 beyond 50 yards. Well, if we do go for a kicker, I want a guy that can hit a 50-yarder. I don't want a Hoshka type. No Hoshka types. Brian Barajas, you see us getting Willis these next 2 picks? I could really see it now. It wouldn't surprise me, but I'm going to lean back and say that they don't go that direction with it. If they're going to go with any second-round guy, it's going to be Ritter or Corral probably. I don't think Willis fits to the West Coast passing offense that we're going to be running, in my opinion, Brian. Good prospect, but he needs to go to the right offense. Raj Ho, would you take Corral in round 3 if Ritter and Malik are gone? Sure. I'm not as worried about the 3rd-round pick being used for a quarterback. It's more the 1st-round pick and the 2 second-round picks for me. Those needed to be players, in my opinion. Daniel W., can we talk about how weird it is the Saints traded next year's 1st-rounder? I don't get it. Do they think they're winning the Super Bowl? I don't know. Their whole offseason has been odd in the way they've gone about it, Daniel, and I can usually explain a team's process and what they're trying to accomplish. On this one, it's like they're trying to talk themselves into thinking they can be a contender when they're not really there. They're not really there. They've got an aging roster at bad spots. I don't see it there with that team. I'm not sure what they're doing exactly. I don't have an explanation for it, and usually I can. Usually I can explain it. John says, do you think Dickerson, our offensive line coach, influenced this pick? Probably. Absolutely, you would have had some say on this, John. And the fact that this is a mobile lineman that you've taken, a guy that's going to be able to move in space, certainly seems to be a little bit of an indicator towards that. David M. says, Packer fans have been wondering why Christian Watson isn't on their team right now. Well, there's time. He'll last into the 2nd round. So he's not going to be one of the top receivers taken up at the top of the 2nd round. They can get him later on in this draft. Daniel says, imagine trading your future 1st-rounder for Trevor Penning. That would hurt. That would hurt, Daniel. I laughed so hard. Saints are normally on the money back. That was terrible. That's not good. Yeah. That's not a good look for them. Beaner, good pick for Seattle. Great pick for Seattle. Awesome pick for Seattle. Darren J. has a good name for next year as far as quarterback. Lamar Jackson might be available next year. I don't know if that'll interest a lot of Seattleites because you're going to have to pay him at that point, but he is going to be available. Nolan Narvan says, Pete Carroll on Cross, really grounded and clear about what's important to him. He's a really solid kid, so it just makes it not a difficult pick. Love it. Love it. Boy, Mafia tomorrow, let's do it. Let's do it. Richard Hillman, the 3-13 Lions put up 29 on the Hawks. Amon ran all over him. How is it going to change next year, or are we just going to get beat all over? Robert Woods had a career day before getting injured. They put a lot of investment in the defensive side of the ball this offseason, Richard. They have. The majority of the free agent spending of the $53 million that you spent went to the defensive side of the ball. Is that going to bear out? Are we going to get the fruits from all of that investment? We shall see. Part of the reason I like to go edge rusher, Travis Jones, Boy Moffin, help out the defense even further going along here. I wouldn't be against it. But this is why we are in a rebuilding state, Richard. There's a lot of work to be done. No quick fixes here. No shortcuts. We got to take the long way home. We got to take the long way home. Take the long way home. That's what we got to do here. I watched as Kyler to Hollywood. Oklahoma days won't be fun this year. Hope Jamal Diggs worked on their speed. We'll see with that one. I didn't like that trade from the Cardinals standpoint. That was a lot to give up for Hollywood Brown. Sean Hines, do you think Seahawks will be more willing to trade 40 and 41, or we just run with what we have and keep the picks we already have? I think the more likely thing, Sean, is trading back on one of those picks. Picking one of the picks and then trading back rather than trading up. That to me is the more of the smart money, especially understanding, Sean, that they didn't trade back in the first round, which I'm sure Schneider at least partly wanted to do. American Anthem says, let the Geno Smith take the reins. Daniel says, we are in prime position if we want to trade back. One of our seconds, or Green Bay or KC can overdraft the other for George Pickens or Alex Pierce or Watson, one of the wide receivers. There you go, man. I'd be okay with it. All right. Well, we're going to wrap it up on that note, folks. A little past 7 hours here on the stream. Q, how do I feel about Ritter tomorrow? I don't want to draft quarterback. If they do it in the second round, I'm not going to hate it as much as if they had traded up in the first round or if they had taken a guy at number 9, which I would have absolutely been miserable about. So I'm not going to be miserable if they take Ritter. I'm not going to be happy by the selection either, though. Take the best player available on the board. And none of those players should be quarterback when you're picking at 40 and 41. Too many other good players sitting there looking you dead on in the face. Go for those ones. You know, that's the way to do it, in my opinion. Santiago, what's up? No quarterback in the second round. It just doesn't make sense with good line players on the draft board. Build the trenches. Well said, Santiago. Yes. You get it. I love it. Let's stay on the trenches, man. Like I said, it's a cliche for a reason. You win with the trenches, and our trenches are a wee bit light right now. Just a wee bit. Just a tiny bit, just a nitty bit. All right. Well, hit the end of the chat here. I've gotten through it all. We're 7 hours deep. We're going to be back at this again tomorrow. I'll be going about a half hour, 45 minutes live right before the draft so we can discuss whatever we're hearing about news that's percolating in the background. Of course, we'll go in all 3 days of this draft end to end, so I hope you will be rolling with me. Please, if you've not already, do me this favor. 2 things. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I would love it if we could kill it over the next 3 days here and push really quickly up over 7,000 subscribers and try to get up into even close to 8 if I can push it. I know it's a little aggressive. It's a little aggro. I get it. It's a little bit aggro, but I want to go hard here. I want to be aggressive with it. So if you're not subscribed to the channel, I just ask, please subscribe to the channel. I appreciate you for it. We're on our rise. We've got 10,000 in gold. That's the new benchmark I'm shooting for. So you help me get there by subscribing like 1039 Looney just did. Looks like everybody's good. We got up on the chat. Good. Got through all the questions. So I appreciate you guys for doing that, hitting that like button, hit that subscribe button. We will be back tomorrow. I'm going to be right back here in about 15 minutes with Brendan Nelson. So we will be going over this, what our thoughts are on this thing, going a little bit back and forth on it. Appreciate you guys. I love you guys. This was an amazing stream. The energy, as I always say, it sounds like I'm overstating, and I'm not. I'm just blown away by it every time I do one of these live stream shows. The energy in the chat was just amazing today. You guys were positive. You were thinking. We had disagreement, but it was kind disagreement where everybody was like, look, agree to disagree. It's okay. I feel from this way. Well, I feel from that way. And that's, again, why I love this chat so much, why I love you guys as subscribers so much, because you come in here not with feelings and to get all up, twisted up into a bunch, but to just have great football discussion. That is what we're trying to do here, and that's what we accomplished today. So our Seahawks just killed it. You may be a naysayer. You may be one who said, I don't trust John and Pete. And John and Pete I no longer trust. Well, maybe today they earn back just a smidge of that trust back. Just a little bit. They ain't going to earn it all back in one go. They ain't going to earn it all back in one draft. They ain't going to earn it all back in one offseason. You don't undo the wrong with little small rights, but bit by bit you get there. And this type of pick was an awesome pick. It gets us back into that direction of starting to make smart decisions, about making smart selections. God forbid we start to spend our money smartly. But it's an indication in the right direction. So feel good tonight. Have optimism in your heart tonight for the future of our Seahawks. Maybe we're starting to get indications that where they've gone wrong, where the decision-making has been broken, where it has been, it's now maybe going to start getting right. It's going to start getting back to front. It's going to start getting into the direction to get us back to being a winner once more and getting us back to being a quicker winner that faster because we're making the smart decisions. Oh, baby, does it feel good. Does it feel good to see my team doing something smart? Oh, hell yes. Let's keep this going, John. Let's keep this going, Pete. Don't overthink it tomorrow. Don't do something out of desperation. Don't do something out of desperate need. Oh, we need this quarterback. No, you need to get great players in here. In fact, you've got a better player on the board than a quarterback sitting tomorrow. Pull that damn trigger, and you pull it over and over. It's going to be an amazing couple of days, folks. Amazing couple of days. Nothing but good vibes coming from me to you guys here. Nothing but an awesome day one with Charles Cross, who will turn out to be the second best left tackle in Seattle Seahawks history. Just barely behind one Mr. Walter Jones in my prediction. But I feel good in making that prediction. Well done, John. Well done, Pete. Keep it going tomorrow. Guys, come on back over with me here in about 20 minutes. I'll be live with Brendan Nelson. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for all the donations. My God, we had so many people donating on the chat. Thank you for that. Thank you for the new subscribers. And please don't forget, I'm going to be back 24 hours to remind you once more if you happen to forget in this next 24 hours. But don't forget for the next 24 hours. Not when we're hyped, not when we're optimistic, not when we're seeing that beautiful, bright future that is just about to shine shortly. So don't you ever forget. Don't you ever forget. Never. Go Hawks.